All right, I wanted to welcome everybody to the show today. You know, it's all about education and entertainment and information. The reason we say entertainment because it's okay to be entertaining when you have education. It's okay to have a good time, right? It's okay to smile. It's okay to say, I am so glad I'm here. So my name is Michael Silvers, Vice President of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I have the most tremendous day that we get to kick off today. And it's all about how we take that information and move it to the next step. And, we look at LA Tech, but tech is in everything we do. Tech is in AI, tech is in information, tech is in events. Tech is in when big speakers and names walk on stage. Tech is in entertainment. Tech is in, trust me, when you're raising your children and grandchildren and your nieces and nephews. Tech is in every part of our life. And so part of that is not only does it adapt to me, but how do I adapt to that? And we'll be talking about that a lot today. The other thing great about today is not only do we have presence from the AI world, but we also then have a woman's panel about how it's affecting their lives and how it moves forward. We're then going to move to a gentleman who basically lived because he was Axl Rose's number one with Guns N' Roses and has created this big career around that and speaking career. And his son is big in the rock and roll world and doing so many great things. We're going to talk to one of the top podcasters on the planet. We're going to be moving through just information. You're going to hear about what we do at the Tribune from a solution perspective. And then we have international panels. And we're also going to have the CEO of 7-Eleven. And we're going to have who also was part of Blockbuster, and he'll be talking about that. And then Dan Fleyshman, who it's social media, and really getting your message out there. It's going to be an amazing day. There's so many up. But with that being said, with the excitement that we're already having, because we've just kicked it off, Alicia, what do you think about today?
I'm so delighted about today. We are here, if you're tuning in live, at LA Tech and Everyday Life. This is day 3 of our LA Tech Summit. If you are tuning in right now, please share with us in the comments where you're tuning in from. Today is meant to be interactive, so please share your comments, share your questions in the comment section, and we will bring them up onto screen. Michael, I'm excited. There's so much value been gleaning from LA Tech. This morning, I woke up, for those of you that were on yesterday with Joseph McClendon, I woke up, I drank my water, I smiled, and I thought about what I was grateful for. And it was just a way to energize my day, right? And we think if we think of ourselves, we're almost like a machine or a super machine as well. So I've loved the mindset. I've loved the technology conversations. I love the conversations about where creativity and originality go with tech. So I'm delighted. Hello, everyone, and welcome again to day 3 of LA Tech. Parisa, how are you feeling today?
Well, I'm also buzzing from last night and the full day of programming yesterday. I did not see a FedEx truck this morning and had the reminder of the arrow, but I am reminded of this piece that was just so evident yesterday and with day 1. And that is that as much as we are associating this creative mentality and like the creative brain to be separate from technology, it is absolutely integrated. I feel like after the last 2 days, we've been able to see that some of the most creative minds are in tech and are within what is being built within AI. And I am so excited to be able to bring that realization, but like that confirmation into this day 3 into all of our conversations, because we get to merge all of the magnificence and the brilliance and the intelligence of people into one conversation and into one domain as tech and AI. So I'm excited for today. It's gonna be great. What about you, Karen? Karen, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm so excited too. I'm so excited I forgot to unmute myself. I was amazed as we talked about technology, how many times we talked about emotional intelligence at the same time, about operating from our gut level and making sure that the users feel good, when they're using the product. And do we feel good? Is it additive, and like Deval said, about going with our intuition and different things. And I'm sure that Dara is going to talk all about that, because I can tell that he has that sense as well. And so a lot of times when we're using technology, we forget that piece, that there's a human element that is still involved, and authenticity, where we can shine and share our message in our own unique way. And so I appreciate so much, Mo Rock and Ava Manuel and Alicia and Michael and Julianne and Parisa and all of the people behind the scenes who make this possible, so that we can offer free content to the world, so everyone can elevate their consciousness and elevate their technology skills. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Karen. I just wanted to add that the thing that I really love about this event in particular, and this is true for the Los Angeles Tribune in general, it's that it's not just information. There's actionable steps. There are actual things that you can do and take, and like even Alicia this morning, smiling, drinking the water. I did the same thing, by the way. I totally did the same exact thing, and it really does work. And just even those little things. And also the thing that I really like is it does not matter how intelligent you are with technology. You can still be afraid of it. You can be really good at it. But there's something for everybody here. And that's what I'm just so excited about today. I can't believe it's already day 3. I mean, it's gone by so fast. Anyway, Michael, back to you. You're on mute.
Michael's so excited he's on mute too.
I'm telling you, it's that mute button, right? See, Karen, it's just we pass it down. But the greatest thing about that, Juliana, what you said too, is if you really look at somebody like Joseph McClendon, and I'm just using it as an example. Not only does he says he's about to be 71 young, and I keep texting Mary. I'm like, I thought he was in his 50s when I met him, and even younger than that. I mean, it's just amazing. But it's that point of he's truly, with Tony, spoken in front of, yes, he's been on stage, everybody, with Tony Robbins for 30 years, but spoken in front of 6 million people. They've spoken to 6 million people. That teaches you something. That shows you something. There's not a lot of people in the world who've ever done that. Just look at their online presence, then it's the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions. But that what he brought to us, the great thing about that is the power of what he brought to us. The power of that. This is what I've done, and I'm not done. I'm not even close to done. I'm not finished, because so much is going on, and it continues to make us better than we are. It continues to become greater than we are. And I think that's the greatest piece here, is we just want to bring it out to the world, be of service. And for myself and the Los Angeles Tribune and Mo Rock and everybody here, it's getting the message out there, delivering it in a way that you can hear and understand it, and giving you one thing that you can use, right? You all used it already. I mean, that was the thing and so we asked from every speaker, tell us one thing that the audience can use right now. Give them that one thing. So during the day, whenever they're on, there's something they've walked away with. And that will make a big difference for every single thing we do. We're really excited to have the show. And we're going to move on to I'm going to bring up Dara here with Delphi, because it's about the information. So thank you, ladies. I'm going to keep Parisa up with me for the moment. Karen, you can start playing that game of making sure you know who gets on, right? Whenever you have a panel, by the way, we always train this. Whenever you have a panel, the greatest thing about having a panel is, will they show up? And if they don't, you still have fun if one shows up. So Karen, we'll see you back in just a little bit. All right, fantastic. Now, It's interesting because I met Dara just recently, actually, and his company Delphi, and he'll talk a little bit about it. What they're doing is it's a change engine. It's changing that. So let's bring him up and give him a thunderous round of applause, audience. We're going to put you in the top corner because that just, we're just going to make sure that you're up there and you're looking good. And watch this. We're going to make it even better. There you go.
Morning, Michael. Hey, Parisa. Happy
morning.
Saturday.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Awesome.
Beautiful day in San Francisco.
Oh, it's always the best. What I always like to do, and I love speakers to do this, or owners or small business, why don't you just tell the audience, give them a minute about your background and what you're doing so they know why they're listening to you, and then they're just ready to go.
Absolutely. So I'm originally from Houston, Texas. I studied physics and computer science at school and have been working in the AI space for about 8 years now. And a couple of years ago, I started my first AI company, and I was a solo founder. And as many of you guys know, starting a company your first time alone is very isolating. You're getting all this advice from so many different parties. You don't know who to listen to, and it's very lonely. And so at the time, I was reading a book about my grandfather, who was a successful entrepreneur in Iran before the revolution. And he was someone I really looked up to. He had a stroke a couple years prior, so I couldn't actually talk to him. But I really wanted to get his advice and really ask, what would you do in my situation? I'm so confused. It's my first business. I don't know what to do. So I created a clone of him using his book and used it as my own personal advisor as I was building out that startup. And it was obviously therapeutic, but also useful. And I became interested in this idea of how we learn from other people. We read books, watch YouTube videos, follow people on Twitter, but none of that is personalized to us. It doesn't capture the unique essence of that person. And on the other side, you have people who are trying to scale themselves. They write content or they hire teams and train those teams in their way of thinking, but there's no way to scale one-on-one. Everyone is constrained by the same thing, which is time. We can all only be in one place at one time. But I thought, hey, with this thing that I did with my grandpa, maybe we can allow people to scale what's uniquely them in a personalized and authentic way, and allow people to do more, and also allow people on the other side to get that personalized access that isn't always available. And now we have Delphi.
Yeah, I love it because you're bringing it. You're allowing people to get their message out, right? Mm-hmm. And it's all about that story. And I think that's the story of, it's not just who we are, but it's how we bring that out and how now we can actually get it to other populations that would have never been able to hear our story. If you look at this show alone, this goes to 23 countries. We know there's a lot of languages involved, and we know right now because it's English speaking. But what that's going to be able to do, it really makes a difference. Now, I just have a quick question, and I'm going to let Priest ask the next one, because this comes up all the time in the speaker's world, right? It's become a big, and in our media world, to have an avatar. Do I go ahead and say, hey, by the way, I want this in every language and I want to get this out to you. So this is going to be my avatar. This is my way to get it out to you. Or is there no reason to have to put that little, not a disclaimer, but just say, here's who I am. Here's the language I am. But these avatars and all these other languages, they're still me. They're the information, but it's the way now I can give it to you. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the goal of a clone or an avatar is not meant to be in replacement of you. It's not meant to be deceptive that this is the human. You can think of it as an artifact the same way that a book is an artifact. It's something that came from your mind, and now it responds back, and it captures your tone, and it captures the way you are in conversation. So it's providing access to you where previously maybe there was not access, but they know it's a clone. They know that it's not meant to be you. And the you, real one-on-one, which I'm lucky to have right now, is the best thing you can possibly have.
That's awesome. Parisa.
Wow. Okay. So my mind is going in 1,000 places, good places, of course, right now. And I'll be honest with you, a few years ago, it wouldn't have been going in 1,000 good places. It would have been 1,000 skeptical, fearful places. So I am totally hooked on this element of, you said that no one has scaled the one-on-one, like the individual, the scaling the individual, and doing it that in a way as viewing it as an artifact. I think that's absolutely fascinating. I've been around a lot of AI conversations, and with AI twins and all of that, and no one has really talked about it in that context. So that's fascinating itself. I'm really grateful you shared that part of your story. My question for you is, what pieces have you put in place to keep moral integrity intact
Mhm.
as it's viewed as an artifact of the person?
Mhm.
We also view, because I'm thinking about, as you shared with your, this being inspired by your grandfather that, came from Iran. My dad came from Iran before the revolution. And I literally just bought a few different books for him to be filling out and telling parts of his story that I necessarily wouldn't be able to remember to then tell my kids. So this piece, exactly as you're saying, I'm like, this translates exactly to my life, excuse me, in real time today, which is so cool. This is
Yeah.
wild for me to be saying that an AI tool can be doing that as well. So with that being said, though, I'm asking from a very realistic place, like, what pieces have you put in place that really keep this moral integrity intact?
Absolutely. And, I'm a comic book nerd, and there's that line from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. The only way we can make a successful business out of this is if it's based on trust. And so we only allow people to create clones of themselves or people they have permission to clone. When they come to Delphi, they have to submit a photo ID, and I manually verify every single person that comes through. And this is how we prevent impersonation or deep fakes or anything like that. And then when you train your clone, that data is owned by you. So we don't use it to train a better model like a lot of AI companies do these days. You own your clone, you own who has access to it, and you can control how strict you want the clone to be. So for example, we have some health experts who have created clones of themselves, and they need their clone to stay very, very strict on their training data, where for other people, we have coaches, and coaches, their essence is really based on personalized advice. So the clone needs to be able to reason on new information. And so there's less strictness required. But we give that control fully to the clone creator.
Okay, so it's really actually keeping intact a lot of the nuance of the particular situation, the person, the temperature of the environment is really being set by whoever's feeding that information. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Wow, I'm like going to be definitely diving into this after
There's
this.
a lot. There's a lot.
It's a lot, but it's also, I think, a lot of the nuances that you're talking about haven't really been, I feel haven't really been touched on by others in the space that I've come across, at least. Wow. Okay. Question for you. Of any and all of the pushback you've received so far, I bet. And that's why I also want to be very transparent in this conversation with others that are listening, that I think it's important that people see that those in the AI space are not running away from having conversations within the pushback. What would you say is the number one area of pushback that you've been receiving, and how have you approached it?
So there's pushback on both sides. People who want to create clones of themselves, I think the word clone that we use might be hurting us because it has such a dystopian connotype. So people are worried, oh, my clone is going to go out there and replace me, which is not true, because clones don't have consciousness. It's just, like we said, an artifact of you that is now interactive. What's going to happen to my data and likeness? All data is privately encrypted and it's owned by you. It's not shared with any other model providers. What if my clone says something wrong and makes me look bad in front of my audience or customers? We have that strictness score, and your clone will actually notify you whenever it gets a question that it doesn't know how to answer. So you can actually hop into conversation and prioritize that person. And then the last one on the clone creation side is, what if I don't have enough data? How do I know if my clone is good enough? Well, we have this clone quality score that's calibrated during onboarding. You write a brief description of who you are and how you plan to use the clone. And we have this score that increases as you add more data. And what we're going to be releasing in a couple of weeks is interview mode, where your clone can actually ask you questions to improve itself. So those are some of the things on the clone creator side. And on the clone consumer side, you have half and half. You have people who are treating it the way I talked about, where this is the next version of a book. I can access someone. But then you have some people who are almost offended, like, oh, this guy is too good for me that I have to talk to his clone. And I think that the thing that we really have to tell the story of is just this guy would not be accessible anyways. And now you can learn from them in a personalized way. And you got to think of it like a book or a course versus just a replacement of the human being.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you just made, because it is because there is a fear. A lot of the fear comes from, I'm going to lose my job, right? There's a lot of that going on, and we've talked about that on with the other speakers on the show. That start to take a look at your own market and where is it going, and stay ahead, and if there's any retraining or anything you need to do, but at the same knowing it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere, and it's only, you just look at it. I said the other day, just look at Nvidia stock, right? But it's here to stay, and it's not going anywhere. And I love the way you're doing it, because to me, what you're saying is it's back to that storyteller part. It's back to that. It's being able to tell. It's not just about me, but actually being able to affect lives, or maybe make a difference in another country or in another way. And that's what I love, the brilliance of what you're doing. I think it's just, it's awesome. And if you saw yourself, right, this is the old, but if you see your company or yourself 10 years from today, give me a snapshot of what you see.
Oh, wow, that's a big question.
Uh-huh.
I think that, I think the most unique thing that we all have as human beings is our mind, which is, our experiences, our beliefs, our expertise. And AI is not stopping. AI is going to continue generating content on the internet. And without something like a clone, 200 years from now, the history we look back on may just be fully AI generated. And clones give humans the scale of AI.
Yeah.
You can reach as many people as AI can. And the vision of Delphi is that maybe we have clones of everyone in the world on our platform. And let's say you want to find someone that can best help you with your situation, whether that be a mentor, a co-founder, a customer, a friend even. And usually the only way to find people is based on their brand names on LinkedIn. And then eventually you'll be able to find people based on their thoughts and beliefs and opinions, and really find people that can connect with you. There's 6 billion people out there. It's very difficult to do right now.
Wow.
That's so fascinating. Dara, it's so great for you to be here today. I'm curious. So Deepak Chopra has a clone version of himself that he has trained with his books and his philosophies and his teachings. How have you seen or observed that has kind of evolved his practice, as he's known as someone that is a mindset guru that does teach meditation, and now he has this clone version of himself? I'm kind of curious about that.
So a clone, we actually don't work directly with Deepak. We work with Brendan Burchard, Sam Felt, but what we've seen comes as a result of a clone is not just saving time, not just potentially providing a new opportunity for revenue, but it augments relationships. And I can give a couple of examples. My clone is available on our website, and I'll have customers reach out to me and be like, "Hey, I had this conversation with your clone, and it made me think about this other topic." And we'll get on a call, and we skip all of the unimportant details because they learned that information from my clone. And it actually makes our one-on-one conversation more in depth, because they've already learned what they need to learn from information that's already publicly out there.
So to kind of play that back to you, saying that through your clone, they actually have an opportunity to get to know you on a closer basis, so that now when you actually have a conversation with them, you can get direct to the point of wherever you're trying to have that conversation be guided towards.
Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting. And to kind of follow up, what are some of the maybe use cases you didn't anticipate, but that you've actually seen with some of the clones that you've worked with and that are out there?
Yeah, so initially we started mainly on knowledge-based professionals, so experts, coaches, people who want to scale like their mentorship and teaching. We started to see a lot of business owners using Delphi to scale themselves with customers, to potential clients, and also internally in their company to make themselves available to their team and their employees. We've also started to see people use their clone for content creation and scaled understanding. So, if your clone is having hundreds of conversations a day, you can ask your clone, who are the people I need to pay attention to the most? What are the topics that I should be doubling down on? And so we've kind of started to see a bunch of use cases beyond just scaling expertise. And we've seen that a clone can be something useful to people that don't even have an audience, but just want to reach more customers or have a team, or even in some cases just want to preserve their legacy.
I think the part of that too, because we talk about legacy a
My
lot.
name is Ava, and I jumped. Michael, I guess it's my internet. Sorry. So
Yeah.
I jumped because I really am interested in this. I mean, the word clone is a little risky, right? Like even for myself, if I think about creating a clone for myself, it's something that I would second guess. But I did create an extension of myself. So like an extension of myself, I actually named it the Inside Alchemist, and nicknamed it Tia. But if I were to use the word clone, then that's kind of like scary a little bit. I would see how I would hesitate at that. But my question is like, how's the privacy? With Delphi, with the coaches, for example, pouring in what they know onto the app, and then also the people who are being coached on the other side, giving their information and talking about themselves. How's the privacy of that in Delphi?
Yeah, so on the clone side, all data you upload to your clone is stored in a private database. It's owned by you. It's not shared with anyone. And then on the clone consumer side, so the clone creator has the option to anonymize conversations. We have a setting. So we have a dating coach, for example, and for dating coaches, there's a lot of personal information that people share. And they have decided to completely anonymize conversations to keep the user privacy intact. Other people want to know who's talking to their clone. For me, for example, I want to know if a customer is having an issue with the product so I can reach out to them personally. And the end user knows that data is being shared with the clone owner. So again, it's not meant to be deceptive, and you totally have that option to make it private or not.
The great thing about that.
That was my concern.
Go ahead, Ava.
No, I said that wasn't my concern. Is the privacy on when you're feeding something online, especially for example with mine, I just created a GPT, so the privacy of that all goes on the internet. So that's what I love about the concept of Delphi, is that you could make things private.
Yeah,
I think that's a great thing.
It is, and thank you, by the way, so much for being on. Thank you for you spending your time with us, because we know you're just a little busy, right? And you've got a lot going on. I look forward to having you on our future shows, because I think what you bring is you bring, first of all, you bring that it's the entrepreneur, right? You want to make a message. You're leaving the legacy. So with the minute we have left here, what would you like to leave our audience with?
Yeah, I think this is the very beginning of something like this being possible. And I think a lot about the second order effects of having a clone. Most of our lives, we think of our lives as something very temporary. And now with a clone, your experiences in life could be something eternal that people, centuries from now can learn from. So how does that change how you view your life? And how does that change, what you strive to do? So my job here is to make having a clone something positive and not scary. And I'm going to keep trying to do that. So if you want to learn more about Delphi, our website is delphi.ai, and my email is dara@delphi.ai. Happy to chat about the product.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being on. Thank you for giving this information. Thank you for it's a Saturday morning, right? Depending on where you are. But it was great to have you on. We'll do more together. I'll be reaching out to you, of course, because I think it's a fascinating sort of what you're creating, and you work with a lot of the people I know. So, that's the know, like, and trust, which we talked about that a little bit. So Dara from the Los Angeles Tribune, myself, Mo Rock, and our whole team, Alicia and Ava, let's give them a thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, there we go. I was quick on the button. He's awesome. It's great to see too. We're about to move into a panel, so let me bring Karen. I'm going to bring you up. But and Ava asked a great question, because there's all the privacy issues and the things we talk about, and the fear of, and part of in our world too, which was really interesting, is, oh my gosh, my IP. But the thing I learned, and then we're going to move right into the panel. What I learned a long time ago is when we took some of the shows, this is a long time ago, to other countries, I won't mention which, there was 100,000 impersonators within the next day. So we were told, we're going to this country, IP, there's nothing you can do, right? Because you can get so crazy about that. Be the best, get there fast, get in, and then that population just wants to see you. But literally, we were in another country with Tony, and there was impersonators all along selling their own events. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And to just know you can get so fearful of that you don't do anything, and you just get stuck and you don't move. And I think that's a critical piece. So that was great. You, Prisa, thank you for being on. Alicia, thank you. Great questions. I'm going to turn this show over to Karen. We've got a great panel coming up. From those at the Los Angeles Tribune, make sure that you always register with us. We're LA Tech Forum. We're having a great time. And the how to register is always running on our ticker. We'll be running that down. But you guys have been awesome. You've been part of this. You've been strong. Register at latech2024.com. And we'll turn the show over to Karen.
Well, thank you. Oh my goodness. So we have some amazing ladies from the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, and these women are making a difference in the world in so many positive ways. So I'm going to bring them on, and it is just so exciting. You're going to just love hearing from them. All right, we have got Barbie Ray, and we have got Debbie Prediger, and we have got Dr. Mandy Rose, and we are so glad that you are here. Oh my goodness, I've just looked so forward to this. And so I wanted to let you know that these women, not only are they sharing positive messages and uplifting women and men in the world with all of their expertise, but they are also so talented with technology, which is so amazing. And so I wanted to introduce these women and give them a chance to share with you some things that they have learned. And so we're going to start with Barbie Ray. And Barbie is a best-selling author. She is a caregiver advocate, and she's a humorous resilience expert. And Barbie, how do you use technology to share your message with the world?
I love AI. Now, I can't speak to the free version because, to be honest with you, the moment that I got into ChatGPT, I paid for it because I knew I love this. I need to use this. So what I do is I actually say I have 4 key tips that I really like to help people with. So would you like me to share those?
Yes, please share them.
Okay. The first thing that I'm going to say to everybody is feed your AI. The most important thing you can do. So if you're in a corporate environment or you're an entrepreneur and you're using AI for your business, feed it everything. Upload your bio, upload the business, upload every single thing that you want to express later down the road. If you're a writer, upload and tell AI that you're the one that wrote it. It'll start to learn how you write, how you think, and how you say things. So the next thing is ask the right question. On anything, you need to ask the right question, especially your AI, because if you give it a nebulous question, you will get a nebulous answer. So be succinct at what you're trying to accomplish. Then tech loves tech. So ask your AI any technical questions, anything you want to learn. And if we have time later, and if you'd like, I can give you a real world example of how tech will build your ClickFunnels for you. And then I love to say, hey, there's a plugin for that. So the 4th key is ask your AI, this is what I really want to accomplish. What plugin do I need to do it? What AI would help me? And your AI will tell you. So those are the 4 key things.
Oh my heavens, I never thought of asking AI which plugin I should use. I mean, oh my goodness, I thought I had to tell AI which plugin.
Tech loves tech and it loves to explain itself. Give it the opportunity and it'll so simplify the process of everything for you.
Oh my heavens. Thank you, Barbie. Okay, audience, I hope that you are taking notes because we are getting actionable steps from these ladies. And you are going to save so many time savers and efficiency moments, because that will save me and help me so much to get a better result. All right, we're gonna thank you, Barbie. We are going to go to Cheryl, who is the founder and CEO of Fit for Biz Consulting Blends, and she is the host of podcast Wake Up to Your Wow and a best-selling author. Cheryl, how do you use technology?
Well, hello, I'm grateful to be here. I'm going to follow up with what Barbie said, because everything she said was true, except for I still use the free version. I'm going to upgrade, but I still use the free version, and it gives me a lot of still great information. And so what I do with AI is I actually, for whether I'm writing a book or for my podcast, I actually put in, I am an expert. So I put in, I am an expert. I am a seasoned wellness and leadership coach. Especially for my podcast, I give what my intro is for my podcast. And then I say my topic for this week is managing mental health. Create a 2000 whatever word. I give it my information, but I also say create a 2000 whatever word regarding managing your wellness, and I tell it what audience. So is it for audience of women? Am I speaking to college students? And then it'll actually give me everything that I ask for. And then at the end, it actually says, if you need me to go into further detail, please tell me what to do. And so then I read through it, make sure that it is my voice and it's actually words that I would use. But the thing about it is people speak about AI or people stealing your information. But if you're putting in, or you're not being authentic, but I'm actually putting in I'm actually writing the story and just asking AI to say, does it flow? Does this make sense? Give me a transitional phrase where appropriate. And also, because sometimes I do accounting and HR, sometimes some of those terms can be rather like go over people's head. I also say, put this in conversational and relatable terms using humor where appropriate. Open with a story, open with a joke, open with a quote. So that way it kind of disarms the audience I'm speaking to. So that's how I use AI in my business.
My goodness, I am the expert. That's amazing to give it that. And then to help it to add humor. I think a lot of us have never thought of doing that. And, when you think about, accounting and HR and how those terms do go over people's head, that is so helpful to add that prompt, to make it conversational. And a lot of times I say, to AI, make it sound more like me. Because the result, I'm like, I don't talk like that. And so, that's a redo. Thank you, Cheryl. Those are great tips. All right. So Debbie Prediger, we are going to have you next. And Debbie is the host of several podcasts, including the Synergy Sisters, the Goddess Gathering, Visionary Voices. And she is also a best-selling author, and she helps entrepreneurs with her heart-centered approach. So Debbie, tell us, you started on our last panel giving us tips about, having your own customized bots. And I was like, we need to have you tell us more. So I can't wait to hear what you're going to share with us about technology. So audience, make sure you're taking notes.
Thank you, everyone. Oh my goodness. Following Barbie Ray and Cheryl, I'm thinking, wow, do I have anything else to say? You guys dropped the bombs there. Really, what I think that I'm going to talk a little bit more about is how we can serve our clients with more clarity, right? Many of my clients come to me and they're like, I have this thing that I really want to teach the world. I have this message. How do I get it out there? And for me, it's all about, bringing all of my wisdom and knowledge together, but really listening to their heart. And then how do I use technology? Because some of it is AI and some of it is like, hey, how to use Zoom better, right? How to make it easier to use so that technology is never the thing that stops you from getting your message out into the world. That's really what I do, is help build communities, help them with projects that they're looking for. And then how do we use all of the resources and all the knowledge? And guys, that's changing every day. So for me, having somebody that loves technology to get into and listen to this type of thing and to go deep into AI or go deep into some specific, go high level software, whatever it is, find those people, get them in your world and use them as a resource. It's like, I don't know everything about accounting and I wouldn't expect myself to know everything about accounting. I pay an accountant to know that stuff. So please, it's the same thing for you. You don't need to know it all. Just don't be scared of technology. Because if that's the thing that's stopping you from creating a summit, writing a book, having more clients, getting your copy nailed down to be you, then that ripple effect can't happen. And that's what I'm all about. So custom bots, let's go into that a little bit. And Karen, just tell me when you want me to stop, because I can go on and on about this.
Okay,
so
Barbie
Ray was talking. Sorry, Karen, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're going to come back to you on custom bots, because
perfect.
You already added so much value right there.
That's great.
Go to Dr. Mendy, then we'll come back to you and have you tell us
Absolutely.
Because I know everybody's waiting with bated breath. All right. So Dr. Mendy Rose, we are so happy to have you with us too. And she is also a trainer with the Los Angeles Tribune and with the Women's Journal. She has a leadership role. And so Dr. Mendy is a physicist with a doctor of acupuncture and Chinese medicine. She also has a podcast and a TV show, and it's My Life, My Freedom. And she helps women to be empowered. And so, Dr. Mendy, could you tell us how you use technology? Because you have so many things going on. I'm really excited about, I think you have 2 TV shows actually. So if you could tell us some more about how you use technology, that would be so awesome.
Thanks, Karen. I'm really excited to be here. It's been a little while since I've been here with all of you. It's so great to see all your faces and be a part of this again. And yeah, I really loved all the advice. I love how deep we're going into the AI. I created a chatbot for myself as well. It's so important to be using all of these technologies. And I love how Debbie talked about to not be afraid of technology. I really see so many people being afraid, oh my God, it's changing so rapidly, especially with AI hitting the markets now. It's oh my God, you're just bombarded in the marketplace with all these new technologies, all these new AI things. It's really overwhelming for a lot of people. And so I love that all of us, we're all here talking about how to really simplify this in a way that people can really use it to better their business and better help people in the world. And that's really what I'm all about, is how to help people who are helping people in the world help more people. So that's really what I'm here all about. I really want to help you help more people. And we went into the AI a bunch, and I'd really love to just go into more of automations, because automations are so important. And that's where a lot of people get stuck in just doing repeated things over and over again. I have a rule: if I do something 2 times, I find a way to automate it. If I'm sending out the same email more than once, if I'm sending out the same message more than once, if I'm receiving a payment and signing somebody up for something, I try to automate everything. And I use Zapier for a lot of my automations, and I use Go High Level. Go High Level is really I used ClickFunnels in the past. ClickFunnels is still great, but Go High Level is really just taking over so many different areas. You can have communities in there. You can have so many things in Go High Level that make it so that everything is just connected to each other. The CRM, you have your clients and, prospects, everything organized in there. And then it's just, everything just shoots to, talks to each other. And so it just simplifies everything so much. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So we're going to come back to you and ask you some more about that, Dr. Mendy Rose, because that is amazing. And we are so glad that you are back. We have missed you, and we are just so glad that you are back. So thank you for sharing all of that, because yes, if we're doing it more than once, there's got to be a tool out there. And like Barbie said, ask AI if there's a tool.
Totally.
So, all right, we are going to go back to you, Debbie, and tell us more about the custom bots.
So I actually believe that the way Barbie Ray explains that hers is also a custom bot. But in OpenAI, you actually, once you've got into the paid version, you can actually create your own bot that does the steps over and over again, or asks you a specific question. So in my world, my foundational coaching, or bringing people into my as clients, I needed to know, their messages. I needed to know a specific group of things. But that was taking at least 45 minutes as an onboarding. So I created a chat bot that would really grab that information from them. So I start to know who they are before we even have a thing. Then when we get into that first one, we can actually make some headway really, really quickly, because I can start fine tuning and asking the questions that I know I need to ask because of information I've already got. So I have one that's, specifically about the foundation. And then I go, okay, so what are your real hopes and dreams? Well, let's dream a little bit bigger. And how can we, then another one that's like getting your language. So it depends on what type of package they're buying from me or what type of coaching program that they've entered into. But these chat bots that are customized to be me are really just helping, like, it's almost like having that assistant. I come from the medical world, and often instead of the doctor coming in and asking all the questions, you'd have an intern that would come in and do that. So that's how I treat these custom chatbots, is helping me have more clarity about them. Where are their fears? Where are their objections? Where is that belief system standing in the way? And what are you really wanting to have happen? Because often what somebody comes to you for as a coach, they think they want something particular, but when you get down to the nitty gritty, and sometimes that can take a long time, it's actually not what they didn't ask for what they really wanted, because they didn't believe that was possible. So let's get deeper faster so that we can really do the work we're here to do in the world.
That is amazing, because it is like a medical assistant that comes in and gets your height, your weight, and what are you here for, blah blah blah. That's brilliant to get that information first, so exactly how to proceed, and what a time saver. If I wanted to start having a custom bot, do I go to ChatGPT and ask it where to do that, or can you tell me?
Yeah, so really it is really, really simple, and you can go to ChatGPT and ask. But you're creating a custom bot. You have to have the paid version in order to do this, but you train this bot with all of your information, the questions you would ask, what you would never say to a client. Tell it that. You tell it the tone, you tell it everything. And the longer you use it, the longer you send it out to other people to use it, because you really want them to test it and fine tune it as well, your voice and your message becomes even clearer. It's the same thing as I tell my clients. It's like, you can prepare all you want, but until you're actually out there speaking it, and that's when your clarity, your confidence, and your courage really shows up. So it's the same thing with the chatbots.
Oh my goodness, we all want clarity. And so this efficiency tool and adding clarity, Debbie, if you don't mind, if you could just give us like a link or something that we could, like, if we wanted to go get or is it a plugin? Sorry, I do have no idea how to do a custom bot. So for all of us out there that this is like a foreign language, what step would you take first to go find a custom bot to customize it?
Let me go grab the link, because I'm like, I just go in there and I just start creating, but there's a spot in there. So let me go find that and I will bring it back to you.
Okay, perfect. We'll add that into the chat. And thank you, Debbie. That is so awesome. All right, Barbie, tell us some more about some tools, because you have so many amazing things with writing, and Barbie has so many talents. And so Barbie, tell us more, because we want to hear some more actionable steps that you use.
Thanks. Well, first of all, I want to say, I think everybody in this panel is amazing. I love the fact that, Mandy, you're talking about technology from the automation side. Debbie, I love the chatbot. So I'm glad you're going to get that link for everybody. And Cheryl, thank you for talking about what the free can do, because I couldn't speak to it and I didn't want to be saying things that people would misinterpret. I think that the most amazing thing is the fact that tech loves tech. So what I help businesses do very much on the same way as Debbie does is I help them hone in on what do they need. I'm not trying to say you need to replace your entire team. But to be honest with you, there are a lot of ways you can replace research and development. You can replace writing. And yes, humor is one of them. I am a humorous speaker and a humorous writer. So when I'm feeding that information into the system, I am telling my AI, this is my writing. This is for somebody else wrote this about Barbie. Use my humorous thoughts to create this. And I don't have a lot of time. You know that. I mean, we talk about how as entrepreneurs, we are just beyond busy. Right. So for example, I have a class that I would love to take to the next stage, but I don't have the time and I'm not even going to start with it. But in all the years of marketing, I've never created a ClickFunnel, never needed it, just haven't had to do it. So I decided when I was coming on this panel that I would ask my AI, okay, so if I decide to take my class, Ignite the Room, to the next level, what do I need to do? What plugins exist? And so my AI came back and said, get ClickFunnel. Well, there you have it. So I'm going to get a t-shirt that says there's a plugin for that. So I hop over, I search ClickFunnel, a whole bunch come up, but it gave me the name of the one it wanted me to use. So I download that, go right back in and say, knowing Barbie and knowing Ignite the Room class, what ClickFunnel would you recommend I create? Please. The next thing you know, there's pages of this ClickFunnel from start to finish on everything I've ever wanted to know and write.
Oh, wait. Okay,
What?
wait, stop for a second. This is so incredible. Are you saying like it created like a template, or like did it have
It
images?
created the entire outline. So then I said, oh, I love this. Thank you. Knowing Barbie and the class Ignite the Room, please add more description. Lo and behold, the next thing you know, it is taking everything that I had fed it from all the advertising, from all the landing page stuff and all the write-ups on it. Now it's taking it and it's putting in all the meat. So the bones are now being surrounded with the meat. Here are the bullet points. Then it said, take it one step farther. Here is what I think you should do. Here is a class you should offer. Here is a 5-point page that you should give for free. It gave me everything. I literally don't have the time to do it. But if I were to do it today, I could go right to the website and create a ClickFunnel and just copy and paste. And because I have been so specific in telling it how I write, use my humorous voice, use my ideas, I have to tell you, in all the years I've been a writer and a marketing person, it was 80 to 90% of what I would have written on my own.
Wow, Barbie.
That's how much work can be saved. That's how businesses can thrive using AI. Because imagine the time it took, and imagine what it would have taken me to write it from scratch. I can, but now that I saw that, now literally the majority of the work is done. And it even told me what pictures to use. So now, because I do all my pictures with AI, all I have to do is go create some images that it suggested to attach to the ClickFunnel.
Good heavens, this is just amazing. I cannot believe that you can ask it which funnel should you use, knowing you and knowing all your things. This is incredible time saver.
I'm telling you, tech loves to explain tech.
Okay, that is one of the most powerful nuggets. Thank you so much, Barbie. And I appreciate those specific tools, because this is so much value. All right, Dr. Mandy Rose, I would like to hear some more from you. I don't know if you would like to share with us about your TV show and how you use technology there, but I think a lot of us would like to expand our visibility. And what would you recommend a tech tool that we could use to do that? Because I know you are really great at that.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. Yeah, for people who have podcasts and TV shows, it's really annoying to have to go through and edit everything. And like, oh my gosh, there's so much involved with that, with having, bringing that to life. So what I really love to do is to just, I'm trying to remember the name of what it is that I use. I can't remember. I have a VA doing it now. So I don't actually remember the name of the software that I use, but to be able to have it go, there's several available on the market. You can ask ChatGPT, I'm sure. There's several available where you can just, upload your video and it automatically makes reels for you. You can, and it will tell you how profitable it will be, like a viral reel or whatever. I can't remember the name of the tech right now, but it's very helpful to just have it splice things up in that way. Yeah.
Right.
Opus Plus is one. Yeah, that's a great idea, Debbie. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Debbie, could you repeat that for the
Opus
audience?
Plus is the name of one.
Okay, can you write it in the chat, Debbie, for us? That's awesome. Did you say Capsho?
Yeah, there's What did you say, Karen? Cap?
I said, did Debbie say cap? So I couldn't quite hear what she said.
OPS Plus, and then there's CapCut also is another one. There's like so many of them. So
if someone can write that in the chat for us, that would be awesome. Oh, thank you, Mandy. And you know, having a VA is, I think most people would love that.
Yeah, I'm only jumping in for a second, by the way, and it is because this video thing. Trust me, with the editing, and you're right. There's so many programs out there, and what I find with people sometimes is talk to somebody that you know something they're using in comfort, because everybody has a different comfort level, and I think that's part of the adaptive. And I'll go right back to, and then I'm off again because you guys are awesome. Keep going. Hire somebody. Okay, I'm done. Right? Seriously, just thank you. All right, keep going.
Okay, and just for a little plug, Ava and Alicia are going to talk to us later about some business solutions, because a lot of us want to know, you know, I don't really want to do the back end. I just want to do the creative thing. I think it's important to know the back end, but you know, like Mandy said, she doesn't have to worry about what the software is because she's got that all in place. And so just as a little teaser, we're going to learn more about that from Ava and Alicia later today. So stay tuned. All right, Cheryl, how about you?
Well, I love everything everyone has shared. So I'm going to speak. That's a great segue. Karen, you mentioned later on they're going to talk about on the back end with companies. And so I still use the free version, right? And so the upgraded paid version is okay. But I want to speak to either the new beginner entrepreneur or the seasoned entrepreneur who may be low on a budget, right? And so if you don't because I know some of us are scared about technology and scared about even still using Zoom or AI or automating things, right? But you also I don't want you to get stuck on, I don't have the money for whatever the fee is to do the upgraded Chat GPT. And so the things that they mentioned, I still do in the free version. And so I'm actually speaking at an HR conference. And so what they gave me the specifics of what they wanted, I put that into Chat GPT. I said, hey, they gave me a title, which is Elevating the HR Game. I'm talking about power skills and soft skills. And it actually gave me a whole outline of the talk. It gave me the outline. I asked it to give me an activity that we can do while I'm in person. So it gave me an in-person activity if I wanted to hand out paper for them to write on, or if it's just a one-on-one talk, like breakthrough sessions, like breakout rooms or breakout things. So you can be as specific as you want to, even in the free version, to create the journal or to create the book, because that's what I did now. And I actually have a companion journal with that one as well. And so I said, give me the outline, give me a quote and a prompt and an affirmation. And so what would have taken me, I'm not a writer. Like I said, I love math. I'm accounting, I'm payroll, I'm people. I'm not the writing. When I plug it in within, like I was on a phone with one of my clients the other day, we were just going back and forth. I said, wait a minute. In a span of a half an hour, I created 3 journals and 3 accompanying books to go with it that are at least 50 pages long, just from putting it in. And also if your target market, right? If people ask you, what is your target audience? I actually asked ChatGPT, this is my target audience. I want high performing women who may be a little burnt out or overwhelmed with their schedule. Please give me the words that my target audience would use. So when I'm creating something, I know specifically what words that would get them. And that's what Chat gave me, like 20 powerful words that my target audience would use. And when they created the journal, whatever they're creating, it actually creates and uses those words throughout. So when you're doing marketing and all those things, it actually gave me all that information. And then we talked about building a team. Sometimes you may not have the money for that. And so I love how Debbie talked about the custom bot. So you can go in, but meanwhile, just as a reminder, that's for the paid version, but you can actually go in there. You may not know the HR team or the accounting team or whatever else you need, but if you put all that stuff in, it's like you have your own virtual team in your back pocket if you can't afford to spend that money as a new entrepreneur. So I'm learning all these things as I'm going. And just to be clear, I just started on this AI journey as of maybe 3 or 4 months ago. So you have to be willing to play around with it, but then also don't put your personal, like I don't put my name in it. I don't give any personal information. So for anyone who's nervous about, stealing your identity or whatever, just put it in as though, like I mentioned, I'm an expert in accounting. I'm a CPA. I'm a seasoned lawyer, whatever your thing is. Just put it in there and then give it all the information.
Wow. Oh my goodness. This is amazing, Cheryl, because so many of us starting out as entrepreneurs, we're not bringing in the income yet. And so we're thinking, oh, I would love to do that tool, but I'm paying for this, I'm paying for that, the other thing. Can't hire a VA yet. And so thank you for sharing all of this, that is free on ChatGPT. I mean, how many of us want to speak, but we're like, yeah, but I don't know what activity to do. And I don't have a workbook for them. And I don't have, the activity. This is amazing that you did this all for free on ChatGPT. I am just so impressed. Thank you, Cheryl. I know so many people that are out there that are in this position. I'm in this position. And so I need to learn these things too. This is what's so amazing about these women that are part of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. Not only are they authors, but they are technology titans. And we are the Synergy Sisters sharing information. We collaborate with each other, we build each other. And it's so nice to know that they're there and they're willing to help. And so that sense of community is very powerful with our Women's Journal. We meet every month with Mary Glorfield, and she is the executive vice president for Tony Robbins. And so she brings in speakers and we learn so much. And then she also teaches us directly from her experience to help us to promote ourselves and our business. And so it's an absolutely fascinating community. If you'd like to know more, please let us know. Michael Silvers is involved with us as well. He's over us. He's the vice president of the Los Angeles Tribune. And he and Mo Rock and Mary Silvers are working to give women more visibility, to put them on more platforms, to elevate women's voices, and to have more positivity in the world. And I love their mission, and I love how they are empowering us to do this. And so for our last question, if you could tell us what is something that you wish I would have asked you that you want to share today? And so I'm going to start with you, Barbie. What is something that you just would love to share with us that I haven't asked you?
Well, I guess the most important thing is what the other panelists have said. And it doesn't mean you didn't ask because they already said it, but don't be afraid of the technology. I do actually hear that a lot. And obviously everyone on the panel is too. Don't be afraid of it. Learn from it. And everything you've ever wanted to learn is right at your fingertips, especially with technology, with AI. You can ask it anything and it will give you the answers you need to simplify any business things you need. And that is just the most takeaway that I think anyone should have.
Yes. And that's really important because the mindset piece is such a valuable tool because so many times our fears hold us back. And so thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, because Barbie is excellent at empowering people and helping them uncover their limiting beliefs that are holding them back and the fears that are stopping them from moving forward. And oftentimes that is exactly why we don't take that next step. So thank you for bringing that up, Barbie. Debbie, how about you? What do you wish that I would have asked you that you would like to share?
We're talking today about technology, and as important as technology is in the whole thing of how we can reach more people and do this thing, we wouldn't be here today without technology. Mindset is absolutely the forefront of that. So I can teach skills all day long, but if you have a fear or a limiting belief or unconscious or subconscious trauma that's locked in your body somewhere, it doesn't matter how much I teach you, you won't be able to move forward with it. So let's get our mindset right, being in community, being in people that are really thought leaders and there to show you what's possible versus another skill set. The skill sets, we can actually go out and pay somebody else for the skill set. We can't pay them to change our mindset, or we can get them, they can help us change it through paying them as a coach, but it's not a quick fix. It's work that you need to do. And so that's, I think, the most important thing. I've seen too many people start down this road and they have such a beautiful mission and purpose and they quit because they didn't know their why deep enough, or they got stuck partway and said, this isn't for me. I'm not capable of this. They told themselves a whole bunch of bullshit. And with that, the world missed out on somebody really great. So never let that happen to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. It's so true that, oftentimes I've heard it described like, you can't see the label on the bottle from the inside. And so having another person that can mirror that to you. And I find that even when I say it out loud, there's something that happens within my brain that I become more observant of what my thinking is, and then I can go deeper about what is that limiting belief. And so thank you so much for bringing that up. All right, Dr. Mandy Rose, if you could tell us something that you wish that I would have asked you and I didn't.
I was so hoping you were going to ask me next because I really wanted to play off what Debbie was talking about too, of like, and Barbie too, of not being afraid of these things. As you were speaking, Debbie, that really, really hurts my soul when I see people who have such incredible things to share with the world, and they're holding themselves back in various different ways because they're afraid to use technology, because they're afraid to shift their mindsets, whatever is holding them back. And the one that I want to speak to that holds people back from really truly sharing their gifts with the world is the fear for hiring people too, the fear for really getting the help that they need. I feel so strongly that people in the coaching industry having programs like this, we're trying to do it all, and AI is helping us to do even more. But at some point, we can't wear all the hats in the business. In a real large scale business, there are so many different positions for all these different roles, and we're not meant to be helping people and also being marketers and salespeople and AI experts and tech experts and all of these things. So really hire people and get the help that you need, especially if you have a really incredible idea and you're so passionate about it, it will work. I promise you.
Oh, Dr. Mandy Rose, thank you for promising us that, because you are an awesome mentor, and we learned so much from you, and we are so grateful for your example and how you are leading in many ways in technology and also in that mindset piece. I know that you've done a lot of work with, uncovering your limiting beliefs and moving forward, and how it just helped you to explode, once you were able to do that. And so thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for being with us. You're such an asset to our group. All right, Cheryl, how about you? What do you wish I would have asked you?
I love how all three of them talked about mindset, right? And so this brings me back to what Joseph McClendon and also Dennis Cummins talked about yesterday, mindset and gifts. So one of the questions I wish you would have asked is, how can I show up every day as my best self to make sure I'm making the best out of technology? And so one of the things I want to let people know is your brain is the first technology we have. Mm-hmm. So just like, what are you feeding AI? What are you feeding technology to get the best answer? How are you, I think Joseph talked about smiling before you go to bed and when you wake up. So what am I feeding my brain when I wake up in the morning and when I go to bed? Am I feeding it something positive? Am I going to bed with worry or with stress of that day? Or am I feeding it with my goals and my dreams that I want to accomplish? Before you can even think about your clients, right? I'm all about serving my clients and making sure they live their best authentic life and get the dreams, as an accountant, as HR, as also creative, all of those things mixed together. I'm always, when I step out of my house, I'm always looking to see how I can serve and who I can serve. But I also got to make sure my brain is working at its best optimal self. And that's with sleep. That's with water. That's what we're not talking about, the wellness and the well-being. How are we operating? Because our body is the first technology that there was. We can't serve others if we ourselves are failing ourselves. And so that's one of the questions that I wanted to make sure we get out there. It's not about AI, it's about our brain. Make sure you're feeding it positivity and affirmations. I am worthy. That's why my Wake Up to My Wow, Wake Up to Your Wow podcast, I created that. It's not about my wow. It's not about telling you what I want. It's about your wow. How do you wake up to make sure your gifts and who you are as a person, as I think it was either Debbie, not sure, between Barbie, Dr. Mandy and Debbie, they all talked about your gifts, right? And so waking up to your wow. Sometimes this world, we learned with the pandemic, with the recession, that even the greatest job, sometimes you can lose it. The breadwinner can lose it just like that. But what gifts do I have? I was born with certain gifts. How do I make money with that, while I'm also making sure you get out of life what you want? And I like, Karen, you talked about collaboration, because I can't do it on my own. Like Mandy mentioned, Dr. Mandy, I can't do it on my own. Like, I don't want to be the HR person. Like I know the stuff, right? I know accounting. I know budgeting, I know HR, but I don't want to be the only one in my company. I'm the maintenance person, I'm the receptionist, I'm all these. I don't want to do all those things because then it wears on your brain. It wears on, and then you're stressed out. And when you wake up in the morning, you're not your best self. So how can I be my best self when I wake up in the morning to make sure I'm giving the world and technology what it needs?
Oh, that was really a brilliant point, that remember that our first technology is our brain. Cheryl, thank you so much for sharing, so many great tips and remembering to work on our brain. I am worthy. Oh my goodness. I think that is one of the biggest things that we battle, is feeling unworthy or feeling inadequate, or who will want to hear my message? Does anybody want to hear what I have to say? Sometimes we start to level up and we think, well, I want to be an author. I want to be an author with the Women's Journal, but who wants to hear what I have to say? Or is it good enough, what I have to say? And so thank you for bringing that up. And, for all of you in the audience, that is one of the things that is so wonderful about the Los Angeles Tribune, is that the collaboration and the sense of community, we build each other. We work as a team. As Michael Silvers always says, one team, one family. And we are shifting the narrative in media. And so thank you so much, ladies. It's just wonderful to have you. Barbie Ray, Debbie Prediger, Dr. Mandy Rose, and Cheryl Mizell. You are wonderful ladies. We missed our other ladies. We have so many ladies that couldn't make it today, but thank you all for being with us and for sharing your light and your love.
Fantastic. Everybody give this panel a thunderous round of applause. Also, Karen, what a great leader, right? What a great conversation, really taking it out there, and it's useful for anybody. That's the thing. It's how we look at it and how we take it. So you're all amazing. Mandy, I'm going to keep you up here just for a second. Karen, you stay up too. Debbie, Cheryl, and Barbie, thank you so much, and we'll look forward to seeing you all again. You guys were just amazing. I'm going to bring up Julianne. I'm going to bring you up too. It's always good to tell them who you're bringing up. Alicia, I'm going to pop you up too, because you don't want to you don't know what they're doing. They're playing. Who knows? What a great panel. And so far the day has been powerful, but because we talked about the clone and the AI and the positive and how we can do this, we've had a panel really how they're using it within their own mindset and business and how that looks. So, from that perspective, and Mandy, you're using it every day. So what do you think of the show so far?
Oh, it's been really wonderful. I was sitting here on the panel thinking, wow, how important is this right now? Because it's so, like, with AI hitting the market, and it's just what I was talking about on that panel, there's so much out there and it's so overwhelming. And I love to hear how everyone's kind of simplifying it down and giving them their little secrets. And this is how you do this. It's really helpful to do this in community in a way where we can all give our pointers. We're all out there figuring out little things, and we can all bring it back together and help each other as a whole. One team, one family, like you say.
I love it. And it's so true. And remember, by the way, everybody out there, comments are tremendous. Our comment numbers are off the chart, and you can ask questions, because even if we can't get to the question now, we will get to the question when we have further time with all of you and bring it to you. So you can ask questions. It's okay. We'll address it the way we can, but this is a two-way medium. We're really interacting. We have a team. Myself, I'm watching. We're all watching the questions. And I think that makes a big difference as we do this, of how we are all one team, one family, and just having way too much fun. Julianne, what do you think so far?
I have so enjoyed every little bit. And Karen, I love that question, especially, is what is something you wish that I would have asked you? Because there's always something that you wish that you could say. So for you to give that opportunity, I thought was really wonderful. And just such brilliant people have been on so far. I can't wait for the rest of today.
It just gets better and better, doesn't it? The greatest thing too is make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Make sure that I've got my water, right? And make sure that you're drinking your fluids, and also just write down, find that one thing as you listen to this, and you can re-listen to this, and you can re-listen to this, because there's so much here and there's so much information. So, Karen, how's it been for you?
I love these women that we have in our community, and it's representative of the whole Los Angeles Tribune family. And if anybody wonders, what it's like, and because media is not all the same, the Los Angeles Tribune is very unique. And so it is wonderful to be able to ask each other questions, to be able to have that interaction with the audience, to have that sense of community, and to know that somebody actually is really reading it. It's not a bot. It's a person over here. And that helps us also to know what you want to know for future events, because we'll bring somebody back. If you say, well, I want to learn more from that person, and we can do that. And so, Michael, thank you so much for all that you do to promote women and men and to help us to share our messages with the world.
We're having way too much fun. Alicia, are we just having way too much fun?
We are having so much fun. Karen so beautifully moderated that last panel. I loved it. There were so many. I think what was amazing about it was that you got to see these tools being used in real life in a practical way. And we got to hear from people at different points in their journey of how they're actually interacting with the technologies, but how it's actually impacting the day-to-day of their business and their life. So there were so many practical tools, and that's what we're really about here, sharing practical knowledge and really engaging with the audience. There were people, Jason was in the comments like, I was a little apprehensive with AI, but I'm learning how to use it better. And we encourage you all that if you're tuning in, share with us your thoughts, your perspectives, what you're learning. Like Karen said, ask us questions. What topics do you want to learn more about? Who can we bring to you as being a part of our community that you'd like to hear insights from? Because this is what it's really about, coming together and learning. And we do things differently here because we are about changing the status quo, but really uplifting people, building people, and helping them in their everyday lives with tools that they can use today in this moment. So back to you, Michael.
I think that's important too. And there's something we talked about earlier. And by the way, everybody listening to this, take a moment and share it on your social media with other people. Make sure that you expand it out, because you are surrounded by the people, your success, you surround by the people that are around you. So give them the information, make sure that they're on the same page. It's the reason we used to drag everybody to like a Tony Robbins event or a Peak Potentials event, or you listen to Jim Rohn. There's those, because I want them to be, did you read Think and Grow Rich? Really? You haven't yet. Read Think and Grow Rich and then come back and talk to me. It is, because you want them to have that not similar information, but they want them to have the information. So you have something to talk about and discuss, and you might still not talk about it at all, but you don't know what for them it means. So share. But, with this conversation, I think the one piece that I heard earlier, and that's why I jumped in, because I was just talking to somebody the other day, and they spent 8 hours doing a video. And I'm like, why are you? Okay. So how was it for you? And it was like fun and no fun at the same time. And okay, what else could you have done in those 8 hours? Where if you had just hired somebody to do it, it would probably do it in 10 minutes, and they went, oh, you're right. So part of what we're teaching too, and we're showing tools, and there's things out there, but at the same time, now you're dangerous enough to hire somebody and say, well, by the way, which video editor do you use, right? And if they tell you, well, the project's going to be 12 hours, now actually it does not take 12 hours because you took 8, you got it done in 8, so they should be able to get it done in a quarter of the time. But there are those times that just as an entrepreneur, as a speaker, trainer, author out there, hire somebody. Because delegation is really the linchpin of being an entrepreneur, and learning when to delegate, because you have to start as an entrepreneur with what kind of life do you want? And how does that life look? And does it look the way it should? And if it's not looking the way it should, then you start to take a look at the things that you're doing. And we have a tendency, a lot of us do, I sure do, right, of wanting to, I can do it myself. I can get it done. I can do it better. I can, there's a lot of I's and shoulds that happen. But what you can do is you can take a look at, this is the percentage that I need to be, right? 20% is always where it is, but this is the percentage I need to be addressing, and the rest of it I'm going to delegate out. I'm going to find that. And as you build a team around you, just build greatness around you. Build those people who will do more for you than you'll do more for the company than you'll do. They almost come from the perspective of, and Karen and I talk about this all the time, and Mandy knows too, and Julianne and Alicia, how can I be of service? How can I be of service? Because when somebody comes to me and says, well, it's all about me, what's in it for me, what's in it? And I know they're going to ask those questions. I'm still waiting for the other side, where if they come to me and say, how can I be of service? Can I move a chair if I'm in an event? Can I do that video for you, actually? What is that? they stay on my radar. And that's when you want to work with us, and you want to work with, big speakers and trainers. They're always looking for the people who are being of service. We used to call them crew, Karma crew, right? Tony has crew, we had Karma. And I was crew. I think my wife and I crewed 50 events. I mean, literally, that's all volunteering. We'd fly wherever they are. We'd make it happen because it was just, how can we serve? How can we serve? With really, there was no other thought at the moment. And then you get on their radar. They're like, wait a second, you're here, you're doing this, you're moving a chair, but you're this and that. And still, if you're a speaker, author, or trainer, and you're doing your own event and it's live, go out there and move your own chairs, move it with the crew, be part of the family, do whatever it takes, and focus. Again, money is the result, but your question should always be, how many clients did we serve today? And that's the critical piece. So you're all amazing. We're having a great show today. The next speaker I'll have up in just a couple of minutes, he'll be popping on. It's really about, it will be about mindset. But we're going to go around this horn one more time, because I think this is, the audience, look at the audience numbers have gone up. They want to know who we are. So we're going to all take 30 seconds, and we're just going to go around the horn and then pass it off to somebody else and tell everybody your name. I think this is a critical piece. And by the way, we're always training. So when you work with people, there's 3 things you always want to know: your name, your business, your podcast, or whatever that is, and one thing about you nobody knows. Because it's the one thing about you that nobody knows that they'll always remember, right? They don't remember always your face. And we talked to Jim Quick, and we have a lot more coming on about that. And it is, you can train yourself to do anything. But I'm really trained to know the story. So when you do that, and the thing is, though, when you tell somebody one thing about yourself that nobody else knows, don't make it a 3-hour story, because they're going to be tuned out in about 30 seconds. So you can all even just take 30 seconds, and let's go around the horn and then pass it to the next person. And I'll be right back. Karen.
Thank you. So I speak on emotional intelligence, and my name is Karen Hall. I am known as the Queen of Empathy because I've gone through so many hard things. I started a podcast, it's The Hero Within, because I believe we all have light within us, and we all have wisdom that we would like to share with the world. And a lot of times when we're struggling, we don't have someone to talk to, and we wish that we could learn from someone else that's further down the road in how to navigate adversity. So I help people learn to use emotional intelligence to build relationships of trust in their business and professional life, and to help them regulate their nervous system. All right, how about you, Julianne?
Thank you, Karen. I am Julianne Meyer, and I am the CSO, Chief Strategist Officer, and Vice President of Programming and Host Relations at E360 TV, which is a really fancy way of saying that I get to live my legacy by helping other people live theirs. And something that is that nobody knows is that I was an illegal immigrant in Canada for about 6 years. And Alicia, sorry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alicia Magnus Lewis. I'm the business director here at the Los Angeles Tribune for our business solutions division. Here we help our clients with media and brand advisory strategy, and we have a business solutions division that helps our clients use tools, automations, AI to be more effective with their brand, so they can actually turn the visibility that they get into dollars and really build relationships with their clients. Something about me that nobody knows: I love kayaking. I love to be on the water. I grew up by water, and I think in a different life, if kayaking was a sport that I could do, I would do it. I love to kayak. So over to you, Mandy Rose.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Alicia. Yeah, I'm Dr. Mandy Rose, and I am the CEO founder of Be Big Babe, and I help people who are looking to grow their coaching programs naturally, sustainably, and in community. And I help clients stabilize their coaching businesses and then grow them so that they can really help more people, right? Helping people help more people. That's what I'm all about. And I help them install the 10 pillars of a sustainable coaching business by really just getting in there and helping them figure it all out. And we do this in community as well. So we're all trading ideas, we're all helping each other out, and it's a really beautiful place to grow your coaching business. And what something that nobody knows about me? Well, yeah, you already spilled the beans on the physicist part. I have a master's in physics, but another thing is that I'm actually a recovering adrenaline junkie. I have done pretty much every adrenaline fueling thing that you could possibly do in the world: bungee jumping, jumping out of airplanes, paragliding, all of the things. And I'm recovering to enjoy more of a slow-paced life. That's what I'm doing.
Really? Is that right?
Working on it.
Working on it. I like that. No, that's good. So, part of what we do and part of being at the Tribune is, first of all, give them all a round of applause. But, it's really about that family piece. It's really about being a family together. And I think that's been, for me, there's a big thought process around that of how do we truly become one team, one family all the time. At the same time, make sure the message gets out there, and bringing those into the fold. All that means is you're too big. You got too big of a story, and make sure that story gets out there. Make sure that story becomes bigger than who you are. At the same time, you have to look at from that story perspective. What that means from absolutely a story perspective, and that's that critical piece every single time. So I'm going to grab our next speaker quickly. If you guys can just take that and run with that just for about a minute, and then I'll be right back.
All right. That element of being a family, I think that's just so important, because the Los Angeles Tribune really is one team, one family. And I admire each one of you ladies. And the thing that is so amazing to me is that each one of you are further down the path than I am in certain ways, and that you help me so that I can move forward on my path in the areas where I am needing guidance, needing, a helping hand, needing encouragement. And so thank you, wonderful ladies, for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune family that I am so blessed to be a part of. Julianne.
Thank you, Karen. I'm just going to take a piece of what Michael just was talking about, and it's the being of one family and being of service. And I've had all of my successes in life because I was being of service. I put out an intention of what I wanted, but I always gave first, and then it came to me. So being a part of this has been really remarkable, because it's just, like Michael said, pick up the chairs, put them away, do whatever it takes in order to be of service. Alicia?
All right. We actually have our speaker here, so I'm going to jump in if that's okay. So, first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for being here. We're gonna. I can't believe I'm using the term. We're gonna just rock and roll. So we're gonna have a lot of fun. I'm gonna bring them up. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I'm gonna leave Julianne up with me. I'm gonna bring her back. There you go. There you go. There's too many buttons here. I'm telling you, we're all playing with the buttons. So what a team, what a family. So Alicia, Julianne, you ready to go?
I'm so excited for our next guest. He is going to just rock it.
We got to stop this. We got to just, Craig. Yeah. Let me just bring it. Craig, I've built you up so much already on, like we talked about it earlier, that literally the audience just knows who you are. They know what you're about. But let's give Mr. Craig Deswell the big thunderous round of applause. It is an awesome day. So we're gonna just look at this. Watch this, Craig. There we go. We're gonna make you so important. But from the Los Angeles Tribune, myself, so Julianne are gonna just be here with you, and this is really just a free flow of information. But why don't you do this for the audience, because I think it's really important. They need to know you. So why don't you just take a minute or two and tell us a little bit about you, yourself, your background, and then we'll take it from there.
Sounds great. Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me. I've been doing Zooms for the past week, getting ready for my event at the end of the month. I'm almost lost my voice already, which is horrible. But anyway, I'll get through it. I graduated college in like 1983, got a job at a theater in Long Island, New York. Air Supply, the band Air Supply comes in and does a couple of shows. To make a very long story short, They saw my positive attitude and my energy backstage, wanted to know if I wanted to go on the road with them. They sent a limo to my house the next day, and I toured with them for 8 years. Then after that, I got out of the music industry because I was like tired from touring all the time. But then my friend that was with Air Supply became the manager of Guns N' Roses. And he's like, "You ready to go back on the road?" I'm like, "What do I have to do?" "You have to take care of Axl Rose." "Doesn't he get in trouble a lot?" "Yes, but I'm going to pay you a lot of money." "All right, fine." So then I toured with Guns N' Roses for 4 years as Axl's personal assistant. And I got tired again. And I said, "I'm done with this." Got out of the music industry in like 1994. And then I accidentally became a speaker. I went to a seminar, James Malinchak seminar, and he said, "You can make money as a speaker." And I'm like, "I have really good stories." So I became a speaker, and now I do rockstar marketing boot camps all over the country. I do Rock Your Life TV podcasts. I manage bands. One of my bands is my son's band, and that's going through the roof right now. And so I'm back in the music industry. I don't even know how that happened, but I'm back in the music industry again. And I manage bands, and we're doing some really amazing stuff. And I am using those 5 ladies that you just had were amazing because I'm doing all that stuff, but they made it sound so much easier than what I thought it really was.
I don't know. It's an age thing. I don't know. But right. It's, and the greatest thing about what you've done, because I've seen you on stage many, 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 many times, is you tap in. The greatest thing you do is you tap into the audience.
Mm-hmm.
You never, when you're on stage, you number one, you're always going to have fun. Right.
Yes.
So you make sure the audience is having fun. Number 2, you actually question the audience, like when you used to play the game about name that tune. Yeah. And that tied the audience into, we're going to have fun here. We're going to learn something. And then you just simply you always go into, it's not about you, but it's really about all of you. And how you make a difference. And I think that's been a great piece with what you're doing today, right? What is the biggest thing you'd want an audience to take away from with their creating? Because on this show, we have we're in 23 countries. People are watching us from villages so I'm going to dive right into the big question, which is, what is something you can give them that they could do right now, wherever they are, to keep moving forward on their journey?
So I teach. Well, I just want to touch on what you said just a second ago about the giving back to the audience. I toured with Guns N' Roses and Air Supply, 2 amazing frontmen, Axl Rose, Russell Hitchcock, that commanded an audience. I was a huge Freddie Mercury fan of Queen. And these people, how do you control an audience? Well, you let them in your world. And I feel that those singers, just let them backstage, during the concert. There was a way that Freddie Mercury was able to sing to the last row, and people got it in stadiums, which was amazing. So I get nervous before I go on stage, because I've spoken, 1,000 times, but I still get nervous. So what I do when I go on stage is I throw out T-shirts immediately to loud music. So now I am giving the audience gifts. So the law of reciprocity, they're going to love me. Even if I suck, they're going to just love me because I gave them free gifts. So then we play Name That Tune, like Michael said. And now the audience, I can say anything for the next hour and a half, and they're on my side. So back to your question is, what the one thing is, look, the world that we live in now, especially with AI, which I use every day, everyone wants to sit at their computer and just create everything online. And what's happening in the world, I feel, is people aren't going to live events anymore. I will never, ever tape a live event. I'll never Zoom a live event because I feel the energy in the room is so different. So I'm on this mission to get people to come back to live events again like they used to do, because we need human interaction. Mm-hmm. We need to hang out with people again. And I just feel like the AI world, while I use it 24/7, could potentially really keep us back inside our offices staring at screens for the rest of our lives, which would be awful.
Yeah, I agree. Julianne?
Thank you, Michael. So you mentioned something before that I really want to touch on, and that was that you were noticed because of your positive attitude.
Mm.
And I'm curious because I think that people underestimate just showing up authentically and with a good attitude, how much that can do for you. And you
Mhm.
mentioned it too, with even, starting out. Yes, it was for you to get comfortable being on stage. But what is something else that you would love for people to see so that they could get out of their own way and be more successful?
Yeah, look, it's fear, right? It's fear based. We don't want to be judged. We don't want people to say we're not good at what we do. So I have this thing that I do at my seminars. My son, at 10 years old, wrote a book on blogging. And he used to teach, this is so bad. He used to teach people how to cheat on a game called Club Penguins. He had a blog and he had 100,000 subscribers teaching kids how to cheat on Club Penguin. But he wrote a book about blogging, and we sold them at my seminars, and he spoke at all these other seminars like Blog World and Author 101. And my thing is, like, if someone told him, you're only 10 years old, you can't write a book, you can't speak on stages, but at 10 years old, they don't think that way. They think the life is wide open and they could do whatever we want. But we live in fear, and we are all told that's already been done before. You can't do that. You're too old to do that. It's been done, and they did it way better than you, and you can't do that. So there's that thing, is the fear factor of people. It's the mindset that the ladies were talking about before. I say the same thing. I can teach you all the marketing tricks in the world, all the AI tools that I have at my disposal. But if you don't believe that you're going to be successful, and you don't believe that your product or service can help people, then you're not going to be successful. Because if you don't believe it, no one else is going to certainly believe it,
Exactly. You definitely have to be your own advocate with everything, but also it is that matter of belief. Now, it's easy for us to sit here and talk about, like, you need to believe in yourself, but how do you get from
You know what? All right. Yes. How do you get? Thank
how do
you.
you get
How do
there?
you get from that to that? And you know what? You got to you have to, first of all, you got to do something that you love. So there's lots of people that, do things, start businesses because they think it's going to make money. You got to do something that you love. So if you love it, like you can't wait. If you love it and you know it's good and it's your passion, you can't wait to share it with the world. Like when I go on stages and I do podcasts, I have all these sticky notes of things I want to say, because I'm like, I can't forget that. I can't forget that, because I want to share this stuff. So like I said before, I was never a public speaker. My wife will disagree, and everyone that I know will disagree, but I'm an introvert, and everyone tells me I'm not, but I am. But I just play this character of Craig Duswell, rock star speaker, and then I could do anything. So to your point, if you're afraid to do something and you're afraid to have that mindset, step out of your body, create a character that you can portray on stages or at Zooms, on Zoom calls or podcasts, or whatever, and just play that character. So it's not really you that is sharing this information. It's my alter ego that's sharing it. And then that will sooner or later build confidence that, you know what, that's bullshit. I don't need that anymore. I'm good enough. I have the confidence. I could do this myself.
That's a great point you made too, because Mary and I were talking about that one day. And by the way, for those of you, everybody's heard this, Mary Glorfield, she was Tony's VP for 18 years.
My buddy, Mary.
She's been a blessing in all of our lives, let me tell you. But it's how many speakers and how many people actually in the industry and rock and roll stars and are introverts. And it's stepping onto stage. And you made a great point. It's becoming who you are. But at the same time, I think also what really helps, and this, is when you step onto stage, just it's not about you.
No.
It's you're fully of service, and it's all about them. That was actually the last really time I got nervous getting on stages, and when Harv threw me up in Singapore, I'm like, "What are you doing? I'm your director of coaching. This is not my." But it was really stepping on there and going, "This is just about them."
Let me just interrupt for a second.
Yeah, please.
What I do at my seminars a lot, when I do speaking seminars, like people that want to be speakers, but half of the audience have never spoken before, and they're deathly afraid to get on stage, but they want to so bad. So I always say, like, who's afraid to go on stage? And, like 20% of the room raise their hand. And I take the shyest looking person in the audience and I just throw them into the fire. I give them a microphone and I just say, okay, go. And they're like, go what? I don't know. I just step back. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. And I swear to you, this one lady, she was from the Philippines, deathly afraid. She was shaking. Did not get off the stage for 20 minutes because she realized, all right, I'm in the fire right now. I'm just going to start sharing. So the point is, you just got to do it. You just got to do it once. And the more you do it, you're going to get better at it. So you got to do it. You got to do that first one. That sucks. It's horrible. It's so bad. You're awful. But if you don't do that one, you're never going to grow.
That's exactly right. And it's you keep moving forward, right? It's always and as you grow and at the same time, there's always the fear of failure. I'm going to say something wrong. So what? We all do. That's where we learn.
That's
right?
why I have errors and omissions insurance.
That's exactly. There you go. Well prepared. I like that.
Yeah,
and you've been around because part of your history and background is you've been around performers who are on stadiums. It's like Mary will say with Tony, but you've been in stadiums.
Yeah.
And they have to be there. How many shows do they do in a row? I'm watching some of the tours right now. It's like, I can't remember. It wasn't Depeche Mode or whatever, but they're doing 110 shows or something.
Air Supply does 250 shows a year still, and they're 72 years old.
Yeah. See, isn't that? I mean, think about that. And they have to fully be there every single time, right? They can't. Oh, I don't want to. Or how do you get through that? Those moments where everything in your essence, especially like being an entrepreneur and author, I don't want to write the next book. I don't want to put the next word down. How do you get through all that?
Yeah, it's back to the passion. It's back to. I love speaking on stages. It's my one-man show. It's my thing. Here's the thing with rock stars. It sucks touring. It's hard. It's every day you're in a different city. Every day you're in a hotel. Every day you're living out of a suitcase. People are asking me, why would you ever quit that job? I'm like, do it for 4 years. Do it for 4 years, and then I'll teach you why. But for the performer and even me working, the doldrum of the day at the hotel getting ready, it's hard. But you just mentioned, Michael, stadiums. You walk into a stadium, go backstage, and you see the audience, and it's a new audience today that did not see you last night, did not see you last week. I'm getting chills just saying this. When you walk into that room and you see people that are there because they like something about you, you'd have to be dead to not be on fire and do your best for that audience. You'd have to be dead. It's impossible. Now, some rock stars have deadened themselves through heroin in the past, and that's why they had problems. But for the most part now, like, drugs aren't even prevalent anymore in rock and roll because it's a business. You got to be on top of it now. So drugs are gone. Alcohol's almost gone too. But anyway, it's like that new audience, man. It's fresh. It's there's nothing like it. And just as speakers, all of us, we get a small version of that, but it's still a great high.
Yeah, and it is. There is something, right? I like being on stage too. It's one of those. It's just, it gives you that momentum and being. I'm gonna just digress for 1 second. Being for myself a proud papa and a proud father. You're a very proud father, right? And go ahead, plug your son for a second.
All right. Well,
please.
Michael, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, okay. So I have 3 sons and they're all musicians. That's why we moved back from Texas to LA. We had to be part of the music scene. My middle son was in a band, called Otto. with Ty Trujillo, Rob Trujillo, the bass player from Metallica, his son. And he played Bottle Rock and Lollapalooza with him. But my son wanted to write songs, and he wasn't writing with that band. So he started his band called Thredge, Thredge. Please go to Spotify. They're heavy metal, but they're good heavy metal. So Thredge is a band right now, and I manage them. And to make a very long story short, I just started a company co-managing bands with a friend of mine, John Reese, who was the tour manager for Guns N' Roses and did gigantic festivals. He's getting back into the industry. We just started a company called DAM, which is Disrupt Artist Management Network. And it's more than just managing. Anyway, we manage Thredge. They're getting booked on Mayhem Tour, a festival tour next summer. Big things are happening. And we are so excited. But yeah, please go to Spotify and listen to Thredge. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, of course, you're welcome. And team, if you can just type that in, and I'll pop it up on the comments, because it is the biggest thing I teach all the time with the Tribune is it's about family, every family first. It's what we talk about all the time, and that's really why we do what we do. So they'll be putting it up there too, and I think that's an important part. And for those of you who live in LA, are they doing any events in LA coming up?
We are. We're doing a huge show now. It's a couple of months out.
Yeah.
On January 3rd at the Whiskey A Go-Go. We've headlined the Whiskey A Go-Go like 8 times. It's the most famous rock and roll place. It's on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. Every single band that you know has started at the Whiskey A Go-Go. So they've headlined it 8 times. But on January 3rd, they're opening the direct support. There's lots of bands before Thredge for a Slipknot cover band that is huge on the West Coast. So January 3rd at the Whiskey A Go-Go. If anyone wants tickets, you just go to the Whiskey site. And
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. We will.
We're a lot of shows in between, but January 3rd is our really launch of a lot of stuff that I
love it.
Yeah.
You know, and we also we're going to be live at the Barnes & Noble on October 24th, and Craig is going to be there with us. So we'll talk about that too, and we'll do a little promotion for that.
Thank you.
Because that's the kind of thing where
Michael's speaking at my event in Dallas, September 26, 27, 28.
Yes, I am, and I look forward to it. It'll be great. What's the name of your event again?
Rockstar Business Boot Camp.
And
it's really funny. Day 1 is all about speaking. Day 2 is all about podcasting and writing a book. And day 3 is how do you run a business? How do you become an entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur? And everything that we're doing is all AI based. Everything.
Love it. Love it. We look forward to it. Well, we only got like a minute left here, but hopefully we've covered, the audience has held really strong, actually been built up. We do go out. The show goes to 23 countries. We have the reviews that go on forever and ever. And, it's been great because you've covered so much. You've put mindset in there. We've talked about family, the importance, because we talk about that a lot. We get that from the other countries. Like, I'm in a village, I'm doing this. And you guys talk so much about family. Thank you so much that you never leave that part out. I think that's really what makes the difference. But what's one last thought before we let you go? And trust me, we'll have you back.
Oh, no, thank you. So it's all about showing up. And the ladies talked about that before, the mindset. Show up mentally and show up physically. One of my pet peeves is when people say they're going to come to an event and they just don't show up. They've paid $997 or whatever the price is to go to an event. And something happens where they go, I'm just not going to come. I never did that. I attended everything when I started as a speaker in 2006. I attended everything. I signed up for mastermind programs. I went to everything. And that's why I became successful fast. It's the people that dip their toe and go, maybe I'll go this time. Maybe I'll go that time. When you go to a concert and you get Elton John tickets, you are going to that concert that night because you love Elton John. Well, love your business as much as you love going to concerts, and you'll be huge.
Awesome. Thank you so much. For myself, Julianne, and the Tribune. Actually, I just saw for the 5th time Jeff Lynne and ELO this week. So,
I love ELO.
I do too. It's amazing. But thank you so much, Craig. Let's give Craig a thunderous round of applause. Thank you, everybody. You've been awesome. We're going to have you back. We'll have comments going for sure, and then I'll be in touch with you. And thank you so much again. And Mary's texting saying you're amazing, and thank you.
I love you guys. Bye.
All right. Goodbye. Oh, is that he, a little bit of energy Craig has, right? Right. Just a little bit of, this is what he used to be. I'm going to bring everybody, hosts pop back on. All hosts come back up. It really was that's what he used to bring to the stage. I mean, we would have anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 in the room, and that's the energy he would bring. And when he would start shooting his shirts into the audience, it was pretty funny. But he would enroll this whole audience, no matter what language they spoke, and we'd have 7 translations in Name That Tune. And that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And he still does it, and he's awesome. So you guys rock and roll. It's been just an amazing day. We have hours to go. We have so many great people coming on. We have, we're going to talk about solutions. We're going to talk about, we have one of the top podcasters. We're going to talk about really where it is from your health perspective. We've got an international panel coming. We've got Mr. Bill Walsh. If you want to know about business and how to get it done, that's the one to learn from. We have and then we have the CEO. He was the CEO of 7-Eleven and Blockbuster. And Dan, we got a great day. I'm going to turn it over to the team at Biz Solutions, but are you all excited? Are we having an amazing day? Fantastic.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Ava and Alicia. We will see you all soon.
Well, I'm very, very excited. Thank you so much, Michael, for that introduction, and what a powerful interview right before us. What a way to bring us along. I'm excited that Karen and Parisa are joining us. The Business Solutions is both a dream and a vision of Mo Rock, the CEO of Los Angeles Tribune, and myself, because I was one that was like looking for solutions for a long time as an entrepreneur. I had a lot of heartbreaks through it all, and a lot of unnecessary expenses, and a lot of unnecessary delays, just because I was piecing together so many different, tools. I look at one point, I looked at my Apple phone. You know how your Apple saves your passwords? I've had Apple since 2011. I looked at my saved passwords, and I kid you not, I have over 100 different CRM apps from those different web there are different CRMs over the years since 2011, right? So like there are different kinds of the evolution of it for things, for webinars, for emails, for marketing, different things that I've tried over the years. And it's so hard because it's kind of like healthcare. I came from the healthcare industry. They don't talk to each other. And we still have to do the manual work, right? We have to do the manual work as entrepreneurs to make sure that what came on the email is translated into, what goes on the website, and is translated onto what goes onto the webinar. Like it just they don't talk to each other. So the dream is in the Business Solutions that they all come together in one place. So I'm excited. Parisa, Karen, Alicia, I'd love to have you kick us off. Like, Parisa, what question or what insight do you have when it comes to entrepreneurship and business solutions?
Good question. I would say my first question would be is, where do I start? Because I think that as an entrepreneur, it's romanticized so much, but the practicality is completely lost in translation because it's actually not translated. It's not even vocalized, therefore it cannot be translated. And I feel like the practical everyday, like what actually is a priority? What is a necessity? What are the top 5 things that I should have handled first on a business side? Whether it be filing a certain thing, whether it be making sure that I have conversations with this kind of background. Like that for me was initially something that I realized, like, oh, okay, I'm doing this, but like, where do I start? That for me has been a really big thing. And also something that I've realized that a lot of other people are having challenges with. So I would love to know, Ava, from your experience and from what is now offered, what would be the top 3 things that would be the best place to start at?
Well, before I answer that, let me also introduce Alicia Magnus Lewis, the business director of the Los Angeles Tribune. So I feel like because it's technicalities on the top 3 things, I would have Alicia answer that best. Alicia, what are the top 3 things that you would say people should have? And then I'll also answer it.
I love that question, Parisa. I think if you're really starting off, what do you do best? What do you like to do? What do you enjoy to do, right? I think oftentimes when you're good at something, you don't realize that that is a skill that you have. So if you're just starting off and you're like, I want to start something new and I don't know what to do, you can ask people, right? And I think once you understand what it is that your business is going to be around, start testing it, right? Like you may not have a website, you may not have a business name, but if you have a service, test it, market test it, do research what is out there, who might competitors in the space be. And then when you're like in a place where you feel like, all right, I'm ready to start a business, register your business. I think Aaron Young was on yesterday and he was talking about the difference between LLCs, sole proprietor, really figure out how you're going to incorporate your business. Think about where you're trying to grow to. And so what state is very, very important. And the reason why it's important to register your business is because then you want a business bank account. You want to be able to set up how you're going to engage with people and figure out your business name. And these are like very foundational, like how do I grow and start a business? But I think it ultimately comes down to what are you trying to do and how you're trying to connect with people. Have a name and get out there. You can't have a business if you're not connecting with anyone. So like no matter if you're a business that's just starting out or a large scale business, connection is key. How are you getting the word out there about what it is that you do? How are people then able to connect with you? If you're an author and you're coming out with a book and you know you're growing, you're going to have a book out maybe in 3 months, create a landing page, start collecting emails, right? So that when it's time to roll out your book, you can make an announcement and now you've nurtured a community that you can now engage with. I love your question, Parisa, because it's so broad, but I think it ultimately comes down to in order to have a business, you need customers. So are you solving a problem? Are you just enhancing someone's day? Are you, creating like a product, a candle that smells good that is in someone's home? But you need to be able to get the word out there about what you do. And most importantly, as you get that word out there, you need to make it very easy for people to connect back with you on a consistent basis. It's great to get a like on social media, but are they following you? Like, is your content converting them, right? It is great to have someone mention you, but when you go out, do you have a way to get an email address or a phone number so you can follow up? Like, it's great to get the message out there, but the follow-up is key. So you really want to be able to bring that information back in. And we'll dive into that a little bit because there are so many ways to start a business. But I think sometimes people are like, so focused on creating the thing that they're not thinking about how do I actually create a community where even if I'm not selling, people are hearing my message and ultimately they'll connect with me. Ava, over to you.
Well, thank you, Alicia. It's so easy to forget Alicia's background just because of how often we see her at the Los Angeles Tribune. But Alicia has a undergrad of human and labor relations from Cornell and an MBA in Columbia University. So talking about business and business solutions is definitely her area of expertise. And when you talk about, a lot of times when you're so good at something, you don't even know that you're good at it. Like Alicia's that mirror for me. Alpha, you're so good at this, and when it naturally comes for you, you even know, oh really, because it's so natural. And so make sure, I would say the first 3 things that you do is get clear with yourself, get clear with your strengths, get clear with what you're good at, get some feedback from people, and look back at what do you get praises often, or what do people come to you often for advice or for help, because you're naturally what you're good at. But the second thing I would say is once you've honed into, we're talking about like really the very, very beginning of business, right, Parisa? Because your question is like, where do I even start? But the second thing is, get clear with your message, because when you have a clear core message, and here's where I'm going to give you a tip: use AI to draw things from you. You could say, I am thinking of creating a business. These are my strengths. These are my passion. Give AI your bio, and based on this, what would be a great business that I would be in. based on my skills, my strength. You could look at some personality tests also, and based on that, how would I position myself? What would be a great niche? And they're all just like mind jugglers for you. When what I love about AI is, when people, they say, have a writing block in the past, right? Coming from an editorial perspective, when you have a writing block, you don't get to have that anymore. You don't get to have that excuse anymore. Go to AI and like, ask me some questions. Like, here's what I'm trying to do. Here's where I'm stuck at. Like, ask me some questions to move me forward. And it will like, just, well, what are you thinking? Like, what is it that you're creating? Like, it will just juggle your mind on ideas that you can come up with. So get clear with your message. And once you get clear with your message, here's another tip. You can actually use AI to create avatars for you. So for example, so that you can create create kind of like a focus group. This is my strength, this is my bio, these are, meaning to say, it has your experience, your education, and everything. Here's my idea of a business. Create some client avatars that would be perfect for me and for my business. I mean, if you could give it as much information as what your passions are, what is it that you love, what is it that you like. I created Tia, the Insight Alchemist, and you can actually look up the website, theinsightsalchemist.com. That's an extension of myself. And with Tia, it's an AI, but Tia is is someone that I can converse with to be able to like process, my next step, what would be my next insight. That's why it's an insight alchemist, because the insight comes from you, but there's just like that pulling of that. So you can use AI to create the avatars for you, and then ask AI, this is the business I want to create. What are the feedback from my focus group? And they'll give you feedback. Well, here's where you got to get stronger. Here's where your messaging has to get better. So all of that, getting clear with your message, can be done with AI. And that's something that we could also support you with at the Business Solutions, is getting really clear. Once you have a clear, solid message, you're set. When I say you're set, that's going to be your copy for all of your emails. That's going to be your copy for all of your social media posts. You have aligned message everywhere you go, for your articles, for your social media posts, for your marketing. Everything is aligned, because now you have a very, very clear message aligned with who you are, your strengths, your passion, your principles, your mentors, whatever it is that you wanted to give. But get very clear with your message. That's number 2. Last one is, hey, come to the Los Angeles Tribune Business Solutions. And we love entrepreneurs. We love to have conversations with, and we're actually creating a community. We're building a community where we can just have conversations, because you know what? Businesses fail. 20% of them fail in the first year. To Parisa Rose's point, where do I start? 20% of businesses fail in the first year. By the second year, 30% of businesses fail. I mean, we're in 2024. There is no reason for that. That should change. In 2023, 6,000 small businesses closed in 2023. That's 6,000 people who have hanged their dreams, who have spent their savings, who have probably walked out of the business with their head down, ashamed, after having invested all of themselves and their best and their savings. And we don't want that happening anymore in 2024 and 2025. So that's what the Business Solutions is for. Parisa, thank you for that question. Back to you. Let me give the mic to Karen. And of course, Parisa.
Thank you so much. I really like that question too, Parisa. And one of the things that I appreciate, that Ava talks about is the clarity. And Ava is excellent. Moan just posted a comment. Ava is excellent about asking questions. And when someone asks me questions, I think deeper, and I get more clarity when I have to explain it, articulate it to someone. And then I had Alicia. She looked at my website. She looked at to see how my branding was, to see if there was consistency throughout. That was so helpful to have other people, other eyeballs evaluating and then giving me tips. And so Business Solutions is just so valuable. And like Parisa said, when you get started, you don't know what the next step is. And so finding that clarity and then being able to have someone help you with strategy, I think is so powerful. And so thank you all for everything that you are doing with business solutions, because I think the back end is just really challenging a lot of times, when you're just thinking, what can I say? How can I get what's in my heart out there to the world? And then, like you said, Ava, to have someone to guide you so that you can be successful, so you can be one of those that is able to persevere and to continue to have your message that is reaching more people. So it's amazing what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing, because it is a one-stop shop. Just like you were talking about, that the pieces talk to each other and then they talk to you. And so that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you for what you were doing.
I would say you're welcome, but there's so much work to do when we talk about businesses and entrepreneurship. And talking about work, right? Like, there's so much work to do. I just heard Dr. Mandy saying a while ago that you're being everything as an entrepreneur. Let me tell you do you know the difference between a small business and an entrepreneur? Yeah, like, to our audience, let me ask that question. What's the difference between a small business and entrepreneur? And this would also give you a perspective. Are you a small business owner, or are you an entrepreneur? So let me see on our comment section, for those who can comment. Are you a small business owner, or are you an entrepreneur? The difference between.
I was going to say, it kind of reminds me of what Aaron Young was talking about. Is it transactional, or are you thinking so that the business can thrive and go on without you? And yeah, small businesses work all day and night. But I think when you have the entrepreneur mindset, you think beyond that, where it transcends. Aaron Young was talking about, does the business transcend you?
For sure. So here's the biggest key difference of both, of a small business owner and an entrepreneur. Actually, you can't be both. Here's the reason why. Small businesses have a specific community, specific niche they want to serve, and their mindset is different. Think about wanting to conserve, wanting to just like build what's already built, whether it's a brick and mortar or whether it's an ongoing printing business online, but they want to sustain what's already there. They're very conservative in their decision making. They're conservative in their investments. They want to be able to pass the business down to their children, to generations after them. It's probably something that they already started also with their parents. That's what a small business is. An entrepreneur wants to save the world, so the vision is different. The vision is, I have this thing that I want to change the world with, and I want to impact, and they take risks. So in terms of risk taking, a small business owner takes minimal risks, more looking at, counting inventories, investments, very safe in their decision making. An entrepreneur takes risks. The path wasn't laid before them. The trail hasn't been blazed. They do it. Like, I don't know how to do it. It's never been done before. I'll do it. That's what an entrepreneur is. Like, even though the industry's been there, but I'm a little different. I've got something different in me. My message is different. The way I would do this is different. And so they bank on themselves, a lot of trust, a lot of faith in how they could do things differently. That's what the entrepreneur does. And when you're an entrepreneur, you're practically like, the best way I describe entrepreneurship is this. It's like driving in the dark, and you can only see 2 cars ahead of you. And you trust that there's a road that it will appear as you keep driving. And you know what? Years into the entrepreneurship journey, since I started and I jumped in 2016, here's what I found out. The road does appear. The road does appear. And sometimes it's, entrepreneurs would like start something not knowing what the next steps would be. It will appear, I promise. I've been invited into like summits where it's not in my arena. I don't know what to talk about, but the day before, the message will appear for me. I've been into like projects where I have something to start it with, but I don't have what it takes to pull it through. It will appear. Whether the right person, the right collaboration, the right financing, it appears, or you make it happen. It either appears or you make it happen. But that's the difference of entrepreneurship. It's just the risk-taking behavior. So So as entrepreneurs, that's our heart, because you're wanting to change the world, you're wanting to make an impact, you're wanting to make a difference. And when you're an entrepreneur, it makes a difference that you have the credibility, that you have the authority, because you're doing something that's never been done before. There's not a pattern. It's not in the yellow pages. It's not popular. So how do you get to communicate that? And that's between what we do at the Business Solutions and elevating brands. That's what we want to do, is we want to be able to support you in creating the impact that you make in the world.
Awesome. Mic drop.
So for our audience, I'm looking at, entrepreneurs drive the car. Seriously, entrepreneurs drive the car. We actually have what we call a business sprinter IntelliDrive, and it's a business solutions model where it takes you from being stalled, stuck in the mud, where you're doing everything yourself and you're not able to drive your business forward because you're doing all of the work, all of the knickknacks, that goes with doing the business, to being able to have everything work behind you and all you do is drive. And that's between messaging, between systems and automation. And so all you do is just drive that business. And I don't want to hog the stage with 4 other women and Julianne joining us. So Julianne, now that you've joined us, tell us some questions that you have.
The thing that I'm always curious about is, and it goes back a little bit more to the mindset thing, but when there's a new technology out and you're already, especially if you're an entrepreneur, how do you decide what you're going to try and learn and what you're not, and what you're going to delegate to someone else? Let's start with you, Ava.
Well, that is so awesome, especially sitting on a 3-day tech summit, right? and here's the challenge with the entrepreneur mind, because we're very creative and we're very exploratory. It's called what's that animal that's the attention is very short?
Squirrel.
Teresa. Squirrel. Yeah, the squirrel syndrome. The squirrel syndrome, squirrel. And so we're not able to complete things because we keep getting starting this, learning this. And no, there's no shame to learning. I'm going to tell that 1000%. There's no shame to learning. Entrepreneurship requires a lot of learning, and we feel guilty investing on ourselves. I have family who would say, you're buying another program, you're starting another course, you're going to another summit. There's no shame in learning. Here's something that I'll tell you. When you want to be a doctor, when you decided I'm going to be a doctor, what's the first thing that you do? To our audience, to our hosts, what's the first thing you do?
Cool.
You go to
school. You decide to like science, and you go to school,
right? When you decide that you're going to be an attorney, what do?
Go to school.
You go to law school, right? Now, what happens when you decide to be a millionaire and make a difference in the world? What do you do?
Guess. No, I'm just kidding.
You still study.
You do.
You still study. And yet there's so much shame in entrepreneurs feeling like they're taking so much time investing in so much things to study. There's absolutely no shame in studying. However, we still do get to complete things, right? We can be in this perpetual cycle of studying and creating. So my take is I'm the person who says, put something out there. Instead of choosing another thing, put something out there and have that be generating income. And have that be generating leads, be generating what's the minimum that can be put out there. Don't worry about the advancements and the innovations. Have something that's working. And then the advancements and innovation can worry about itself when you have money coming and when you've got clients coming. So whether it is, for example, let's make it simple. What's your the basic simple structure of a business comes from something that you're generously serving with, giving for free, lead magnet, whether that's a video, whether that's a PDF, whether that's an ebook. Make something that you will give generously for free. Yesterday the day before we have an expert who was talking about using an ebook as a free book, free book magnet, just pay for the shipping and handling, minimal $10, I will ship it to you. But that becomes a lead magnet. So have something that captures the lead. A lead is someone who's aligned with you, who's aligned with your message, aligned with what you serve. Once you have a lead magnet and it works, have a nurturing email that follows up, or text message that follows up. Email isn't effective for everybody. Or have a social media messaging that follows up. When you have that follow up, it leads them to a next explanatory of explaining what you do for business. Because remember, you're an entrepreneur. That means you're doing something that hasn't been done before, at least in some form or another. Like you have a message that it's not like any others, and that becomes your gem, is your uniqueness. But if you can't speak it, and if you can't communicate it, guess what? Nobody's opting in, right? So have something explaining, whether that's a video, whether that's a website, a landing page, but that lead magnet, that nurturing leads to that website, that landing page, that video, that webinar, whatever it is that explains your uniqueness and what you do. And then that leads to a sales page. Once you have that with whatever minimum, whether it is, I'm going to advise you some things you shouldn't do. MailChimp, and then GoDaddy, but have something that works and that communicates with each other. The simpler way is come to the business solutions, because then we have something that talks to each other and everything is seamless. So that's my message, Julia. And don't get distracted with all of the advancements. Have something working.
Yeah, I love that, Ava. I love that how you explain that. I think another thing we'd add, I loved the panel earlier that you were moderating, Karen, with Cheryl and with Debbie and with Mandy. But Mandy said something that I think a lot of people think about. What am I spending so much of my time doing that is taking me out of my core genius, which is how I am serving the world, whatever it is that I'm doing as a business owner that is creating value and a service for the world? Is it emails, right? Is it social media posting? Is it how are you is it sending out invoices? Is it sending out contracts? What are the things that are taking up your time that might not be in your creative zone of genius? And how can you actually bring in automation systems and tools to help you manage those activities a little bit more effectively, so that you're not, like Cheryl was saying earlier, staying up all night as a business owner, but you're actually freeing up your time to connect with your audience, if you're an author or a speaker, or connect with the people that you're serving. And so oftentimes we think about how we're trying to get out there and how we're trying to connect, but what are the tools and systems you actually can have in place to automate a lot of those experiences so you actually free up the time? Mandy said it earlier that she has a CRM system that she uses to connect. We at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have a CRM tool and system for the business owners that we connect with, because we realize it's important to be able to centralize the place where you're sending out your email, your newsletter, you're automating your social media so that you can create one post and schedule it ahead of time, but you're sending out your contracts and your invoices, you're blogging, and you're nurturing your email list and your text list, right? So there are so many things that as business owners you want to do, and there's so much admin you just don't want to do, right? And it's important to think about the tools that are going to make your days a little bit more effective so you can be creative, so that you can connect, so that you can nurture and you can get yourself out there. And then your message, that, having that message clarity is so clear. What does that landing page or that funnel look like Ava mentioned? That website. Is your messaging clear? I mean, on day one, we had Deval come, who's an investor and works with startups. And he said, oftentimes the disconnect when a startup is asking for funding from an investor is there's a disconnect in the story. What is the impact? And so oftentimes that happens with business owners in their communities. Sometimes a business owner has created a solution or service that is for the person that they're talking to, but the words that they are using does not resonate with the person they're speaking to. And so nothing happens, right? So how can you be so clear in that message that you're actually making a connection? And how can you also understand that just because you connected with someone once doesn't mean that they're going to buy, right? How are you actually nurturing that relationship? If you meet someone for the first time, are you going to tell them your whole life story? Are you going to spend money on them? Maybe not, right? But how do you actually slowly build that connection point? And it's not always about the sell, it's about the connection. Because if someone likes you, if they can connect with you, then they'll engage with you. And so what the journey is going to look like depends for you, depending on where you are in your business, kind of where the life cycle of your business. But that's why it's always good to have a strategic partner that can help guide you, and that can be a third party perspective to say, this connects, this doesn't resonate, maybe this can be clearer, have you tried this approach? And that's why it's so great to have a strategic partner around you that can support you along that journey and then give you the tools to actually be effective, so you can focus on what it is that you do best. Hi,
Absolutely.
Michael.
Now we've got Michael in here, but I want to have a minute for something before you hop in, and I want you to be part of the experience. So we could either tell you what we do in business solutions, or we can have you experience it. And so in this last minute, actually, I've got two. I want you to experience what it's like to have your business working. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you close your eyes or not, but I want you to envision, and I want it to feel in your body, because you have to have a new norm. You only know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. And I want you to experience something that can be possible. So let's experience the best day of your business life. We're going to start today. Today was a day of overwhelming joy and gratitude. Ever since you worked with the Los Angeles Tribune Business Solutions, your life has transformed in ways you never imagined possible. You have raised your perceived value of your expertise and services, which has given you more time for business growth and activities, podcast guesting, speaking at summits and stages, engaging your followers live on social media, and lots of self-care and family time that has allowed you to show up powerfully in your goddess aura, in your energy, with an overflowing cup for your followers to receive from and be inspired by. Waking up in this morning, you felt a deep sense of calm and excitement like you've never felt in years. Your business is thriving. The automated systems you implemented have made client acquisitions and nurturing seamless. You now have a consistent pipeline of leads, and your social media engagement has skyrocketed. Your master plan, batch created, and pre-scheduled posts resonate with your audience. And as you engage with them in the comments, you feel like you're truly connecting with them. Your days are structured and productive, and you end each day with a sense of accomplishment rather than exhaustion. The best part is, now you have more time for your family. The fear of falling behind is gone. You feel confident, energized, and in control of your future. You wake up each day with a renewed sense of purpose and peace. The transformation has been nothing short of miraculous. You're grateful beyond words for the Los Angeles Tribune Business Solutions, because this is what's possible. Welcome to your entrepreneurship.
Give that a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Put those comments, put a 1 in if you just closed your eyes and you were taken on a journey. Ava, thank you so much. Alicia, thank you so much. This great panel. You guys are awesome. Make sure that everybody's sharing this, and because we're about to bring up one of the world's greatest podcasters on the planet, who's also who's also huge and becoming even huger in the sports world, which she doesn't talk about as much, but her background and history is just freaking amazing. So thank you all. We'll talk to you all soon. Julianne, stay up with me, and I will talk to you all later. We've got a great panel coming up next. So I don't, it's the introduction. Watch this. We got to make you, hold on. I'm going to put you here, and then I'm going to put you right there. There you go. And actually, Julianne, you two are going to take this away. But I just wanted to say, Sandy, you've been a blessing to be part of everything we're doing. You've been a blessing in my life. You've gone through really hard times with me, and I look forward to 10,000 years together. So thank you so much. You two have an amazing, but don't let her hide from that amazing past she's had. She's done like amazing things. And it's just, you two have a great time. I will talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael. Sandy, I would love for you to unmute and share a little bit about yourself. But before you do, I have to tell you, before I even knew who you were, Michael was singing your praises. And so you're very famous to me even before I met you. So I thought I would just share that with you, because it's always nice to know what people are saying about you behind your back. So please.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Julianne. Michael, thank you for that amazing introduction. And thank you, Mo and Ava and Karen and everybody else behind the scenes. Alicia, don't want to forget her, Parisa Rose, so many amazing people that put these events together. And I'm just grateful to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you. I would love, I mean, you've done so many wonderful things, like Michael was saying before, and you're a part of the podcasting community here at the LA Tribune. I'd love for you to share a little bit about what got you into podcasting and why was that a next move for you?
Well, great question. I actually had a podcast from 2008 to 2010. It was on Blog Talk Radio. It's still out there because, once it's out there, it never goes away. It was called Everything Mind, Body, Spirit. And in 2011, I went through a divorce, went back to corporate, and I was done with the personal development space. I was like, you know what? I'm getting too old for this. I just want to go to work, retire, and play tennis and just live the rest of my days and not have to worry about much, right? Well, when your mission is so much bigger than you are, which in my case, that's what happened. I published my second book in February of 21, and I had these amazing business coaches who were like, you need to start a podcast. I'm like, awesome. And so for me, it was obviously a way to promote my book. It seemed like the next move. But Julianne, I did everything so backwards when I relaunched, because number one, it was in the middle of COVID, right? But I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what I was doing in the online space at all. No clue. And I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past almost going on 5 years trying to just absorb knowledge and figure out, how do I do this? Because I'm like, this is it. This is it for me, right? I'm going to be turning 59 years young in a month and a half. And trust me, there was a lot of limiting beliefs that I had to overcome and to gain a lot more confidence, because I really felt like I was too old, right, to be in this game. And that's so far from the truth, because I have so much life lessons and wisdom and knowledge to share. And so starting the podcast was really a big part of it, to be honest with you, Julianne, was very selfish reasons, because I am a self-proclaimed self-help junkie and have been for 35 years. And I was like, awesome. I just get to talk to really amazing people that know things that I don't really know or want to learn more about. And I can just pick their brain for 30 to 40 minutes or an hour. And, great. And so I really struggled for a few years with it because I didn't really know what I was doing. And in January of 2023, I decided that, okay, I had so much going on. I take care of my mother. I had a full-time job, family life, all of those things. And I decided to put everything on the back burner. And all I was going to focus on was my corporate job and my podcast. And what started to happen is by having that intentionality, and like I put in the comments before, you create everything with intention and a consciousness, right? And I call consciousness being in complete alignment. And things started to happen. And in January of 2021, I was teetering around 2,000 downloads a month. By the end of the year, beginning of 2024, I had 150,000 downloads in 1 month this year so far. It goes up and down. It goes up and down. But the thing about it is, like, I really love creating and I love producing. And so now, as you know, I'm part of E360 as well. I haven't launched because, I couldn't figure it out. And I was like, I realized that I didn't want to, my podcast is about happiness, which is a topic that I will always love to talk about. It's important. It's needed out there. But I'm like, if I'm going to spend time and resources into a project like a television show, I've got to be on board with it. And I just didn't want to do a happiness television show. And so, to Michael's point, we're gonna bring this full circle. I realized that, I'm obsessed with tennis. I'm a retired U.S. national and international figure skating coach. I love sports. I was always a tomboy. I'm kind of reverting back to my tomboy days, actually, thanks to COVID. I rarely, I live in leggings, I think, and tennis shoes all day. But from the waist up, I'm presentable. But I'm launching a podcast which combines everything that I've learned, which is, peak performance and sports and the mindset. And it's just been a great journey. I already have 2 episodes are in full production right now. So privileged. And yesterday was such a life-changing day for me. And if I may share this real quickly, because it really made me take pause. we're all in these busy lives. We're doing all these things. And I've been in the DC metro area my entire life. And little did I know that 25 miles from me, every year there's a junior international tennis tournament. I got to film there last week and interviewed 3 amazing junior tennis players, right? That are all competing right now, or they may have, I don't think it's started yet, at the US Open. It's really exciting. And I can go online and I can follow them and see how they did. Well, yesterday I had the privilege of filming at an international wheelchair tennis tournament. And for the first hour, I think my mouth was just on the floor. Because I'd seen little clips and everything, but I never really watched these athletes. And I ended up interviewing, and he's going to be one of the guests on one of the episodes of my first season, the #1 wheelchair tennis male, athlete in the United States, 16 years old. And then I interviewed his doubles partner, who's 17, and they're best friends. And the two of them travel to Orlando, Florida once a month to attend the USTA National Training Center down there for tennis. And these kids, and both of these boys they're finishing up. Charlie, I'm gonna post my picture with him at some point today. Charlie Cooper, 16 years old. He's going to be competing in the US Open. He just won the quarterfinals. I'm in contact with his father and hoping that he wins today. Yes, exactly. The Paralympics is going on right now as well. And it was the most humbling experience. And I kept saying to myself, no bleep, bleep excuses. There's no excuses anymore.
Mm-hmm.
When you witness something like that level of peak performance, I mean, tennis is hard enough. I played an hour and a half of tennis this morning I'm an able body, I'm fast, and it's hard. It's hard enough. It's hard enough just to hit the tennis racket, but let alone do it in a wheelchair. And there's a lot more to come with wheelchair tennis for me. And I'm just so excited to really highlight these athletes, because it was just absolutely phenomenal to witness.
I love that. I love that you were combining everything instead of just focusing on one thing. I think that especially women have a tendency to think that we have to be inside a certain particular box. And if it doesn't fit that title or that box, then we kind of put it to the wayside, or we put on that mask at a different time. But I love that you're combining everything. Now, something that what I'm very curious about is you said that you launched and you didn't really know what you were doing yet. And I want to commend you for that. But I also want to acknowledge that you went back and said, okay, I'm doing this. Now let's make it really work. So what was it for you that was the wake up moment that you thought, you know what, this is fun, but I'm going to make this even more impactful?
Well, truth be told, I'm working with a really, really amazing coach and mentor right now. You know her, Noelle Agape.
Yes.
She's incredible. And she really helped me to see that there was a fault line in my business. Okay. And if you don't find that fault line in your business, it's going to stay stagnant. And for me, when I started Happiness Solved podcast, I was at a point in my life, things were crazy. My ex-husband was still in prison. Whole nother story. You can ask me about it or buy my book and read about it. I had a son in college, pretty much a single parent, even though he was in college. Lots going on. And for me, every single day was about finding a way to be happy. It was just, okay, happiness is a choice, and I'm going to choose happiness today. And that's where I was in my life. I've moved on. We all grow and we change. And sometimes you have to look at your brand and say, is this the core of my brand? And Happiness Solved, the podcast, was the core of my brand. But I've kind of, not that I've moved on from it, right? Because I will always have that podcast. I will always have it. It's a very successful podcast. I've got a huge sponsor. I'm in talks with even more sponsors right now. It's very successful. And that's great. It's just, where's my passion? What is my purpose? The tagline, okay, I'll go ahead and share it with you. My television show is called Peak Performance Playbook. Today's athletes, tomorrow's leaders.
Ooh, I love that. That actually is something that we're running low on time, but I really want to ask you this question in particular. And it's that there's so many leadership qualities in sports. And how do you think that sets other people apart? Because I'm not saying that everybody's an athlete and that doesn't mean that they can't be a leader, but how does it set you up to be one?
Well, you don't have to play a competitive sports. Anytime you're finding an activity where it could be salsa dancing, it could be ballroom dancing, it could be, just doing yoga, anything where you're pushing yourself to be uncomfortable. It's all about pushing yourself to be comfortable being uncomfortable. All right. And so when you learn to do that, and it's all about finding that passion. Like for me, I picked up tennis 8 years ago. I'm obsessed. In my mind, I'm training for Wimbledon, right? Why not? Just kidding. I know better. You can manifest all you want, but it's pretty unlikely I'm going to manifest myself into Wimbledon at my age. Anyway, but my point is when you're pushing yourself like that, you learn grit, you learn determination, you learn resilience, you learn how to bounce back, you learn how to push yourself. And I was listening to a podcast this morning with Andrew Huberman and Joe Rogan. Phenomenal episode. And they were talking about how when we push ourselves, when we're doing something we really don't want to do, and we push ourselves to do it, you're actually starting to rewire your brain and you begin to get better at things. And so it's kind of a little bit of a mind hack to push yourself. And after I got playing tennis this morning, I went over to Restore Hypo Wellness. I did an IV. I went into cryotherapy for 2.5 minutes. I'd never done it. Talk about doing something uncomfortable, right? And then I went into a red light therapy, and that's all part of recovering. It's all part of peak performance. I worked really hard, and now I'm going to recover my body. And as we age, those things become even more and more important. And that's what, elite athletes do on a daily basis is focus on that recovery.
I love that too, because I think with anything, there is that, even, especially with our last guest that was on, we were talking about being introverts and and also being on stage. There's that amount of recovery that you need, even if you are not doing a sport, that you need that recovery. So I love that you mentioned that, no matter what, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
So my question for you is, when it comes to podcasting, what is it you would have told yourself in the beginning that you know now?
To really take the time, either get a mentor or take the time to research, because it took me 2 full years. See, I didn't mention this, but the first 11 months, somebody else was producing my podcast for me. And then I realized it was not sustainable because it was too expensive. And I had to part ways. And so then I had to figure out how to do it myself. And it took me 2 years really to figure it out. So, there's a lot of resources out there, but have a plan, that plan of action, because I didn't have that plan of action. And I was just throwing spaghetti on the wall and hoping that it stuck. Yeah. But yeah, just have a plan. You got to, and learn.
Exactly. And it is, and start, right? That's part of it, is actually start. So what is next on the horizon for you? Because you're always up to something amazing, and you're known for peak performance. And that is such a remarkable term, but what does that mean to you, and what's next for you?
So peak performance for me is having that full rounded holistic approach to life, really. And it's about really making sure that you're taking care of every single part of your life and your business. And for me, peak performance, because I believe in 80% mindset and 20% tactics, for me, peak performance is always going to start and finish between the ears. What's next for me is launching Peak Performance Playbook television show. It's also going to be launched as a podcast as well. So I'm launching a second podcast, because why not, right? It's easy to do both. But what I'm really excited about is doing some documentary projects. And so I'm producing a documentary with a very good friend of mine on her life story. And then I'm also in talks with producing a documentary on wheelchair tennis. So those are my big projects. Yeah, I'm so excited about it.
See,
We have
that's
Michael back.
yeah, I'm back. But Sandy, that's part of everything you do is that of service piece we talk about so much. And how do you give back? And it's looking, there's always that term underserved population, but they don't want to be called that, right? That doesn't work for them. Like the Paralympics are going on right now, right? They were going on, and they're like, we're out here, we're having fun, we're doing this big time. I love that you're doing and that you're really you're in the community. And Julianne was right. I do tout you all the time. You have no idea. But that's because as we grow and as you grow, do the things that you love to do. You loved podcasting. There was part of you that loved it. There's things that you love to do. At the same time, you're transforming. And you're really now looking at what is it that I really love to do, and how can I be of service at the same time? And you are just charging forward with that. And trust me, nothing's going to stop you. I can tell you right now.
Yeah. Can I say one last thing?
Yes, of course.
I interviewed a podcast guest earlier this week, and I did a lot this week. And I can't remember who said it, so I apologize if I'm not giving them credit. But I want to bring it back to tech in my phone. Oh, see, my son graduated from college. There's my phone. We pay so much attention to our phone. We always need to know where it is. We keep it charged. We always get the latest updates. We're making sure it works good. And if I can just leave people with one last thing, if you could just pay attention to yourself a little bit more than you pay attention to this. Okay, it's really as simple as that. Put your phones down, meditate. Ava just did an amazing meditation. There's thousands of meditation videos out there. You don't have to pay to listen to it. Pay attention to up here and your body, and put this phone down, because this is going to be the demise of humanity if we don't start to give it a break.
Agreed. Give Sandy a thunderous round of applause. This has been awesome. Sandy, as again, for myself and Julianne, the whole team, for Mr. Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune, we're so honored to always have you on every time you can be. I can't wait to you'll be that roving reporter, and well, you're going to be at Wimbledon. We're going to get you everywhere. You might not always be playing, but you know what I'm saying.
I said to my husband yesterday, I was looking at the crowds at the US Open, and I'm like, no. That's not for me.
Right.
I'm going to be the one with the press pass going in the back entrance with the athletes, because I am not standing in line.
I'm not standing in line. I love it. All right, everybody, give Sandy a thunderous round of applause. Sandy, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon. You guys, you did just great. That was just fantastic. All right, we're going to transition. I'm going to bring our next speaker up. Julianne, I'll let you take a little break. So you take a little break, and then we'll, of course, bring you back. We keep you busy. We have too much fun. You've just been great today as such of the team, and I'll talk to you in a little bit. Now, you're welcome. Look who's here. For everybody out there, what's amazing is when you really work with the people that you know, like, and trust. Mr. Craig Bruce is somebody that, let alone, he jumps right in and says, how can I be of service? He jumps right in and says, I'm just in. He jumps in and says, how are we changing the planet and making a difference? And are we staying on mission all the time? And that's really, I think, and I got music in the background. So, but that is really that piece, I think, that makes you sort of stand out and somebody that I want to work with. It's that know, like, and trust, and also, are you making a difference? Everybody give a thunderous round of applause for Mr. Craig Bruce.
Hey, Michael. Thank you. Wasn't Sandy Scarlatti? She is, she's been very instrumental in helping me get my podcast to the point where I'll be able to launch this fall. So she is a dynamo, and it's really exciting to be here. What you guys are doing, Mo, Ava, Alicia, the entire team, Karen. I mean, just what an amazing 3 days, and I'm super, super honored to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you on, and it's always been great to sort of work together and do these things together. And I think that's the point is, are we making a difference, and are we going to make a change every day? But from an audience perspective, again, I believe that the speakers have been great, is earn the right. Why are you here? So why don't you give them a little bit about your background and why you are here?
Yeah. Hello, my friend Doria. I just saw a comment. Yeah. Michael, for why am I here? Let's start with that, because I've given that some thought. Is, if you think about the world that we're living in, we are living in a world that is changing more rapidly than we as humans can possibly adapt to. Technology, social situations, just everything. And leaders, entrepreneurs, business leaders, executives are overwhelmed. How do I know that? Because in a recent global study with over 1,500 organizations around the world, and we've got a global audience here, right, Michael? I mean, we've got people from around the world here.
23 countries.
Right. A global talent management firm, DDI, surveyed over 14,000 leaders. 75% of them reported that they feel used up at the end of the day. They don't use the word burnout, but people are stressed. I mean, if you feel stressed and you feel like you know, after the end of a day, type a 1 in the chat. I'm sure we're going to see lots of 1s from our audience. And so I found a quote recently, and I want to share it with the audience. It's by a musician, and I'm going to read it because I want to make sure that I get it. It says, "Burnout is what happens when you try to avoid being human for too long." So why am I here? Because why I am here is to help, and I'm on a mission to help stressed out, burned out business leaders and entrepreneurs to be human again, to live human. That's my mission, because for 25 years, man, I lived this life of a busy global executive, as you know, Michael, because you've heard this story. A partner in a global management consulting firm. I was an expat in Mexico and Brazil. I was consulting with clients around the world. I had actually accumulated 2.5 million miles on one airline and 1 million miles on another. Now, not as many miles as Mary, right?
You're getting close, though.
Yeah, well, I think she's got like over 4 million.
She does.
And you know what? I wore it like a badge of honor. I even bragged about it to my friends, and yet it was that life that was taking its toll. I was waking up in the middle of the night, my mind racing. I couldn't get back to sleep. I struggled with pain and my weight. And worst of all, it was wrecking my relationships. And I really felt like I was running on that proverbial hamster wheel, and I just didn't know how to jump off. And so that's really why I'm on this mission, to really help business leaders, entrepreneurs, executives to live human, to live a high performance lifestyle. Because if you think about it, we've all made sacrifices along the way, either sacrifices in our health, our wellness, or our relationships. And at some point, my clients reach a point in their lives where they begin to ask questions like, is this all there is?
Yeah.
Is this who I really am? Or
Right.
What's next for me?
Right. We talked about that the other day in the show yesterday. It might have been with Joseph McClendon too, right? Because he does hey, I'm going to be 71. I'm not even close to done. I'm not even. But we also talked about, with everything going on, and you used one term. You'd send me great. By the way, if you want to work with somebody who sends the most amazing notes on the planet, it's Mr. Craig, and he knows I'm never going to go. I always go off no matter what, because we just have a conversation. We've known each other really well, and that's the truth. But it is true. You put there, it's so volatile now, or that's the perception. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about that? And I love it too, because it's happening, right? So you can bury your head in the sand or go from there. Go ahead, talk about that.
Yeah. So I'll preface that with saying I was coaching an executive last week, and she said to me, and it'll be interesting to see if this resonates with our viewers. She said, "Craig, I feel like I'm eating change for breakfast," and I went, "Wow." How many of you feel like you're eating change for breakfast? And I would also ask, when you think about today's global business environment, what one word, Michael, what one word comes up for you? And type in the chat for those who are watching, what one word comes up for you? Michael,
go ahead, people, type it in. There's for me, it's sort of this is what I hear too: unstable. There's this unstable side.
Yeah, there's an acronym it's been around for 20, 25 years. The acronym is VUCA. V is in Victor, UCA. And I think it still applies today. It stands for volatile, uncertain, change, and ambiguous. That's really how I think we see the world.
But if you take a look at how we perceive, right? Remember, Craig, there's a couple things. How we perceive the world, right? We're meaning-making machines, so we make meaning out of everything. And that biggest piece, though, is part of what's happening is not only is there stress around that, is people are losing. Look at the United States and look at the health statistics.
Yeah.
It's awful. And I know you teach a little bit about that, but how do you get people? It's taking a society and getting them sort of back on track.
Yeah. Dr. Peter Attia, who I follow his podcasts and read his books. He has a concept that he talks about. He describes it as your marginal decade. And what it is it's your last 10 years of your life. And your marginal decade will be different than mine. That'll be different than someone else's, but we're all going to have a marginal decade. And his point is that to whatever you want to be, however you want to be living in that marginal decade, is you better start planning now. Right? And so for me, the whole idea around living human, living a high performance lifestyle, and it really boils down to three pillars. And I've developed that into what I call my Elevate You blueprint, which I actually introduce in my first book, which is coming out in the fall, which I'm pretty excited about. And those three pillars are, and I'll spend just a few minutes describing those pillars. Is the first pillar is consciousness. A lot of people call it mindset. We've heard a lot over the last 2 days about the importance of mindset. Is extremely important. Mindset is about growth, it's about clarity, and it's about intention. So let's get very clear. And when I coach my leaders, we get very clear about who they want to be and how they want to show up. We get very intentional. We've heard the word intention or intentionality, right?
Right. That's right.
Right. One of my mentors, Michael Bernard Beckwith, who many people know Michael Bernard Beckwith, right? He's the founder of Agape Spiritual Center here in Los Angeles. He says, and I love.
Yeah, we did. We actually, the Tribune did a big show with him. I think 2 years ago. I have to take a look.
Yeah. And he's been, he was featured in The Secret. And I invite you guys to write this down. He says, with intention comes design. Without intention, you have default. Think about that. With intention, you have design. Without intention, you have default. Now, who on here wants to live their life in default? Nobody, my guess. So consciousness is the first pillar. And so we work very clearly on, and we also heard, Joseph talked about clarity. What do you want? Get clear.
Right.
We've heard it. We've heard it as a constant theme. So that is the first pillar. The second pillar then is lifestyle, and that's how you nourish, restore, and move your body. The other thing I loved about Joseph's presentation yesterday is he used the word rituals. I also use that word. I don't use routine because, and you heard Jonathan talk about it yesterday, right?
Yeah, I got schooled a couple times.
You did get schooled. You did get schooled, and you took it really well. You took it like a champ, Michael, as you always do. And so we really focus on creating your morning rituals, your evening rituals, based on science-specific behaviors that we know that science will tell us will impact your life. I loved yesterday when Joseph, and I actually added one to my morning routine. I always, my morning routine, my morning ritual, is I wake up first thing in the morning. I wake up in a state of gratitude. I ask myself, what am I grateful for? I drink my water. He explained yesterday why that's important. And then the other thing I added this morning was I smiled, right? I love that addition. And then I get out and get some morning sunlight and I get some movement in, and there's all kinds of science. So the point in sharing that with you is, one, it's a takeaway that people can create a morning ritual, and it's also science-based, and that's what we do. So pillar number 2 is lifestyle. pillar number 3, and this is what we're doing here, community. Pillar number 3 is about community, and there's all kinds. I'm a data guy, I'm a science guy. I spent all those years in consulting, and you better have your facts and your data when you get in front of an executive team. If not, they're going to eat you alive. So I approach everything very very linear, Michael, as you know, and also very data and science based. And so community, there's a ton of research out there that suggests the importance of community in longevity. And so the conversations that I have with my clients, because I would say all of them have made sacrifices in relationships to get to where they are.
Yeah.
And so we get very clear about how do you want to interact with yourself? How do you want to interact with your relationships? And then how does that interact with your career? And there we get very clear about what are your values, what are your non-negotiables, and we focus on setting boundaries, because honestly, we suck at setting boundaries. Right? And I don't use the word boundaries. I use terms of engagement, because I think that's a little more it's a little more engaging. So hopefully, did that answer your question? So we really focus on those 3 pillars.
It did. That's great. You talked about, I'm going to jump over to community for a second, because I think that is that's a linchpin piece. And there was the study done with the nuns back in I think it was the 80s. And we talked about it the other day. And they really looked at their lifestyle and how long they're living. And part of it was that they study every day. Part of it was that interaction. And it really came back to, it's the community that they live in. It's that they live in community and that they interact with each other, and there's always a thought process going on, and they just, they don't eat better or worse. I mean, they don't have McDonald's every day, but you know what I'm saying? And it keeps, I know what it is, because we had a great, we're going to be doing, you'll all be seeing it very soon, a lot of stuff with Jim Quick, but it's really that mindset in keeping. And how do you feel? Do you feel young? Do you feel old? Do you feel you're done? Joseph talked about this too. When you retired, how come people die literally within 6 weeks?
Absolutely.
And I think that community piece is really critically important. It's part of why we do what we do at the Los Angeles Tribune, which is we just blast this out. Just get on wherever you are. There's no barrier to entry. And it's that community piece. Go ahead.
Yeah, and community, right? So community for me is again, we get very intentional. Build community with like-minded people who have similar values, who will elevate you, who will co-create, right? Who will support you when you need that support, who will challenge you when you need that. And in today's really divided, divisive world, I personally want to live my life surrounded by people, like-minded people. I'll also share just a personal story about community. When COVID hit, my parents, who were in their early 80s, they had a vibrant community. And I didn't see them for a year. And, during COVID, we were all inside and when I saw them a year later, the impact that having lost that community, that connection, was tremendous on them. And honestly, they've never recovered from it. So it's one of the reasons why community is so important to me, because I've experienced the impact.
Yeah, I actually, and for those of you listening, we've all had that impact in different ways, but it was the same with my dad, actually, because it was all about his community and walking around and talking every day. And that's what he did. And then, it was years of not being able to, or people weren't out. And I still see the effect today.
Yeah.
And so that community piece is really important. This has been great. It always goes really fast. We have about 2 more minutes, and then actually Craig is going to take us into the next panel, because he is one of the best panel hosts you'll ever see on the planet. But one last thing I'd just like to touch on before we go, because I think this is important. And you wrote this down too. It's people are really discouraged right now with the leaders in the world. They're discouraged with leadership. Can you give us somehow a bright spot on that, or something they can focus on to turn the page?
Yeah, we are in a leadership crisis. Bench strength leaders are reporting that they do not feel connected, a purpose, a mission, and that's at the C-suite level. My belief and my experience in coaching these leaders, both individually and in groups, is that first you need to lead yourself well before you can lead others. So let's focus on living human so that you can lead human.
I love that. That's actually really good. Everybody's writing notes. I can see it. I can see other comments you can't. But and what's great about this, Greg, is how important this is, and I can see parts of the audience, and the team can see everything. But we have over 1,000 people actually watching us right now. And they're taking their time out. Plus, we have everybody else in the worldwide communities. Plus, we have hundreds of comments coming in. And the great thing about this, and it's a holiday weekend, because people said you shouldn't do this on a holiday weekend. Nobody's going to be around. Nobody's going to watch. It's Saturday. Everybody's playing, especially in the US, this and that. And that has not been true, because it's how you limit yourself, right? Because you hear all the noise out there. And then I always just say, why not? Why not? And that's what we've done. And you being here today with us is just, for me, is always a blessing. We're still just getting to know each other, because we have a long way to go. That's what I look for working with, like Joseph McClendon's and everybody else. And we've actually had just some big news, which I can't tell you all yet, but you guys will hear it over the next month. And it's great, the mission we're on together. And I appreciate you so much. Any last words before I transition you?
Yeah, I would like to leave. The last words are a question, and I want to pose a question for the group to think about, for the viewers, is why is it important for you to adapt and thrive in this global environment? And I invite you to think about it from 3 perspectives. Why is it important for you? Why is it important for your relationships? And why is it important for the world?
Give Mr. Craig Bruce a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Craig, you're the best, but you're not going anywhere. So everybody write those notes down. Make sure that you're sharing the show with everybody you know out there. Make sure that you're getting on the feeds. We're on Facebook. We're on LinkedIn. We're on X. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. Why Twitch? People are always funny about Twitch. If Amazon paid what they did for Twitch, Twitch is an amazing platform that you can do so much for. And I'm not doing an ad. We have no sponsors, but it's just, you need to learn what's going on out there. So with that being said, Craig, I'm going to bring up the panelists. Are you ready to go?
Hi, we are ready to rock and roll. Oh my
right.
goodness, look at these amazing people.
It's good looking people. And I'm going to drop off for a second, but I wanted to just do one shout out. First of all, you guys are all amazing. I know you all for a long time, but Daniel Russo's on here too. He's been amazing in my world when we needed some things done urgently around websites and graphics and looks. And you know what he did? He just said, how can I be of service? Tell me how I can help you, and never asked anything else. And those are the kind of people we want to work with. Same with Albert, Jacqueline, and Todd. Have a great panel, and we'll see you soon.
Hey guys, welcome.
Hey, Craig.
Are you hearing echo?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and make sure you mute yourself.
Everybody
mute yourself and it's your time.
Okay, now can you hear me? Okay, speak so I can make sure I hear you.
What's up, Craig?
Hi.
I'm not hearing you. Let me put my earbuds back in.
He's going to put his earbuds back in. I'm telling you, thank gosh. And this is not a plug again, because we don't do sponsorships, but Apple, we've got our headsets in, we got our earpods. Craig,
Okay.
you good to go?
All
Okay.
right, now can you? Yeah. Okay. Are we good to go now? Awesome. All right. So really good to see all of you.
Hold on one second. Everybody else, make sure you mute yourselves until it's your time to talk. Look at your computer. Go ahead, start muting.
Okay,
I
all
can
right,
see who's muted and who's not.
Let's try this again. Are we good now? Okay, good. Well, here we go. We're off to a bang. So again, thank you guys for being here. It's such an honor to be able to bring your stories and ask the questions that allow you to bring your stories. Now, all of you are podcasters, and so where I'd like to begin, and Jacqueline, we'll come to you first, and then Todd will come to you. Is tell us a little bit briefly about who you are, a little bit about what you do, and about your podcast.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. And I am so excited to be with this panel. I love these people. So my name is Jacqueline, and I'm a screenwriter originally from Canada. But my husband and I moved to Mexico because we wanted to start an online business. And you know what? It's cheaper to live in Mexico for a little while. And so that's what we did. And we started a podcast actually because Michael had encouraged us to, because he said, you know what? You guys have something amazing and you've got this amazing community. Why not do a podcast? And I'm so glad that we did, because what we do with our podcast is we interview people in the film industry who are also Christians, because that's where we work. And so we've been able to connect with a lot of great people.
Awesome. And where in Mexico are you?
Well, currently we're actually visiting a family in Canada, but we live a couple hours east of Mexico City, which is like this tiny little town where there's no tourism. And so we just love living a Mexican lifestyle.
I lived in Mexico City for 4 years. And really just an amazing experience living internationally in one of the biggest cities in the world. So enjoy. Todd, how about you? Tell us a little bit about what you do and your podcast.
Yeah, so my name is Todd Baker, and I'm the founder of Project 9 Life. I'm a personal development and a corporate culture coach. And my podcast really focuses on self-development, personal development, talking to a ton of different people about a variety of different subjects. And it's all about helping people just kind of get unstuck, figure some stuff out, and make progress in their own lives. I'll start with, the people here. I mean, I've talked to Jacqueline, and I've talked to all sorts of different people in all sorts of different realms. And it's amazing the stories that we hear and get to experience just through doing it. So that's a little bit about me.
Todd, I love the piece about helping people get unstuck. What do you find gets people stuck most?
For the most part, people get stuck because they don't see a way, or they don't have a route to continue the progress that they've made up to a certain point in their life. And so, like most society, they start blaming everything else besides looking in the mirror first.
Wow. How powerful is that? Daniel, how about you? Tell us a little bit about your biz and your podcast.
Absolutely.
By the way, it's nice to finally meet you.
Definitely, it's nice to meet you, and thank you so much for letting me be on the show, or on this panel. But my name is Daniel Russo, and I'm the owner of On Point Media and Communications. I specialize in graphic design, web design, digital marketing, and I don't technically have I haven't started my podcast yet, but I'm working with a group of creatives that do what I do as well, to help bring education to people to help simplify their marketing needs.
Very cool. And how did you get started with that?
Yeah, so actually started all the way back from high school. I was at a career technical center, and really was started from my mentor, an auto mechanic who had me design a logo while I was in high school. And so entrepreneurship has always been there for me. And right out of college, I was a digital marketing for a real estate company based in Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Great. Thank you. Mr. Corey. And then we'll come to you, Misty, with the introductions. Hello, Mr. Corey.
What's up, Mr. Craig? Can't wait to see you live again.
I know. It's been a while.
Been a while. I guess I'll do my intro. My name is Albert Corey. Name of my podcast is Rock Your Bottom Podcast, where we show you how every little thing that can move your business forward is a tax deduction. See, for almost 40 years, I've served over 150,000 clients to put more money in your pocket with less stress and capital. We've worked with everything from lizard ranchers to truck drivers and everything in between. So I'm here to make sure to show you how everything is a tax deduction so you can pay less to the I and the R and the S.
Albert, why do I feel like I just watched an infomercial? Right? And tell me, what does a lizard farmer do?
He grows lizards and then sells them to hobby stores.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I that's one industry that I've never heard of. So thank you for that's my learning for the day. And Misty Kerrigan, the amazing Misty Kerrigan. Hello.
Mr. Bruce, how are you? Hello, lovely panel. I'm very excited to be here on the Los Angeles Tribune Tech Week. I am a business psychologist, and I help entrepreneurs and new businesses and service-based businesses through behavioral economics. So it's the study of our clients and customers and how we can better shift our business to meet their needs to get to that level of fanatic customer who is just telling everyone about you, and you're getting most of your referrals from the people who you serve.
Yeah, and Misty, what do you find is the biggest challenge with the business leaders that you work with?
Right oh my now? Gosh, and I'm also guilty of it too. Is the challenge is we think we know what they want, and the challenge for us is to shift it to really look at what is it that they need. So it's that promote what they want, but on that back end, making sure that we're meeting their needs so that they could continue through your business and your journey. Because we want more of a relationship base with our clients. And sometimes as business owners, guilty of it too, is I'm like, oh, let me think. I think they need this, and I think they need this, and I think they need this. But when actuality is just to kind of study the psychology behind what they're not saying.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I will tell you, for those of you who have not had a conversation with Misty around your business, she's been very instrumental in helping me get even more focused. All right, this 3 days is about technology, and as I said in my the previous segment, is that the world is changing more rapidly than we as humans can adapt. And so, Misty, I'm going to come back to you, and then Albert will come to you. How are you and your business and just even your life impacted by technology and the change that's going on with technology?
So I was a little weary at first. I come from more of the academic, like the study of psychology and years of experience with behavior modification. And so last year when AI really started to get back into the public, was more leaving the tech world. A lot of people already had the AI. Is I got on and really just started to dive into it head first and understand that, oh my gosh, it is cutting my time not only in half, but beyond that. Because I used to get lost. I don't know about anyone else. I'm guilty of getting lost in those rabbit holes on Google where I just go and go and go and I get all this information and it's too much. An overwhelmed mind doesn't buy. And so what AI is really helping me do in this technology is it's just helping me get focused. And then it helps me say what I'm trying to say. And then I get it back and then I make it more human again. So it's this great dialogue, and it never ceases to amaze me how much information is just available if we ask the right questions.
Yeah, Misty, have you ever started the day and you're with ChatGPT or Claude, and 2 or 3 hours later you look up at the clock and it's like, anybody else experience that? If you have, give me a thumbs up, man. There are some days when I'm like, Craig, you just spent 3 hours with your best friend Claude and ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, Albert, now I'm stuck on where you could create your own color sheets. Or it's making pictures for you. I'm like, create a feeling of, and then it's just giving me this image back. I'm like, this is dangerous. So I definitely think there is some way in technology to be able to utilize it as we need to as a tool, but not become
Yeah.
the tool of it.
Yeah, yeah. Albert, so you're in the accounting finance world. How are you seeing technology impact your business?
Well, I can tell you when I started, Craig, I used to pass out flyers. Realize you have to go write a flyer out in Word, print them, and you could still do this and I'll pass them out. Fast forward to AI, where lately I was making my Facebook posts. I type in my little, I had Mr. AI know who Albert Corey, the tax dude is. And I type in, oh, show people how to open up a corporation. And next thing you know, bam, a graphic is done. As opposed to even as little as what, maybe a year ago, I'd have to be busting my head on Canva to get it, to get something. Now you just tinker with it and my graphic is done. And this is a guy, remember, who used to pass out flyers.
Yeah.
Make them on Word and go pass them out on copy machines and pass them out. So the world makes a whole lot easier on getting my stuff up.
It absolutely does. I mean, we heard from the amazing panel of women entrepreneurs and just a lot of detail about how they're using it. And I learned so much about the bots and those kinds of things. So Daniel, we'll come to you. How about you, technology? I imagine you're seeing some changes with your business as well.
No, definitely. There's been a lot of changes going on. What I really like about AI is being able to help, as what Misty said, make it quick or cut time in half to be able to help others, to get to the next customer. And what I really like about it as well is you can set up a lot more automations with it. Especially with like keyword, cycling out keywords and stuff like that to better enhance the customers or clients' web presence.
Yeah, cool. Say a little bit more about the automation piece. How has that helped your business, and what's the value in that?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can include like chat bots and stuff like that into your website where the AI bot will actually, if you program it correctly, you can study all your everything that you sell. Like if you're an e-commerce website, and it helps with automate. It really helps where instead of talking to a human or a person, it will automatically be like, "Oh, here, you need this. I recommend this." Type thing.
Cool, awesome, great. Thank you. Thanks for those insights. Todd, we'll come to you, and then we'll wrap up with one more. Todd.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone's kind of in the same boat and mode and had some great kind of tips and tricks and pointers and everything like that. And similar to everyone else, it's automation and AI. It's really helped my business with more targeted marketing because the more you narrow that scope of who you're actually getting that message in front of and that ideal client, that dream client, the better. I will put one word of caution out there for everyone that's watching is it seems like almost every day there's a new version or a new company that's coming out with something that is kind of like something that you may already utilize. You just got to research it and take advantage of what can help, but don't think that you got to take advantage of all of it. What saves you time and what helps your business, that's where you need to focus your time, your attention, your money to be able to help your business and not have everything available to you because they're not all going to help you.
Yeah. Todd, do you ever find that that AI makes things up?
Yeah. Every once in a while, I'll get a message back that that'll just be question marks, and I'll go back and look and be like, yeah, I don't know what they meant right there, and then you got to jump in and correct it or whatever. But yeah, it's basically it's like human. I mean, we make mistakes, and it makes mistakes.
I find that because I do a lot of research around science and those kinds of things, is I verify everything, right? I ask it to give me the source, and sometimes it'll go, oh, well, it doesn't say this, but it made it up, So I also in my prompts I say, don't make it up, right? Give me facts. So Jacqueline, how about you? Technology and how it's impacting your business.
Well, as an entrepreneur, there's a lot that you have to do on your own until your business grows enough that you can hire people to do it. And so technology has been such a lifesaver. I had no idea going into this I would have to learn graphic design. So thank you, Canva. That's a fantastic place to go to help to, produce the things you need to produce graphically. And then, AI has been such a helpful, Claude is amazing. I am actually writing some of my screenplays into a book. If I had to sit down and do all of that work myself, yeah, I could do it, but I've already written the story as a script, it can turn it into a book for me, and then I can go through and edit it to make it, even more amazing. But yeah, definitely technology is helping us to launch. It's like there's the two people, and then you've got like another 5 or 6 people helping you because of technology. So
yeah,
it's like having coworkers or people that work for you.
Yeah, support staff, right?
Mhm.
I was at a Jacqueline, would you introduce yourself? When you are, yeah, there we go. Thank you. I was at an entrepreneurial mastermind a couple of months ago, and obviously AI was on the agenda, and there were international AI experts at this mastermind. And one of the questions that was being posed was, will AI replace the CEO of an organization? And there was literally a 2-hour discussion around that. And I just found that to be very interesting. The bottom line, or the consensus of that group, and there were about 150 people there, was that no, it won't, because AI doesn't have the emotional intelligence, but many of the jobs reporting into and up to the CEO will possibly be replaced. So let's talk about community. We've heard a lot about community over the last 3 days and the importance of that. We also know that one of the key values of the Los Angeles Tribune is to build community. I'm just curious, and Misty will come to you first, and then we'll go to you, Daniel. Misty, how do you build community in your business?
I love community. Being an ADHD extrovert, people recharge me. I love being around them. But what I found is in my normal day world, when I work with at-risk youth and I work with families and foster youth, and is that I was kind of getting stuck. There was not a lot of people development-wise. My wife even jokes that sometimes when I'm heading off to seminars or conferences, she's like, enjoy your cult. Because really what I enjoy is like-minded people who want more, and just to be able to sit in and have discussions like this. So in the community I get to build internationally because of the Los Angeles Tribune and getting to meet even some of you guys, is that a community that wants more. The higher achiever who kind of has a success, but at the end of the day is like, I still want to serve, like Michael always talks about. There's still a service component, and I still know that there's a huge impact to make, and I'm still learning and I'm still growing. So I love to create my community around those same individuals who come from all different walks of life, but just want more and want to make a bigger impact.
Oh, I love that. And I just want to say thank you for letting me be part of your community. It's our discussions are truly amazing. Daniel, how about you? What about community and in your business?
Yeah, so 2 things. Misty, definitely agree with what Misty says about building a community with like-minded people for the betterment to better the community, for one, but also building great relationships and mentorships, to just building great mentorships. And
Yeah, well, we are super excited that you're part of the community now. It's really, we're really excited that you've joined us, and we look forward to continuing to see your contributions. All right, Jacqueline, how about you, community?
Community is so important because I'm so far away from everybody when I'm in Mexico. But the podcast is a really important piece of it because when we are interviewing people, we're interviewing people from within our community of filmmakers. Most of us are independent filmmakers, and you really need each other when it's independent filmmaking. So we've met a lot of great people there, and we've connected a lot of great people through there. And then, of course, going to actual live events is also really important.
Cool. And it's great to see you on our Monday calls.
Yeah.
All right, Todd, and we'll come to Albert. And then we'll have one very quick question because I imagine Julianne's going to be coming up pretty soon. So Todd.
Yeah, it's community is a big aspect, and I kind of segment it by 3 different things. There's the outer circle, which is like your cheerleaders. They view stuff, they like stuff, but they don't necessarily become part of it. And then within that because I do group coaching, those people kind of create their own community and they start to really help each other out. And then there's your inner circle. And something I kind of caught on the last end of Craig, what you were talking about is how, like-minded people and, you got to get in those rooms and create those relationships. Something for everyone is like, don't think that size matters. It doesn't matter how many people are in it, because the more you progress individually, personally, and the more you value those relationships, your inner circle, those closest to you, actually tends to shrink rather than expand.
Wow, I 100% agree with that, and I'm actually okay with that, right? Right. Quality over quantity any day. Albert, wrap it up for us.
Yeah, I just add one little piece to that. Success is a contact sport. So you have to have you have to get a lot of contacts and start talking to everybody so you can keep building your community. So if you stay and don't go out and come to these events and don't go out and meet other people, you're never going to have a community. That's why I've learned a long time ago, success is a contact sport, and pass it on. Because the more you make contacts, you're just one person away from what Todd just said, that little small group that's going to be your best buddies forever.
Albert, I love that. Success is a contact sport. May I quote you on that?
Absolutely. You taught me that when we first met, but it's okay.
All right. We've got just a few minutes left. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do, and you got 30 seconds. All right. Because we want to deliver quality and change people's lives, what is one tip that you can offer to our listeners and our viewers that will change, that they can implement today or tomorrow, that will impact their lives, that could change their lives? And Daniel, I'll come to you, and then we'll come to you, Todd.
Yeah, my tip would be, don't fear the change of adding artificial intelligence into your life. It's a great tool, and the more you learn it, the more you'll understand it. It's like riding a bike.
Awesome. I actually like that. That's a great analogy. It's like riding a bike, right? You just learn. Okay, Todd, and then we'll come to you, Jacqueline.
Yeah, that was a great point. My one tip would be, take a look in the mirror, and in the end, if you look and you don't like it and you want something different, do something different. Plain and simple.
Wow. Do something different. Powerful. Jacqueline.
Yeah, we could drop the mic with that one, Todd. That was fantastic. I love that. Yeah. And so I guess for me, one of the things that I've learned is that every step is valid and necessary. Every step of the process, whatever part of the process you're in, you have to go through that part of the process to get to the next step.
Love that. Albert.
Mine is stay in your lane. Okay, everybody's good, hyper-focused on what you're doing. So don't go and try to be the expert. You are, like Jacqueline is a screenwriter. Well, don't try to build your apartment when you know how to write books. Sorry, I'm trying to give the analogy, but stay in your lane, because when you stay in the lane, good things are going to happen. When you go out of the lane, wah, 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 that's when the doo-doo hits the fan.
Albert, love it, love it, love it. You are. What did you have for breakfast this morning? You must have eaten your Wheaties. You are on point.
Always hanging around with good people to build a
And then
community.
Misty, bring us home, because I see
It's
Mr.
so funny
Michael
that he
Porter.
zoomed back on right when I was going to say this, because ever since I followed this advice, I take it like it's my own. But as Michael says, 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind. 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind. To be a professional at anything, you need coaches. To get where you want to go, you need someone who already laid the path. You don't have to reinvent it. So just want to end with, that's where you start to build your community. When you get around your mentors and you get around your coaches and they start introducing you to their mentors and their coaches, I think sky's the limit. And the Los Angeles Tribune really shows that. It really shows that with these amazing events they're able to do. We're able to do that because of the integrity of the paper. And Mo Rock, I see you there. Great to see you, sir. Is just getting around people who are going to help you and getting around like-minded people.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you. Thank you all for truly dropping some tons of nuggets. Michael, we'll turn it back over to you. Michael, let's
on mute. Yeah, I got it. All right. Give this panel a thunderous round of applause. You guys are awesome. Give Craig Bruce for leading it as always. It's great to have the information, and we're just going to transition. Craig, thank you so much for everything you do. Jacqueline, Misty, Daniel, Todd, and Albert. It's great when names are listed, but I know you all. You're such a part of the team. You're so awesome, and I'll talk to everybody very soon. All right, so I'm going to grab the board for a minute so you guys don't have to worry about that. Craig, have a good one. All right, so I'm going to bring up Julianne with me. There you go. I always get them when they're itching or scratching. Now, I'm going to be here just for a minute because I'm going to bring him up. This is when you have one of your mentors on stage with you, and the gentleman, I'll just tell it quickly, then I'm going to turn it over to you too, because Bill will earn his own right, trust me. But when you are working at an organization and being on stages for a long time, and they know something's happening in your life, and he steps in and he says, how would you like to transition? I was ready to go. Come be with us. Moving into COVID, taking care of the team the whole time, mentoring us, teaching us, and training us, making my mind blow open about podcasting, changing my world. This next gentleman, Mr. Bill Walsh and Power Team, has literally changed my world. I am a rainmaker. I've been with him around the world. He has literally spoken on all the major stages, and he coaches, trains, and teaches the biggest speakers on the planet. And not just that, business leaders. So I'm going to give this up to Julianne, but let's give it up to Mr. Bill Walsh.
Oh, you're on mute. There we go.
Is that working there? Can you guys hear me okay?
You are good.
How's everyone doing, first of all?
We are so glad to have you here.
Yeah, Michael, it's great to hear those nice, loud praises, and I want to give them right back to you guys. I think so often people don't realize that you think you get there on your own. You never get there on your own. You get there because you have a great team. And, it's fun to work with Michael for more than a decade and so many other incredible entrepreneurs. Misty, I seen on here, Albert, and of course, my brother from LA, Mr. Mo Rock. Great to be as a part of this Tech 24 broadcast. So what's going on today?
We are just so excited to learn from you, Bill. Oh my goodness. We've been looking forward to it all day. I've had the privilege of attending a few of your events, and you are definitely a mentor among mentors. And also you are in that technology world as well. And I would just love for you to share what you think has been missing, or what you think is the most important thing for an entrepreneur starting out that maybe they haven't thought of. I think you mentioned the really important thing, which is you don't do it alone, but what else?
Well, I think so often as entrepreneurs, we see what we see and we believe what we see. So often if somebody makes it look easy, we think it'll be easy for us too. And the reality of business, and I want you guys to write this down, it's called the glacier effect. And the glacier effect is that you only see 10% on the outside of what it takes to win. The other 90% of the work is done all behind the scenes. And if you're an entrepreneur, begin to realize if you're not getting the results you're looking for, don't go look to somebody else, look within. Ask yourself every day, are you making the right phone calls? Are you in the right rooms? Are you attending the right trainings? Are you challenging yourself to get out there? And my friend that sold his last company for $4 billion, he said, every day you've got to see the people and tell the story. So ask yourself today, have you made a point to go see the people tell the story in the last 30 days? I do believe that past performance is indicative of future results. And I also believe there was a gentleman by the name of T. Harv Eker, and he said something quite profound. He said, how you do anything is how you do everything. So often, people that make excuses, the reason they make excuses because they're never trained how to properly build a daily method of operation, which means scheduling that success. See, at a job, they tell you what time to show up, what time to leave, what time is lunch, what time is dinner, when's your vacation, when's this. As an entrepreneur, many times you don't have that same curriculum. You don't have that same, what I would call process to win. So the first thing for an entrepreneur to do is figure out what really is your greatest skill set. Is there a market for it? Is there money in the space? And would you do it for free? See, if you're not passionate about what you do, you can make money, but you'll never get wealthy. Wealthy people are individuals that get beyond the focus of the money and they realize they're in a big game to win by serving lots and lots of amazing clients. But the only way you do that is to become great in your niche. I tell people I'm not a cook. I'm not a life coach or a fitness coach. I'm not a relationship coach, but I'm a damn good business coach. So I'm going to help you understand and see things in the business world that you normally wouldn't see. And I know this because I watch really talented people that are broke and I watch idiots that are wealthy. And the difference is that people that win, they'll get out of their own way. And they realize that the only way to win is through process-driven success. I did a TED Talk on vision-driven leadership. Don't start with motivation. Start with inspiration. Start with passion. Start with legacy. Start with a vision so big that it pulls you to where you're going. And the minute you've got that vision that pulls you, yes, people think you're nuts. I mean, out of high school, college, a trader, turnarounds for a decade, teamed up as a marketing partner with GoDaddy and Franklin Covey, launched a simple product called Successfully, a little business in a box. And 25, almost 20 years later, now we've got clients all over the world, whether it's our Rainmaker business program or our speaker programs or our masterminds or now all these new franchise expos we're doing. We're launching something brand new called Podcast Mansion. For the first time ever, we're going to launch mansions in cities that you can come out and hang out and do your podcasts at and be around some phenomenal people and throw parties once a month. So what I try to make sure people understand is that you can never stop innovating. If you really want to win and win big, innovate every day. Come up with new ideas every day. Have failures every day. I can tell you guys that I fail more than anyone on this broadcast. I have more failures on a weekly basis because I try things that don't work and then move on. And the big thing too is, they asked Jack Nicklaus this one time. They said, Jack, one of the greatest golfers of all time, they said, how did you feel about that last shot that you missed? And he said, what last shot? And the guy said, no, you just missed the shot. He said, I'm sorry, I just don't recall that. I'm only focused on where I'm going. I'm not focused on where I've been. Too many entrepreneurs focus on where they've been and not where they're going. If you drive your car today, I promise you the rear view mirror is way smaller than the windshield. So stop focusing on where you want to go by living in the rear view mirror. Quit telling me about what you did last month, last year. Tell me what you're going to do tomorrow. What's going to happen? How many clients you're going to serve? How many, new customers? How many customers you're going to retain? And leverage the LA Tribune, leverage all the things that Mo and these guys do because they're getting you plugged in with good people. And if you'll simply show up, and share what you're great at, not what you're not great at. There's so many things. Once again, I don't talk about what I'm not great at. Doria Cordova's on. I see Doria. Listen, you want to learn about money and you? This is what she does. She's been doing it for 20 years. She runs events around the world to help you become even wealthier. So once again, surround yourself with individuals that challenge you to get outside the comfort zone to win. And that's one of the biggest keys for new entrepreneurs, is that you can't keep living in the past expecting to have greatness in the future.
I really love that. I myself am an artist, and if I were to judge what I'm doing as I first start out and say it doesn't look like the end yet, I would never get anywhere. So it's the same thing with business as well. If you're sitting there judging every little thing that you do, just fail forward. I love that philosophy. Now, you've had a ton of success in like the most broad sense of the word, but what do you consider to be success?
Well, I would tell you that I get this question a lot, and I will tell you that I've been involved with multi-million dollar, $100 million, $500 million plus businesses. I've been able to share the stage with presidents from around the world. I've been able to help a lot of people launch, grow, and build their companies. But there's nothing greater in life than having kids that become good humans. You know, my son, Austin, 32, is my business partner in a company called Mobex Pro. It's a phenomenal SaaS company, all-in-one mobile funnel for entrepreneurs and business owners. My daughter's a PA in dermatology at the hospital group here in Chicago. And my youngest son, Evan's a DJ. I'm going to see him play tomorrow at the North Coast Music Festival. And I will tell you this, that of every deal I've ever done in my life, there's nothing greater when I look at success than the fact that you've got kids that have grown up to become fine humans. So I will tell everyone that's out there, go do things with your kids, even if you don't like them. I didn't know who Drake was. I didn't know Travis Scott. I didn't know Skrillex. I didn't know Offset, but I wound up at Offset's birthday party. We've been to Rolling Loud in multiple countries, Lollapalooza, Coachella. Do the things with your kids, even if you don't like to do them. You'll learn so much about yourself, and you'll wind up, believe it or not, having more fun you could ever imagine, and they'll remember that forever. And so I would tell you, success is always based on your terms. I don't care what anybody else has. I don't care about their jets, their cars, their boats. None of that matters, you guys. I will tell you that what truly matters, that while you're here, did you make a difference in the life of some kids or your customers or partners or friends or their kids? That's legacy stuff, way beyond the money you're going to make.
Exactly. Legacy. That's what we're all about here, as you know. And I asked you about your favorite success, but is there a failure that really wasn't one that just stands out in your mind that really brought you forward in your business?
Oh, I think the failure I had was probably around 2000. I was making a lot of money, but I was just burnt out. And I knew there had to be more. And so I took a 2-week vacation, became 2 years. And I realized something then, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. I was going really fast and making a lot of money, but I also realized if I wanted to go far, I had to go with a great team. And I had to realize that life had to be lived on my terms, not the terms of someone else's strategy or a plan or what they needed to have done. And I realized also that if you could surround yourself with a good team, you could grow exponentially. And I'm not saying you're growing exponentially faster. I'm saying you'll grow exponentially. And that's a huge difference. When you don't try to find people, you attract the right people. And because of that one little process, that one little change, where I went from here's what I got to here's what I want to here's who I am and here's who I can serve, doors open for me like you could never imagine. I didn't know Les Brown or Brian Tracy or Mark Victor Hansen or all these celebrity, incredible speakers, but I knew if I helped them and they told people about it, our business would skyrocket, and it did. And I know, I look back and I think, what were the greatest thing that I ever invested in? It was in relationships. It was absolutely in taking the time to have dinners, have lunches, get to know people, learn about their families, throw parties. If you guys want to make more money, just write this down. Throw great parties. The more parties you throw, the more money you're going to make. We're going to have our first podcast mansion party in Vegas at the end of September. If you guys want to come, I'll give you guys a text opt-in and you can come check it out. We'll have 5 studios inside one multi-million-dollar mansion. And I'm pretty sure if it goes well, we'll do this in multiple cities, and we'll bring on all these podcasters that want to get your message out there. Because I do think that whether it's podcast or TV show or Amazon Fire Roku, the future is television over the phone. It's broadcasting to someone's exact demands and likes. And I'm telling you today that if you guys are great at something, you need to launch your own how-to channel. Write this down today. You all should launch your own how-to channel. You all should launch something for $5, $6, $7 a month that gives people access to some of your greatest hits and your greatest information. You can look up Mr. Plumber on YouTube. He's now, 600,000 subscribers, over 100 million views on multiple platforms. People in the future are going to tune into what they want to watch. They're no longer going to be forced broadcasting, and it's going to come by choice right to your phone. So write this down today. Launch your own membership site. Launch your own how-to channels. Get yourself on Twitch. Get yourself on, if you're not using StreamYard, get yourself on StreamYard. Learn to use Eventbrite, Facebook, and if you're not using Zoom or Meet and something like that, get something that works together where now you can run free Facebook advertising to your weekly broadcasts of education that move people to learn about buying your products and services. And I know this sounds a little confusing, but I'm telling you, Facebook lets you run free ads when you combine Facebook, Zoom, and Eventbrite all as one tool. It'll even target the ads to your specific clients based on the demographics they live in. So if you're not doing these things, find out about it, because it's only going to move faster. And if you're not using good technology, it's being used against you. There's tools like HeyGen. There's tools out there like SuperDupe that can create a 2-minute video one time of you, and I can have you speak in 20 languages in less than 4 or 5 hours. And I don't think it's going to slow down. Semble, SSEMBLE.com, can create from a 5-minute video, 15 or 20 little 20-second segments for you that can be used on all your social channels, all for free. So there's too much good technology out there today. Captions now will embed videos inside your little 1-minute videos. You guys can make little 1-minute videos each day, just a 1-minute soundbite on some tip about something, post it to your YouTube, run it through captions. It'll actually inject video based on the words you talk about when it's just not you speaking. So if I start talking about this one time I was in the Bahamas at this hotel, it'll literally put video inside the feed. CapCut will also take out all those ums and ahs and things you do. So if you're not using some of these tools and your competitors are, they're going to beat you. So hopefully there's a few things you guys can utilize right away. And there's enough experts on this broadcast. I've seen some of the experts in this group that just get plugged into what they're doing. We run 300 live events a year. We're involved with, I sit on a couple of boards for companies that are heavily involved with Indy racing. We're going down to see in Nashville in a couple of weeks for my birthday, Gary LeVox from Rascal Flats and Daughtry, and some 200-mile-an-hour race cars. And if you guys want to come, let's get connected, man. I'm a big believer. The bigger the parties you guys have, the more fun you're going to have. And I promise you this, the more business you'll do.
I love that. And I love that you answered my next question about where you think the technology is going in business. But that actually brought up something that we've been sort of talking about this whole broadcast, is where is the human aspect in that? How do you marry the two together, stay true to your brand, but also utilize it so that you can get more value?
Well, if you guys will just write this down, that business is done one-to-many, relationships are done one-to-one. So just think that through. Business is one-to-many, relationships are one-to-one. Make the time for a phone call. Just pick up your phone once a day and call a great customer. Every day of the week, call one great customer and just say, you know what? Even if they don't pick up, I don't care. I just call to say, thanks for being a great customer. You'd be surprised how that one phone call for 1 minute or 2 minutes can change the trajectory of your entire business, because you took the time to keep that human connection alive. And I don't believe it's in you meet people and you follow up. I believe you meet people, you follow up, and you follow through. And sometimes it could take years before that follow through becomes business or relationship. You might want it to happen overnight, but life doesn't always move on your terms. It moves on the terms that are out there. So don't think that because you made a text or a phone call, that's enough. Think, how do I follow up for 3 to 5 years with somebody, and creative ways to spike a conversation that's about what they're doing, not what you're doing. If it's always about what you're doing and what you want and what you got, you're going to have a very small list of business partnerships and friends. But when you can really make it about them and how they win, or how you guys can win together and combine some fun with it. If you can put all those together, you'll start to hit home runs in business like you've never seen before, where you'll have bigger days than weeks, bigger days than months, bigger days than quarters. And that's crazy in business when one day can outproduce a quarter or even a year in your business. It's because you've scheduled that success and you've invested in those relationships. And I'm not saying it's easy, you guys. I'm saying it's consistent. So get yourself out to charitable events. Find one good charitable event per quarter and go with a tribe. And then go monthly and go with a tribe. Oh, Bill, I can't afford that. Then volunteer. Get there and be a volunteer for these events. But you're going to find out that the people that show up, they win. And Karen Olson Hall is right. Keep that human connection. It'll pay you a lifetime of dividends, everybody.
It really does. And, you mentioned something that I really wanted to reiterate is that even volunteering at these events, if you can't afford to go. I've heard you say that before, and I thought that was brilliant because that gets you in some rooms that you might not otherwise get into.
And it's important you guys realize you belong in every room. I want you to write that down. I belong in every room. I don't care if it's with presidents. I don't care if it's with billionaires. Believe it or not, the most successful billionaires, and I've coached billionaires as of recent, right? And I'll tell you, they're some of the most humble guys you'll ever meet because if they built it themselves, they know what it takes to get there. They've been through every grind, every failure, and they're probably more down to earth and humble than people that inherited the money. But make sure you write this down. I belong in every room. And you do. And the minute you have that intention and it's clear between your ears, between the 6 or 7 inches that slows you down so often, man, you'll show up differently. You will absolutely show up with a whole different positioning statement as you walk in the room. Most people walk in the room and they worry about the room. I want you to walk in the room and own the room because you know what you know because you've lived it.
I think that's a beautiful thing. And since you have spent time with what we would call a lot of famous people, after you spent time with them, you do realize everybody still has that same brain, the same thing. They still have the same issues. It's just not everybody else sees it versus we're on our own and not everybody sees all our crazy. But when you are approaching somebody such as yourself, what would be something that you would love to be asked about?
So I always ask people, and this is really important, guys, don't talk about their family or their politics or religion. Talk about what they're working on. I always ask them, what project are you currently focused on that you're most excited about? That one line has made me a fortune because they'll tell you what they're working on. People that are successful like to talk about themselves. They like to talk about what projects they got going on. And if you'll open the door for that, you can do something called LLP, not NLP, but LLP, which means listen, learn, and process. And listen to what they're saying. Learn, can you help them? And process it so fast that you can tee up something to add some value to what they're doing without trying to talk about your products or your services at all. I mean, for Rainmaker, we've been training this for 20 years, how to connect and do deals with millionaires and billionaires. It starts by being in the right room, and the next thing is about having the right conversation. And the minute you elevate your questions, when you ask better questions, the universe gives you better answers. When you realize that the quality of your communication will dictate the quality of your life and your bank account and all of your relationships. So become a better communicator. Challenge yourself. And I will tell you this, everybody, I made every mistake going down this path. I did it wrong for years until I figured out that the conversation had to be about them and what they were, because when they meet you and they're very successful, they don't give a shit about you. They don't even know who you are, and they get pitched every day. Every day, someone's calling them to pitch them on something. So their guard is always up. But if you'll just find out what they're doing and see if there's some ways you can add value to it, and if you can't, just say, maybe I can't help you, but if you have a charity event, I'll be the first one there. And if it's someone you really dislike or you don't believe in them or even want to work with them, then just move on because they're going to pick it up quickly. They can feel your energy. So, be yourself. And if people don't like you for who you are, move on. There's a very powerful saying that if you're not appreciated, it's time to leave. And that's in every situation of your life. I don't care if it's in a relationship, a business. If you're not appreciated, it might be time to go. Go where you're celebrated, not tolerated.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Yeah, there's always room somewhere else.
Yeah. There's a place you're going to be. They're going to love to have you there.
Exactly. So I want to point something out that you do 300 events a year, and there's 365 days in a year.
Well, that doesn't mean I don't speak at all, though. I don't speak at all those, but sometimes we do 3 events in a day. Sometimes we can do 3 cities in a day.
And so you were living that road life.
We live the road life because we do events in Dubai and London. We do events in Chicago and Dallas. And I think this week alone, we're in, I don't know, where are we at this week? Houston. I think we're in Vegas. I know we're in San Diego or somewhere. We're in New York. We've got 2,000 people next weekend in New York. So I know there's stuff going on there for sure.
So something that
those aren't virtual. Those are just the actual live in-person events.
And that's when it helps to have a jet, because then you don't.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I don't own my own jet, but the companies that I work with have a few of them, and then we have a jet card, so I lease them. So it works out. It works out great.
Perfect. And I remember somebody saying to me, a jet is a time machine. So
it is absolutely a time machine, 100% time machine.
And technology. So, which is exactly what we're talking about today.
Well, I will tell you this new idea we have. And if anybody wants to be a part of these mansion parties or come out and get on the podcast or do a podcast, I know there's a lot of podcasters on here. We are going to launch a new website for it. But if you just text the word mansion, it's kind of fun, to 26786, mansion to 26786. We'll get you guys an invite for some of these kickoff parties in Vegas. So if anybody wants to come out, you guys can come as my guests. It'll be a lot of fun. I know Michael Silvers. We invited Michael out. I've invited Mo out, and a lot of folks, any of the speakers. But I will tell you this, that we're going to make something so affordable, mansion style, first class style, 5 studios where you can come and have some fun, do some business, and record your podcast.
I love that. And I love too that you acknowledge the wave of the future with TV, with streaming, with podcasting, anything with video, and that you can just pick whatever it is that you want to watch. Now, for those people out there that are thinking, hey, I don't have anything to share, you mentioned niche before. How do people figure out? Because if you know something really well, you think everybody else knows it too. How can you build that confidence?
Well, I'll give you an example. If you're listening today, most people don't realize that one of the most recognized individuals in the world, he had a TV show on CNN, and all he did was travel the world and eat. That's all he did. His name was Anthony Bourdain, but he was the number 3 most recognized person in the world. And I'm talking about in far out countries, far away places. And all he was good at was eating and talking about great food. So everybody here has a talent. And if you start to search on YouTube, anything about how to, you're going to start to see that YouTube gets more unique visitors, right, than Google. And people are consuming videos on how to at the highest rate you could ever imagine in your life. So the idea is whatever your talent is, test it on YouTube. Go shoot a couple 5-minute videos on how to plant a garden, how to fix a couch, how to fix it, whatever you're good at, right? There's so many things I'm not good at, right? I'm really good at how to make reservations. I could do a whole class on how to save money when you travel. And I could do a class on travel hacks, right? Because every city I go to, we're staying at the best hotels, and I almost always get upgrades or get deals or get things, because I don't care how much money you make, being frugal is still very cool. So
I love that.
Whatever you're good or great at, test it on YouTube by making some how-to videos. And believe it or not, this internet that's out there, if it's used properly, is a home run for entrepreneurs.
I like that. We are running low on time. So I'm curious if there's anything that you'd love to share that maybe I haven't asked you, or that you just think that this audience needs to hear.
The only thing I'd like to share is stay plugged into the LA Tribune. Whatever you guys are doing, stay plugged in. I can tell you, whether it's the new Tribunes, the new San Diego Weekly, the new projects we're working on with Mo and the LA Tribune, anything that this group has going on, you guys stay plugged in. I'm sure they'll give you guys some free tickets for our upcoming UWC conference in September or December. I just gave you guys the text mansion to 26786. We'll get you guys an invite for the mansion parties. But listen, we're having a lot of fun. And Michael, thanks for having me on today. Love you, brother. Keep up the great work. Mo, love you, buddy. And Julia, thanks so much for having me. Great job with the interview. And anything I can do to help you guys out, you let me know.
Thank you so much, Bill. We'll make sure we post that. Text mansion to 26786. When Bill tells you you're gonna have an amazing time, you're gonna have an amazing time, but you're gonna learn, you're gonna get educated, and you're gonna be part of a huge network worldwide. Mr. Bill Walsh, thank you so much for being on today.
Talk to you guys soon. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
All right, Bill. Bye, Bill. You know, it's just, are we having fun? And you know what's amazing too? I want to tell everybody out there, when you train well and when you work with professionals, we are on time to the minute. I mean, we are on time to the minute. And I think that's a critical piece. When you run your own shows, don't be late. Respect the audience, respect the people that are on, and keep moving forward. So, Julianne, any comments before we bring up Alicia and Parisa and then we go away for a little bit?
I just want to say that Bill rapid fired a lot of really phenomenal tips and tricks for people in the entrepreneurial world. So go back and watch this again if you didn't get the chance to write it down, because he knows what he's talking about. So I'm just so grateful he was here today.
He's just, I worked with him. I've known him for a long time, as he said, and it's always an adventure. It was always a learning, and loved every minute of it. So thank you so much for doing that, Julie. So Julianne and I will be back. Karen will be back, but I'm now going to bring up to the stage Miss Alicia and Miss Parisa. Are you ready? All right, there we go. All right, you two, have fun.
Thank you so much, Michael. What a phenomenal session with Julianne and Bill. I've heard Bill speak before, and I'm always taking notes, and I have a page full of notes. So that was a great session. If you didn't hear it before, Bill said you belong in every room, and say I belong in every room. You are all so worthy. So many good nuggets. If you haven't already, register at latech2024.com. Once you register, you will have access to our engagement resource hub. We will be sharing all of the tools and platforms that Bill mentioned as part of the recap summary. So make sure that you register so that you can get access to all of the replays, but also the keynote summaries and the key quotes of the day. Parisa, what were you thinking? I know you were listening in to Bill as well.
You know, first of all, Bill always spits out so much quality information that sometimes I feel like it passes people by a little bit, because he's so passionate and energetic in the way he's delivering all of this amazing information. I think a lot of the time we don't realize like how many things are actually being said. And I want to share, I literally have this at my desk that I work at every single day. It's a collection of notes that I have here from Bill. Like, I was taking notes. This was over a year ago when I was listening to Bill talk, and I took these notes and I ripped them out of the little notepad that they're in, and I have them at my desk, and I have them every single day. And these notes have just genuinely, they're such a great reminder of such direct information, quality information. And when you allow yourself to be present with the information being shared, and you take the notes and you let those notes be present and relevant and in front of your face, that's what actually helps make the difference, is you're reminded of those little things or those really profound things, and you can make them and integrate them into your everyday, which is exactly what I've done with some notes that I took from Bill talking over a year ago. So thank you, Bill. Your words of wisdom still resonate with me over a year later. And, you know, that goes to show, like, we're always learning. We're always in that student position and that student view and that lens. And the moment we stop being receptive to the information, the moment we don't allow ourselves to be curious, that's when things really become more stagnant, I feel. And especially with the speakers we have coming up next, we get to continue to expand our knowledge base and expand our curiosity and let our intrigue and the curiosity have a place to land. So I'm excited for this. This is awesome. Bill was great, per usual. Thank you, Bill. But yeah, it's been great so far.
It's been great. I mean, there were so many quotes that I wrote down. When you don't try to find people, you attract them. Did you make a difference? Focused on where you're going, not where you've been. Don't live in the rear view mirror. start with inspiration, vision, and legacy. And I just love that. And our two guests that we're about to bring up with us to join you all today are two gentlemen that have started with inspiration, vision, and legacy. I'm really excited for this conversation. We're going to be bringing up Danny Marquez, who is the co-founder and CEO of SkinCheck, which is an AI platform democratizing access to dermatological care and early skin cancer detection. We're also going to be bringing up Julian Abari, who's the co-founder and CTO of SkinCheck. And we're going to hear about their journey, their inspiration, and what brought them to the place that they're at right now. They use the latest in AI technology to really drive their business. And there's so much more we could say. I know that you all have pitched at South by Southwest this year. You ended up being in the finalist of that pitch round. Danny, Julian, it is a delight for you to join us today. Would love to start with you, Danny. Would love for you to share a little bit more about who you are with our audience and share a little bit more about what you all do at SkinCheck. And then we'll go over to you, Julian. Welcome.
Awesome. We're super excited to have this opportunity. Thank you very much, Alicia, for the introduction. And Paris, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. A little bit of context that brought me to SkinCheck. It is that I'm born and raised in São Paulo, Brazil. So grew up in a very tropical area. I have been in the US now for 7 years. Initially came as a foreign exchange student, ended up staying to play D1 soccer. And then very early on in college, when COVID hit, it was halfway through my freshman year, I just had kind of like a life realization that I really should focus on what impact I wanted to do. I had a lot of time to reflect. And then I really decided to make a main career and professional switch and really focus in my passions in entrepreneurship and specifically in healthcare. And this started with a startup really early on into my university. Then I went on to work at a venture capital firm. Eventually, that initial startup failed, and I became really passionate with empowering entrepreneurs with resources. So I went on to start the first student-focused incubator and venture fund here in the state of Oklahoma. So just for context, we're based here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And with that experience, had the opportunity to raise funds to invest in student founders and underrepresented founders. And then with that program, went on to actually do a very similar work with the New Zealand government. And so went on to live in New Zealand, do the same ecosystem development work there for a while. But one thing that's really important to highlight is that when I was launching that incubator back in 2022, one of my great friends since high school, Julian Apari, was doing some breakthrough research, and he was doing some significant progress in the space of early skin cancer detection. And when the incubator launched, it was just right to have SkinCheck be a part of that. And that was actually the first, in my initial engagement, that was actually the first investment I ever did, sitting on the investor side. And then Julian will talk a little bit more about that. But when we actually got the breakthrough research to work, we got it patented. It was just, it just seemed that the right thing to do, the purposeful thing to do was to move back to the US and really come back to partner with Julian full time to bring SkinCheck technology to market. So that's a little bit about me and how the story with SkinCheck transcended and me and Julian's partnership.
Thank you so much for sharing, Danny. You shared so much and you have had so many lived experiences. We're going to come back to you in a moment, but Julian, welcome. Would love for you to share more with our audience about who you are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys so much for letting us be on here today. It's really an honor. And so my story with SkinCheck starts when I was a kid. I was always obsessed with computer programming and building like apps and games. But my mom always battled skin cancer. I mean, even when she was just 27 and I was just a kid. But all throughout my childhood, as she battled skin cancer, I remember when I was 16, one of her precancers came back, and it became really, really life-threatening as skin cancers like melanoma can grow from benign to malignant super quickly. But I was super obsessed with computer programming, and so I got to work creating an image recognition AI software to begin to learn how to detect skin cancer using machine learning and AI. But that progress just exploded whenever I went to my university. I worked with professors and professionals in the field, and slowly I made like a lot of incremental progress. But then what really sold it was when Danny and I became partners together. One of the biggest challenges that we had to overcome for creating a technology of this sort is that, especially in AI and healthcare specifically, it's pretty clear that there's a lot of racial biases in machine learning. And so, especially for something like skin cancer, it's really important to mitigate and prevent all of those racial biases. And so it wasn't until I got a National Science Foundation grant to go and do some research to actually be able to create the world's first machine learning AI detector to work for all skin tones that suddenly we got the patents ready and everything. We formed our company based on this technology. And ever since then, we've just been growing very quickly.
Wow. I mean, talk about the power of curiosity, innovation, and inspiration, right? Julian, sharing the story of your mother and sharing your passions for technology and AI at such a young age. And like Bill was just talking about in the previous session, the power of relationships, and that some relationships takes years to nurture, and you never know when they will be part of a business experience or a business relationship. For you as individuals, and you, Julian, being the CTO, as someone that is working with actually developing and using AI technology and machine learning, there is so much bias in the healthcare system, right? In the healthcare ecosystem. What has your journey been like, considering that you're using AI technology in the healthcare industry, which in certain instances is quite regulated, and trying to create something new? Like, what has that journey and experience been like, and what has that process been like for you to really get that patent pushed through?
Yeah, that's a great question. And Danny, feel free to jump in here whenever. But our journey through the healthcare space has been really interesting, as we have this very unique position with this incredibly innovative technology that we could actually become the first computer vision AI skin cancer detector to get through traditional like FDA regulation and become FDA approved. And with this goalpost on the horizon, Danny and I have been very strategic and diligent about conducting clinical trials and getting pilots set up with our local network of clinics and dermatologists and providers. And as we've pushed forward this path, something that's really exciting actually is that Danny, he comes from Brazil, has been able to help even get us to open up this market in the Brazilian market. And Dan, if you'd like to talk about that.
Yeah, and just going back to answering your question in regards of navigating the healthcare system, navigating AI in healthcare, there's a lot of people that have a certain level of skepticism in this space. And that's one of the areas that the research, the academic validation, and also the clinical studies that we've been doing have been able to essentially validate a lot of the piece of the technology. But nonetheless, is a big challenge in navigating, bringing innovation to healthcare. And one of the things that from the beginning we have been extremely focused on is how we can build a solution to best serve all the stakeholders that are using our product. So everything that we develop that has a provider included, that has a healthcare provider that is using the product, we're going day in and day out to see how their workflows work, to understand how we can better serve them. And then at the same time, every day we're talking to hundreds of users, understanding what they want on the app, what are the features, what are the functionalities. And even so, one of our new commercialization aspects that is actually coming to California next month is really being focused in understanding how we can better serve our users and our customers, and really making sure that we can build a solution that has a model that works within the healthcare landscape. And that's nonetheless is a challenge, but is being is really where the passion and a little bit of the obsession of making something work come in, because there's a lot of hurdles, and then it's really in regards of like the testimonials that we get from our users every day about how our solution was able to help them get access to dermatological care, or help them actually detect the skin cancer early, that keep us going and that help us really get through those hurdles.
Wow. Okay. So I'm curious to know, with any new technology, you're going to have people that are receptive to it immediately, and then you're going to have those that are definitely resistant to it. I'm curious to know, who is your number one user for this app, this platform, this utilization of really relevant technology? Who's your number one user for this? This goes to either Danny or Julian.
Yeah, I can just quickly start off, and then Danny, of course, feel free to jump in. But our target user right now, and especially as like the app has been distributed, is just regular people who are concerned about their skin lesions, and may have found like a concern, especially when educated and learning about the signs and symptoms of like a skin cancer like melanoma or like basal cell carcinoma. And they want to expedite their access to treatment. And that's really what SkinCheck is all about democratizing this access to dermatological care. And so as we were talking about launching our product come California, or come next month in California, our telehealth solution will really provide a really great and streamlined service to expedite this kind of access. But yeah, that's one of our main users.
Wow. And so what has your ideation, creativity, and kind of roadmap process been as you've gone along your journey? You're doing something that it doesn't seem has necessarily been done, and you're using AI technology in a very different way. We've been talking about AI a lot throughout LA Tech, how people use it in their business, but you're actually using it to help educate people, but also inform them about what may be going on with them in their own personal body. So what has kind of like your development and creative process looked like as you've gone down that journey? Danny, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it goes back to understanding how to better serve every stakeholder, or every user, or every customer throughout the journey. Because I remember when Julian and I were ideating when we first incorporated the company, the roadmaps and the estimates and the forecasts we had were all wrong. Essentially, we just didn't know. We have assumptions, and then every time that we want to build, we go out to validate with our customers, we go out to validate with our users. So the process with ideation is filled with a lot of feedback loops. So we talk to dermatologists every week. We have a great group of we have a great medical board that helps us really ideate how those solutions will work. And healthcare is complicated, right? So it's like there's a lot of it that we have to understand the landscape and see how our solution can be best fit to make sure that it is the most viable solution to the patients, to the users that we're serving, but also that is a solution that is wanting to be used by the providers. So it's an ideation aspect that has a lot of conversations, that has a lot of site visits, and of really understanding how we can better serve the user on their patient journey, and how we can better serve the healthcare providers as they are actually giving the services to those users.
You're on mute, Alicia. We cannot hear you.
Of something that Bill Walsh said, which was LLP, listen, learn, process, and then figure out what you're going to do next. Julian, what about for you? It seems like you've been very interested in AI for a long time, coupled with your computer science background. How has growing up with technology and interactive technologies, and AI not being necessarily a buzzword, but just technology that you've grown up around, kind of impacted your journey as a CTO?
That's a really great question. I'd say that especially like the thing about technology is it's so it can enable us to truly democratize a lot of powerful skills that a lot of people don't really have access to. And so, like growing up, especially in a town like Tulsa, Oklahoma, it was always really prevalent to me just how many people either didn't have access to quality education or didn't have access to, most importantly, quality treatment and medical care. And then, of course, how like our infrastructure and everything could have used a lot of improvement. But especially as a CTO and as someone who needs to envision the future by studying the technologies of the present, nothing became more clear than the global vision of wanting to change the world for the better, to become more cooperative and sustainable. And of course, using the technologies that we have today as tools to help enable that next future. And I really think that's what we're doing with SkinCheck, especially by enabling providers to intervene when necessary.
Wow. I mean, the journey that the two of you have been down, and Danny, you as both an investor and as the CEO of the company, really driving innovation forward, and you, Julian, there are so many more questions that we could ask you, and we'll definitely have to bring you all back on because you all are living and breathing what it means to literally create and innovate and use AI in your everyday life. But Danny, would love to go over to you to share some closing remarks that you'd like to share with our audience, and then Julian will go over to you next.
Thank you so much, Alicia. And then a really quick thing is that Julian started working on this prototype in 2018 when nobody was talking about AI. So it was a research that started way before the AI hype or the AI was even a buzzword. I remember when I first met him, we were both 16, and I was like, so what is AI? And I would just leave it there because in regards of him saying, like building the future with the technologies of today, he's really been living and breathing that since a teenager. And yeah, I think in regards of closing remarks, what I'd like to leave the audience with, it is that taking care of the skin is the biggest organ of the body, right? Is like one of the most important aspects of our health in general. And taking care of skin health is something that has been a lot of times overlooked because of the difficulties to actually get good quality treatment. The wait times are always so long. And I just want to leave the audience that we understand and that we are building a solution to better serve them and to build a solution that the providers can now intervene when necessary in regards of skin concerns for their users, for the patients. And that we're really excited to next month be actually launching our asynchronous telehealth services in the state of California. So if you are currently a user of the app, and one thing that is important to note is that we're currently are serving 130,000 users worldwide and over 65,000 users here in the US. And that has been completely organic. Like all of our user base has been completely organic. So people are looking for a solution to manage their skin health. And now we'll be able to build a bridge to really expedite that access to treatment. So really excited to leave with those remarks and being able to start in the state of California with our solutions.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for letting us join today and tell our story with SkinCheck. It's been an absolute honor. Alicia, thank you guys, and Parisa, thank you so much for hosting us today. The one thing I just wanted to leave the audience with is SkinCheck would not be where it is if Danny and I weren't a solid team together. And really, I think it just shows just how important having an incredible cooperative partnership and how far you can go whenever you empower each other, and what that means to then create technology that could then change the world. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you guys, both of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for a powerful session. It's always this learning, in everything we're doing to help the planet make a better place and move it forward. You two are doing great jobs. Everybody, give this a thunderous round of applause. Alicia, any last comments?
Just to say, Julian, I mean, you've been immersed since 2016 in AI. It's really interesting to hear this application use case, and we'll have to bring you on back to learn about what it's like to actually create and work on the models. I think there are many more questions for the both of you. But Michael, I know you were tuning in. What did you think of that segment?
Oh, it was great. It's the impact of, again, how we're making a difference in the world and how we do it every single day. And we do it by one person at a time. So at the same time, it's about, you guys are living your life, you're doing it, you're moving ahead, and you're taking a look at how we can make a change. And it's just awesome. It was just tremendous. And we got a panel that's ready to go and come on up, and it's exciting times.
Thank you so much, Julian. Thank you so much, Danny. We are going to continue with LA Tech and Everyday Life. If you are just tuning in, make sure you register at latech2024.com so you can get session recaps, highlights, and quotes. And with that being said, Parisa and I are going to hand it over to Michael and Karen, who are going to lead the next panel.
All right, fantastic. I just wanted to say, everybody, we're having a great time together. We got so much more to do. We've got this great, amazing panel. We have he was the CEO of 7-Eleven and Blockbuster coming on. We have Dan Fleyshman, who's just tremendous when it comes to social media and everything else out there. And let's bring up the panelists, and then I'll just say goodbye, but I want to say hi to them. Look at this group. You know what's great is that it's that flair of international. It's that flair of how we do things and how we do it better. It's great to have all of you on. For myself and the Los Angeles Tribune and Mr. Mo Rock, we say welcome, everybody. You're all part of the podcast network. You're all part of what we're doing moving forward. You're speakers in your own right, trainers, authors, taking the mindset to a different level. You come from many different backgrounds. A lot of you right now are actually in many different areas. We got the Aussies on board. Jorge, even though from Mexico. I have no idea usually where you are. You were in Ireland last time we talked. Olivia, wonderful to have you on again and part of the team. Crystal's chiming in from Singapore. So it's great to have you all on. I'm going to give you over to Karen. Have a great event. Make sure everybody listening to this is sharing it with who they know, sharing it to make a difference. And Karen, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, Michael. And we're so happy to have our international podcast panel. And this is an amazing group of people. We're so excited because, with the Los Angeles Tribune, it's not just in Los Angeles. It is broadcast globally, and we have a presence in several media outlets all over the world. So it's so exciting. And so, as we mentioned, Jorge is from Mexico, and Olivia also, and they are both involved with the Los Angeles Tribune Spanish Journal. And so we are going to be launching the Spanish Journal. And if I could start with you, Jorge, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sure. Well, as you said, I'm from Mexico. I'm a social media influencer, and I am also a coach. I basically upload short videos in Spanish on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube. I mostly talk about emotional mastery, self-love, and also psychology. And right now I have around 2 million followers combined on all my social media platforms.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible. We are so excited to have you be a part. And it's wonderful when we have people that are able to help with that influence and help with that reach. And so thank you for all that you are doing. Olivia, how about you? Will you tell us more about yourself, please?
Sure. Hi, I'm Olivia. I'm currently in Colorado, but I'm from Miami Beach and live in Austin, Texas. I started a fitness concept in New York City. Prior to that, I worked with celebrity chefs for 7 years, opening restaurants all over the world. And in all of my different travels and lives I've lived, I distilled it down to this idea that, like similar to Jorge said, this idea of self-love. It's almost like the one thing that we're not taught and the most important, the foundation of all things. So I'm working on my first book. I host a podcast, and I coach and lead people back to themselves. And I believe that the only way to love yourself is to learn all the reasons why you don't.
Oh, wow. That's a mic drop moment. And that is so powerful because we aren't taught these skills about emotional intelligence. And in my life, it's been such a learning process to learn these things. And so thank you for what you are doing to help teach people how to love themselves. That's awesome. All right. And Mr. Jeffrey Ross, he is our laptop lifestyle dad. And he is, now, is it Tasmania or is it Australia? I'm trying to make sure I have the right location.
Tasmania is a state of Australia, so thank you very much. So yeah, I am the laptop lifestyle dad, also known as the king of dad jokes or the caffeinated kangaroo. I'm a social selling and AI mastery expert. So I teach network marketers and affiliate marketers how to master social selling and how to leverage these amazing AI tools to help them develop a personal brand, help them to create a niche community, and essentially monetize that.
Oh, excellent. And one thing about Jeffrey, he doesn't even need the caffeine to have the high energy.
Don't worry, I've got it this morning.
Yeah, it's morning over there. And so what is so awesome about Jeffrey is not only his high energy and his jokes, but the way that he helps teach people to increase their visibility, because we all have a message inside and sometimes we don't know how to get it out there. And so thank you for what you are doing, Jeff, to help people with that. That's awesome.
Appreciate you.
All right. And then we are going to move to Jane. And Jane is in Australia. And Jane has a very interesting journey to how she got to podcasting. And so, Jane, I'm going to let you tell about you.
Well, first of all, a call out to Jeff because it's Father's Day here in Australia in the morning. So hello to all those dads out there from Australia. Yeah, interesting journey. I started as a mining engineer and an explosives expert, used technology there, obviously. Actually then moved on to creating multi-million-dollar property portfolio and thought, my goodness, I have to teach other people to do this. So started a mortgage broking business, won Australia's Mortgage Broker of the Year a few times, started a property investing education business, and realized people were getting in their own way of creating success and having a full, purposeful life. So I really went deep in the last 5 years into success and hacking that mindset. And so now I've brought it all together into Your Success Club, where I actually help people optimize, get out of their own way with those limiting conditions and beliefs they have so they can create the business or side hustle they want, or create the lifestyle and the personal influence and impact they want in their lives. So, created an incredible AI-based, reciprocal of 20 years of my knowledge using one of our sponsors' platforms, Delphi, in property chat. So, yeah, all new things, very exciting.
Wow, that is really exciting. We had Dara on earlier talking about Delphi and how he created a clone of his grandpa. And then his grandpa was his advisor. I had no idea that you could do that with Delphi. And so, Jane, we're going to come back to you and I want you to teach us some more things, but it's a fascinating journey going from the mining industry into mortgage brokerage and then into mindset. I just think all of you have so much to offer. And our next guest is Crystal Chow, and she is from Singapore. And Crystal is one of our trainers with the Los Angeles Tribune. And we are so excited because she already is a trainer. And so it's so amazing to have her bring her expertise here and to share it with us. And so, Crystal, tell us about you.
Hi everyone. I'm Crystal and I'm a money consciousness coach. So happy to be here with all of you. So my background is in finance, and just like all of the amazing speakers on the panel today, actually my idea is actually to bring finance and personal development together. So on one hand, to actually educate everyone, and like what Jane mentioned, most of the time our mind is actually getting in our way. So basically, if we actually were to rewire the mindset, get rid of the limiting belief, we could actually do a lot more in the area of finance, and especially for people who want to help others when their finances are actually sorted out, their basic needs are not in threat, we'll be able to actually empower others and spread their positive ripple effect.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping with the mindset. And, with finance, that's one of the biggest stresses in life. And a lot of times, we don't realize that our mindset actually affects, our earning capacity. And so, Bill Walsh just had a lot of amazing nuggets that he dropped. And so it's wonderful that you're helping people, because that relieves a lot of pressure in our life when we can remove that mindset and move forward in having financial success. Well, as you can see, we have an amazing team, a very high energy team. They are just so ambitious and incredibly accomplished, as you can tell. And it's so exciting how the Los Angeles Tribune is moving out and spreading out and reaching more people globally. We have people that are on camera where they're in little villages, in their little huts, watching our show on their phones. And so it's amazing, the global reach that we have. So now we're going to move on, and I want to hear some tips that you could give our audience, especially around podcasting with technology. And so I'm going to start with you, Jeffrey, and tell us, what tip would you give our audience?
Well, it all comes down to personal branding, and I feel like AI has really, helped people get out of their own way, and doing the market research there with serving our community. One of the things I'm finding myself at the moment teaching people in how to use like ChatGPT or Claude is how to speak, the right language to the right audience. If we talk butterfly language to caterpillars, it's going to go straight over their head. And I'm finding, AI, especially for, the preparation for a podcast, to be able to speak directly to our audience's heart, to be able to help them to relate and resonate with our message. And then, AI just taking that to the whole next step with the show notes to, once again, to reiterate that we're always talking to the language to meet people where they're at on their journey.
Yes, meeting people where they're at. I mean, don't you feel so good when someone sees you and understands you and talks at your level and then helps you move forward? That's awesome, Jeff. I appreciate that. All right, Jorge, how about you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, building a bit on that, something that really helped me is a tool that is an add-on to ChatGPT. It's called AIPRM. And this is really helpful because, for example, it helps me with my scripts. So what's really important about using ChatGPT is that you need to know how to tell it what you want. Because something that has happened to me is that I spend like 5-10 minutes just like writing the exact prompt that I need for the AI to be helpful to me. So with the tool that I talked about, AIPRM, it really gives you like all that you need, so that like you just click a button and then you can choose between like if you need a script or for a short video or a long video or a podcast or for your brand or whatever. So then it gives you all the specific details that you need for the purpose that you chose. So that was really helpful to me.
Wow. Okay. So I've never heard of it. I've never used it. For any of our audience out there who this is new to you, Jorge, would we just Google AIPRM, or is it like a plugin once we get into ChatGPT, or how do we access that?
Yeah, so it's a extension for Google Chrome. So I mean, you can search it as AIPRM and you just install it. And when you open chatgpt.com, it adds it itself, and then you can start using it.
Thank you so much, because we have such a wide range in our audience. Some people have been using that probably for years, and then there's people like me that it's the first time I've heard of it. So thank you. This is awesome to help everybody at all the different levels to get value out of our panels. Great. All right, Olivia, how about you? What is a tool that has helped you?
Less of a tech tool, but to sort of riff off of what Jeff said about meeting people where they're at instead of where you want them to be. And I think to do that, it's really about listening, because so often in conversation and podcasting, it's like you have a next question or you want to potentially steer the conversation in a sort of way, thinking about what the audience might want to receive as opposed to just being super present. And I think listening requires full presence. So, when you're in these environments, I think the most interesting conversations from like a humanity level are those that really listen and then, continue from there. So I find that as much tech as there is, and of course I use tech, we all use tech, there's something about the human connection that no matter how much ChatGPT we use and extensions, which are incredible tools, and AI, nothing replaces like feeling someone's true emotion in that sort of shared setting. And I think when that connection happens, the audience through technology can even feel the intensity and the intimacy that happens.
That is such a great point, because we never want to lose that human connection, and listening is so vital. And so when you mentioned that you still use technology, is there anything that you use to help you be able to do that better?
it's interesting. I think it's like, to be able to use the AI to cut clips is interesting. Like just to make things a little bit easier, but and I think that's incredible because it's a time saver in so many ways. And similarly, nothing can replace the human connection. So I think if you can keep the human connection as is and add these tools in to bring ease and efficiency, like that's the real winning formula for me personally.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's, for me, that is what motivates me to learn about AI, is so that I can have more time and have deeper connections with people. And so thank you for bringing that up. All right, Jane, how about you? What is a tool that you have used that has helped you with podcasting?
Well, I have to say, I've got an absolute stack of these, so I'm going to go quick so that you can get them all. But essentially, as a podcast host, I want to make sure that my guest is elevated and comes across in the best possible way. So I use a tool called guestlab.ai, and essentially it goes into the person's profile in LinkedIn, and it comes up with all the interesting things about them with potential questions. And then I get that information. And one of my business coaching clients recently was saying, I just don't know who my audience is and how I can really connect. And so I built a custom GPT for them that was, have a chat with your ideal client or your ideal audience. And so I get that information from the guest lab, and I know who my ideal client is, people I want to inspire to exit the matrix and do things different and recognize sliding door moments. So I put that in and say, what of these questions are going to really resonate with you? So I'm already tapping into the audience before I've had the interview. And then once I've done the interview, I use Capshow. So I go into Capshow, I upload the actual podcast. It goes through, and amazing founders, they're based in the US, Aussie girls, but it goes through, and depending on whichever platform and the algorithms, it will come up all the social media posts for the specific for the platforms. It'll come up with LinkedIn article suggestions, little captions that you can then go and put into the guest pack for the guests, so they can actually then promote the show as well. So many things. So I'm really doing that. And for those who are sitting out there thinking, I don't have a podcast, but I love listening to podcasts, I use an app called Snipped. SNIPD. It's on my phone. I listen to every podcast on it. And when you're just thinking, oh my gosh, that was an absolute golden nugget. I want to get that information. I want to send it to a client or to a friend, or just have that so they can go back. You can just hit it and it will come up with a snippet or a little snippet. And you can then share that link to other people, or you can go back and share it with the community that's on Snipped. It's an incredible tool to actually listen to podcasts on. So I encourage everyone to get out there and grab that as well.
Wow, those are 3 great tools. So she mentioned the guestlab.ai, where you can do the research on the guests before you meet with them so that you can listen better, so that you can have a greater human connection, because now you know some things about them. And then she mentioned Capshow, and using that to formulate and create some of these clips. And it has a lot of different features that are really great. And then Snipped. I love that because I'm always taking notes, and I have pages of notes, and I send people little, text messages of things that I like, but wow, Snipped would do it for me. So thank you. Those are great tools. How about you, Crystal? What is something that helps you with your podcast?
Okay, thanks for sharing, Jane. I've been saving up all this so that I can use also. So for me, I keep things simpler. I'm actually using mainly ChatGPT. So sometimes they help me to bounce off ideas, to help me to keep my script succinct. And sometimes I feel like actually the main struggle of me putting things out there is sometimes the feeling of that I can do better, a bit of perfectionism. So I think one thing that is really important for me is to put my audience first instead of putting me first. So I think that shift in mindset of thinking of how I can actually show up for others instead of creating something perfect, I think that's really important. And using the AI tools, ChatGPT, to help me to refine my message so that I can actually deliver better, more effectively. So that's how I mainly use the AI.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up, Crystal, because I think so many times, we have these feelings of we want it to be better. Maybe we want it to be perfect. How many times when we started our podcast did we record, re-record, re-record, especially on the solos, because wait, it wasn't quite right. And then finally we all decided to push the button and hit send. Okay, it's good enough. and I think that is so true, using these tools to get your message out there. And you brought up another point that reminds me of a quote, that done is better than perfect. And so I applaud you all for doing it. And a lot of times when I do it, I say to myself, well, I'm doing it messy, but I'll learn as I go, and hopefully I'll get better next time. So for any of you that would like to start a podcast, I encourage you to start. You can start with your phone. You can start, with your computer. You don't have to have fancy cameras and fancy recording equipment and everything. Just kind of a quiet place is nice. And then it just kind of encourage you to just practice and keep going. So I want to know a little bit more about each one of your podcasts. And so if you could briefly tell me in about a minute about your podcast and who your audience is, that would be awesome. And I am going to start with Jorge.
Okay, great. Well, right now, I usually don't have a podcast yet. I'm starting to build it, but I mostly, I can talk about my social media. So my social medias, I do a lot of short videos, and mostly my audience is actually women, which is kind of crazy, right? Because I'm like a young man. I think what really happens is that they resonate more with the message of self-esteem or self-love, which could be like, a mental health problem in this day and age. But yeah, I really like to talk about that, and also about like psychology. Like one of my best videos that helped me a lot to blow up was like psychology facts. So like something like, did you know this, or something like kind of curious, or something that you may not expect that could be the case. So yeah, if you share important information or some random facts, then it really helps you to that.
Thank you. And I did read that, we are fascinated with neuroscience, and I love neuroscience. So I am one of those neuroscience geeks, and I appreciate that. And I'm not surprised that you have a lot of women that are following you, because, that is such a great topic, and you have such a loving way about presenting your message. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
All right, Olivia, how about you?
So, my podcast is naturally about the journey to self-love, but I end up inviting people on the show who typically have platforms like, as I mentioned, I worked in the celebrity chef world or fitness concepts. So, movers, shakers, entrepreneurs, people that have a frontward facing persona and yet don't necessarily talk about their journey to self-love and all of the complications that sort of were, and the overcoming, the resilience required to get where they are today. So sort of this vulnerable lens into people who don't typically show up that way. So I think that's sort of just a different view into known people, if you will. And my audience, it's interesting. I mentioned I started a fitness concept in New York City. It was a boxing yoga hybrid, and it was all about facing the internal fight to find your flow. And it was in a physical setting, because I find that when you move people, you start to open up. So after that, it leads into a different conversation. And I was very conscious about when I opened, not wanting to make like a girl fight club. And I opened it right when Hillary Clinton lost the election. So there was a lot of that energy, and I could have probably ridden that wave. And I looked at it as, we're all human. We all have some sort of internal suffering, anxiety, however it shows up, and then however we try and numb it. And I wanted to create an environment that freed the self from that suffering. No mirrors, 9 rounds in a heavy bag into a 15-minute vinyasa flow. So I say all of that to say that my audience is not it is mostly women because I'm a woman, and this idea of self-love is probably more approachable for a woman. And similarly, it's not 50-50, it's more of like the 65-35, because I know that, the same battles that women sort of battle, men speak to the same things and might just be a little bit more shy about admitting it. So,
Well, Krista, I'm going to have you repeat that because you had an amazing nugget there about the inner fight and instead of facing outward, turning inward. Could you repeat what you said about that?
Sure. I mean, the doors of my fitness studios said everything you need is inside. And that was really the only mirror, and it was outside. And so when you went in, you sort of, there was the first sign said, face yourself to free yourself. So this idea that our fight is within. And so it's this willingness to face the darkness, whatever that you're carrying, so that you can open up to the light and the love that you were born with. Because none of us were born with resume, tax return, marital status. And we also weren't born with all of the judgment, the conditioning, the limiting beliefs at all. So it's this return to love, return to self, return to center without all of the extra. And that is a human experience. It is not wed to any sort of market. So.
Oh, I just love that. That's one of my taglines, to return to love. and that fight is within. So much of the work that we do is within. And then we are able to open up to that light. Then we make room for that so that we can let the love in. And then we have more love to give to others. Oh, that's beautiful what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And Crystal, we will go with you next.
All right, so similar to Jorge, I don't have a podcast yet. So right now I'm also putting out short videos, putting out reels, more to actually encourage people, some of the personal development tips, finance tips, so that I can actually help to make an impact and scale. So because one thing I realized that in the international personal development space, there isn't too many women yet, and there isn't too many Asian, Chinese women. So I thought if I could be a vessel and help to, be a vessel, be a voice to elevate, I think that would be able to help to reach out to a different market or a wider market. So that's my intention.
Wow, what a pioneer you are. And to help, give people a voice, and especially women in the finance world. And so thank you for what you're doing. And it's amazing how you are putting out those reels. A lot of times when people think about starting their podcast, they're like, well, I don't really have that big of a following, or, I don't have 2 million like Jorge. So maybe I need to wait. But one of the things that's very helpful is to kind of foam that runway. And so, Crystal, that's a really smart idea, getting your voice out there, getting people used to seeing you and hearing you. And when your podcast comes on, it's just a natural next step. So that's awesome. All right. Jeffrey, how about you?
So, thank you very much, Karen. So, man, some amazing resources here, an amazing podcast to go tune into, right? So I'm all about helping people with mastering AI plus their heart equals their superpower. And I'm really about helping, mums and dads, the stay-at-home sort of parent, to help them to transform from, the frustrated affiliate network marketer into the laptop lifestyle legends, so they can learn how to make their first $10,000 a month online, so they can become the fun vacation parent, fueled by dad jokes, of course, so they can make amazing memories with their family. And love doing that by helping people to, master this world of social selling and AI, and, develop their personal brand. And with our Aussie touch, we just love to have fun. We love to throw in the dad jokes and, that Aussie larrikin spirit. And it's definitely ADHD on overdrive, and it's the caffeinated kangaroo style.
And Jeffrey lives what he preaches. He was just was it Thailand?
Yes. Yeah, Thailand. Just Thailand last week.
Yes, he took his son and they went swimming with elephants, and I was just like, wow.
Oh, bucket list.
What'd you say?
It was a bucket list adventure, that was for sure. I definitely got the tick off that.
Oh, now it's on my bucket list. I just thought, wow, I could use technology to get things rolling and I can take more vacations. Isn't that what we all want? We want more of that human connection. And so that's fantastic, Jeff. All right, Jane, how about you?
Oh, well, so many things, and especially what you said there, Karen and Olivia, around neuroscience, right? If you think that we're born with twice as many neuroconnections as if we have now. So what happens if we prune and tune until we're 7 and we come up with this like memory box of stories, which is where we quickly go to when we need to pull information out. So we've got 400 billion pieces of information a second, and we can only take in 2,000, then we're actually limiting ourselves straight off the bat. We're creating these patterns in our lives of beliefs and limitations and conditions. And so, you know, I've had a property success podcast for many years, but it really, that story around that sliding door moment, that moment where people see the opportunity and they take it, just fascinated me. So on Exit the Matrix Stories of Success, I just interview people who've had that moment and captured it, and hope that I inspire my audience to actually look at that moment and go, gosh, what am I missing? What's the 2,000 pieces of information I've limited myself to? And there's actually more out there. So for instance, you know, I have a doctor who, you know, had 4 children. Her husband died and he was the stay-at-home carer. And all of a sudden she had to look after everything. And, you know, she went in through exhaustion, burnout, and now she helps other doctors who are going through that. And I had a lady who was the government's parasite expert, and she looked back and thought, goodness, you know, children have these parasites in their head telling them stories that make them turn up in ways that, you know, make them bullies, or, you know, have them in a situation that they don't want to make a good choice. And so she's now, you know, educating children on how to recognize those little parasites. So it's just those stories of success that people have that little capture them, so that we can inspire people. And I try to make them about 20 minutes, which gives you a lap around the block so that you get some exercise in at the same time. But yeah, that's Exit the Matrix Stories of Success.
Excellent. Oh my goodness. You know, we could go on and on with this amazing panel. They are just absolutely fantastic. And you know, it's so interesting because you think, well, how could I get a guest, you know, in Australia? Well, you just can connect with any of these people, because I'm sure that they would be happy to help you. And the collaboration and the community with the Los Angeles Tribune is the thing that really attracted me. And with the podcast network, if you would like to have that kind of support, if you'd like to join the podcast network, we are expanding, and we would love to visit with you about that. And I'm so thankful for Mo Rock and for Michael Silvers for helping us to build the podcast network, and Sandy Scarlata. And so it's an amazing team. It's an amazing community. And thank you for all of these fantastic podcasters. We are so proud of you, and we are so grateful to have your international influence with us.
Let's give those podcasters a thunderous round of applause. You guys are awesome. It's been a great day. You know, it's people, when we first did this, by the way, the comment was, you know, you're doing it on a holiday weekend. Don't do that. And we're like, yeah, no. The viewership's been huge. We're watching it go out around the world. The comments have been rolling in. You can limit yourself in any way you want. You can make restrictions around anything you want, or you just say, let's do it. Let's get it done. And this is literally one of the biggest holidays in the US, and our viewership's just off the chart in the US. So, and we've got it, of course, around the world. So you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much. Karen, what a great panel. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give Karen a round of applause. You know, and everybody stay tuned. I'll leave you guys on here for a minute. Julianne, I'm going to bring you up. Everybody can stay on for a minute. It's okay. So, you know, it's amazing the people that we do and we work together. I mean, look at these great panelists. Look at these podcasters. Look at these authors, speakers, trainers. Because the next gentleman we're going to bring up, and I'll bring him up in a second, was not only the CEO of 7-Eleven and Blockbuster, but he lives this amazing lifestyle. He does so much in the business world, but he's always helping entrepreneurs. And he's always making a difference to help entrepreneurs. And that's what it's about. So you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much. Karen, you can take them away. You guys smile. Look like you're happy. Look like you had there we go. All right. Everybody had a great time. I'll talk to everybody soon. Karen, thank you so much. So Julianne, you ready to have some fun?
I'm so ready. Yay.
Oh, you know what's great? I got you on my other speaker. I've got 3 computers going because I've learned you have backups. No matter what happens, you have a backup. So I've got too many backups going, and now I don't even know what I'm doing. It's because the next gentleman I'm about to bring up, and Julianne, you're going to take this away once I get him up here, is not only, well, you know what? You all need to see this. I'm telling you right now, Jim, I'm going to bring you on the stage. So there we go. Mr. Jim Keys. Look at that. Look at that. I love it. He's at the ranch. You know, this is the only way to do it. This is how we have fun. So, all right, Mr. Jim Keys, I'm going to let him do what we call earn the right. He's going to tell you a little his background and story. It's powerful to have him on here, and I'm going to actually, there we go. I'm going to let you tell the story, and I'm going to turn this over to Julianne because she was so excited to meet you. But Jim, the greatest thing about you is that you're always showing up. You're willing to be there. You've helped so many entrepreneurs in the last, I don't even know. We won't say, you know, I don't say like decades. We're always careful with that. But,
Makes me sound old.
right. I do this. Somebody said you've been around for like 30 years. I'm like, let's just slow that one down.
Yeah.
But what you've done out there for not only for major businesses, major corporations, but it's really for your hope in the entrepreneur world that has just made such a difference in my world. And I honor you for that. And I thank you for that. And why don't you tell the audience just a little bit about your background and what you're doing now? And then I'll turn it over to Julianne, and you two have an amazing time.
Sure. Well, it's great to be with you, and I appreciate the flexibility. I'm actually at a family event and at the ranch with, as you can see behind me, a bunch of horses, and I could not find a quiet spot inside the house to do this. So it's about 100 degrees outside, but I said, you know, there's a nice little breeze out by the horses. I think I'm going to go sit out there and be able to talk to everybody. And besides, get a little taste of Texas, right? I even brought the hat, you know, why not?
I love that. I love that you are one to innovate as you go and somebody that can turn on a dime, pivot when you need to, and move forward and keep to your commitments. That's something that obviously speaks to how you've been so successful. But for those of that are watching and aren't familiar with who you are, would you mind telling us a little bit about some of your highlights? Because, I mean, we could say your bio, but it's so much better hearing it from you.
Sure. Yeah. I know I don't look like a Fortune 500 CEO sitting here, but I look more like a ranch hand. But yeah, I had the privilege of running two companies, 7-Eleven and Blockbuster, and both of them were quite an adventure. I've done a number of other things besides, you know, a lot of advisory work, some public board work, and working with some venture capital firms, et cetera, et cetera. But a pretty broad range of interests as well. Obviously, 7-Eleven, retail, Blockbuster media. I've done a lot with technology. I'm a aviation geek. I like to fly airplanes and ride horses, fast and slow things. So, yeah. So I've been able to do a lot of really interesting things over the years, and been blessed. But there is a secret, and I'm willing to share that secret with the group today. There's absolutely a secret to being able to do anything you want to do and do it well and do it successfly. So anytime you're ready, I'm happy to share it.
I'm ready now.
All right, let's go. Well, I wrote this book, and I did it on purpose because the book is called Education is Freedom. And I know it sounds like you know, I'm sure people see it on Amazon. They say, oh, it's a book about education. No, it's a book about life. And the idea is that the more you learn in life, the more you can do, whether it's playing polo. If you like horses, nothing better than to be able to play polo, but you have to learn, or flying an airplane, or running a Fortune 500 company. It's all about constant learning. But there's another really important message in the book, and it says it's this the future is in your hands. And this is where it becomes so relevant for everybody on the call, everybody that's an entrepreneur, perhaps, everybody that wants to, you know, find more success in life, whether personally or professionally. I've been successful to a large extent because I've been able to harness the power of technology. That's what we're here to talk about today. And what I have here in my phone and what I'm talking with you on today is a portal to unlimited learning. We don't think about it that way. We think about it as a phone. We think about it as a communication device and a way to look up interesting things on Google. But if you think about the power that we have as humanity today to be able to access information, to be able to learn with the power of technology, we have tools that we're not even wrapping our heads around the power or the ability. I mean, in contrast, I grew up, relatively poor kid with nothing, around me. I didn't have anybody that went to school or college. I didn't have resources. I never thought about any of that stuff. But what I had was a set of encyclopedias. And my mom brought these home from the grocery store, literally, for a free bag of groceries, and you get one volume of an encyclopedia. And I poured myself into those books because they were knowledge. And somehow my dad used to say, they can't take away what you know. They can take away your car. They can take away your money. They can take away your house. They literally did. I had my house condemned when I was like 10 years old. It was that bad. But they can't take away what you know. And you think about this tool today that we have at our fingertips and the difference between having access to unlimited learning, anything you want to know, and what I had growing up, many of us on the call had growing up, the difference is dramatic. So I have huge hope for the next generation to be able to harness the power of technology and be able to learn at an exponential level. We talk about machine learning, but why not human learning at the rate of machine learning? It's all infinitely possible. So that's what I'm out there working on, trying to get people in the book, whether it's young people, whether you have children and the need for them to focus on the power of learning, or if it's somebody early in their career that wants to advance. It all comes down to learning more and more skills and being more beneficial. If you're in a big corporation, it means learning more. If you're an entrepreneur, to be able to differentiate versus others, all comes down to learning.
I think that is such an amazing thing that we tend to forget about. We tend to outsource everything to other people, but I love that it is something that is paramount to you. And I really want to point out too that of all the things that you talk about with success and who you are and what you're doing, it's not just I was this, I did that. You're mentioning aviation. It's the well-roundedness that education can give you, so you have something to offer yourself and others. And I'm just curious, it's very easy when you're a professional to work way too much. And at the end of your life, take it with you. So how do you keep, and I hate the word balance, but how do you keep that harmony in your life?
You know what it is? I think I've tried to understand the same. And let me tell you, I cannot say I'm a poster child for well-balanced work-life balance and stuff like that. No, not at all. I've definitely erred a little bit way too much on the work side. But what I've found is that curiosity is, I've got a whole chapter in my book on curiosity, because ultimately it's what drives us. It drives us into wanting to learn more and wanting to do more. And what I've just discovered is that, the more I let my curiosity go, the more fun I have. So whether it's learning how to fly an airplane, talk about freedom. An airplane gives you amazing freedom. I can literally jump in my aircraft without a co-pilot, without anything, at 40,000 feet, go anywhere in the world that I want to go. And powered by technology, of course, because I literally rely on this to be able to file a flight plan and be able to use GPS in the airplane, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that curiosity really has fueled so many things that I'm able to do. Painting, when I was a kid, I couldn't afford paintings for my house, my condo, my apartment, whatever. So I love the Impressionists. I was like, how hard can that be? So I learned how to paint. And literally, my house today is full of paintings, and people go, wow, that's really nice. Who'd you buy that from? And I said, no, I did it. And it just goes on and on. I mean, there is nothing that you can't learn. And that's what I've discovered. So that if you can just ignite your curiosity, the things you can do will amaze everyone, especially yourself.
I think, yes, thank you. I'm just going to leave that one right there. So my question for you is, you mentioned curiosity, which I think is absolutely one of the most important things, but also there comes that creativity. And when you are either an entrepreneur or you're Fortune 500, or there's this innovation that has to be a part of your everyday life. And how do you transform curiosity into innovation?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. Creativity is a big part of it. Curiosity is sort of the opening salvo for creativity, but Einstein called creativity intelligence having fun. And if you think about it, it's exactly what it is, right? So I love to say I didn't learn to paint. I mean, technically I did at some point in my life. I went to art school to be able to learn how to do this, but I paint to learn, because every time I paint, it's a new learning experience. Same with playing an instrument. I play the piano. I didn't learn to play. And if I played today, you'd say, oh yeah, you never learned to play. But I play to learn, because every time I sit down at the piano, I learn something new. So that curiosity, now take that, all that's fine. You think, oh, that's the arts. That's the arts. What's that have to do with business? Well, business is all about innovation. It starts and ends with something changed and somebody had to innovate to satisfy that new demand, that change. And who's going to do that? So often we think, well, we have to outsource that. There are experts. Those are creatives that go do the innovation. And it's just not true. We're all innovative. If we allow ourselves and eliminate the fear, we need to come back and talk about fear. If you eliminate fear, then anyone can be creative. Who knows your customers better than you? So why not you be the chief creative officer and take charge of the innovation for your company? Because if you can do that, if you can channel it, then you maybe turn the idea over to somebody who can fine tune it. But you can truly differentiate your company by bringing your own personal curiosity and creativity to the table.
I love that. My cousin calls it unicorn petting zoo. When you have a really great idea and somebody needs to implement that, you can't just talk about it forever.
Yeah.
But
I love that.
Thank you. I do too. I always, it's fun, right? So my question for you is, since you've been in the business world and you are successful in many different aspects, what would you consider one of the leading innovations that you've been a part of, and why was that exciting for you?
Oh my gosh. I think the most important for me in my career was learning the power of technology. 7-Eleven, I'm going to dial way back, was bankrupt. 1991, 7-Eleven was nearly out of business, went away, almost. They were looking liquidation squarely in the face. And the reason was they had stopped innovating. They were born out of innovation, literally all the way back to 1927. But by the 1990s, they were selling beer, soft drinks, cigarettes, and everybody else was. They were open 24 hours, so was everybody else, and they had stopped innovating. And I had the privilege of going to Japan, our largest licensee, 7-Eleven Japan, today, who owns 7-Eleven worldwide. They ultimately bought the company in 2005. I had the privilege of going over and seeing what they had done, because they had dramatically transformed the industry, the convenience industry in Japan, far better than we had in the United States. And what I found was they had harnessed the power of technology to be able to truly understand what customers want, not through surveys, not through research, all this other stuff. What they had was the ability to, item by item, each piece of fresh sushi in the store, they could measure the impact of weather, the impact of traffic, the impact of the economy, anything that was going on. They could measure it real time and adapt and be able to change on a dime because of the power of technology. I was shocked at the difference. They had 4 times the sales per square foot that we had. Well, actually 4 times the sales in a store that was half of what we had in the United States. And it was just phenomenal. So I embrace technology here in the US brought that same, I had the benefit of their lead and being able to see what they had done, harnessed the power of technology, brought it here in the United States. It changed 7-Eleven from 10 years of same-store sales decline to 10 years by the time I left when we sold the company in 2005 to the Japanese. We had 10 years of same-store sales increases. That's literally every quarter, 37 to 40 quarters of improved same-store sales, which is virtually unheard of for retailers who are affected by weather and the economy and all this kind of stuff. But it worked. It was harnessing the power of technology. So yeah, that's the one thing I would point to.
I love that. And that just shows what's possible with technology and also keeping that human aspect in it as well. I mean, it gives you that opportunity to be creative and innovative using the technology instead of the technology using you. Now, I'd love to go back to something you were talking about a little bit before, and that was about fear and getting rid of fear. Now,
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. If you're going to be successful, you're going to make a whole bunch of mistakes.
Oh
So
yeah.
how do you, as a business person, make educated guesses instead of it being a complete bomb?
Well, there are a whole host of things. First of all, it's recognizing fear. It's a deadly. It's like a gas. It creeps into the room. You don't know it's there. You can't see it. You can't smell it, and all of a sudden it kills you. And it happens to individuals. It happens to companies, and candidly, it happens to societies. You look around right now, and you look at what's going on out there. And it's pretty frightening because we are all getting a fire hose of fear. And there's really, truly no reason for it. And here's the analogy I give you. If you're a kid and you're scared, what do? You turn the light on and you go, oh, I guess there's really nothing to be afraid of. And we do that all the time. Today, we are afraid of silly things that if we turned the light on, we wouldn't be afraid. So what's the light? It's called knowledge. It's the ability that we have at our fingertips to find the truth. It may take some digging. We may have to sort through the power of AI to be able to find a true answer from a fake answer, but it's there, and it requires critical thinking. Critical thinking is something we tend to, as humans, we get lazy sometimes, and we go, oh, it's just easier to take at face value something. So can I give you one last really important, I know I'm droning on, but
Oh, no,
can I give you an important distinction? Okay, the reason I put this image on the cover of my book is that I've been blessed over the years to have a number of friends who are astronauts. I know, it's crazy, but Buzz Aldrin's like a buddy of mine, and Charlie Duke and a bunch of the Apollo guys, and I've had the privilege of working with them on projects. But there's one common denominator. Every astronaut, from the guys who flew on Blue Origin with Jeff Bezos and the SpaceX guys and the Apollo guys, there's one common denominator. Every single one comes back from space and says they have experienced something called the overview effect. It's this. It's that view of the Earth from space. Now, I get a little bitty bit of that at 40,000 to 45,000 feet when I'm flying, because I can just barely see the curvature of the Earth. But what they say is they have the ability to see the Earth without borders, without races, without religions, without wars, without all the issues that we're all muddled around with. And here's the difference. This is a very important difference. That view that they have is called perspective. This is perspective. What we get wrapped up in personally, professionally, humanity, we get wrapped up in perception. And perception is what drives that fear. I have a perception there's a monster under the bed and it's going to come eat me until I turn the light on. And that gives me perspective. It says, whoa, wait a minute, there is no monster in my room. I don't have to be afraid. I can go back to sleep. Silly example, I realize. But think about the power of you personally harnessing an awareness of the difference between your own perception and perspective. Taking a deep breath, stepping back from a business problem, a personal problem, a societal problem. Stepping back, taking a deep breath, gathering knowledge, which is ultimately the light. That's why I use that analogy. Knowledge is that light within us that shines, that we can use to illuminate the path for others if we understand the difference between perception and perspective. So I hope that's helpful.
You know,
Absolutely.
it's a great piece, Jim, because it is. I've heard the same thing, and I know you're going to go up on the next mission to go get those 2 astronauts who have been going to be up there for a long time, right? So you're just going to take your plane, put the boosters on, and go get them.
Oh boy, I wish.
I know.
You have no idea.
Yeah, that's a story for another day, right? And we
Yeah.
know things you might know. So, anyways, one thing, and I know it's getting warm where you are, and this has been great, but one thing you do is you've really brought the message out to the masses, and you've brought the message through to, because if you even look at what you just affected at 7-Eleven, let's just say, or being CEO, there was a lot of people involved, and those people had families and friends and people they taught. Same thing at Blockbuster, same thing on the mission you're on now. Um, what is just in all of our lives, there's those couple things we go, that was a great day, or this was a great moment, or this, what is that for you?
What happens for me now, and I love to accomplish new things, and I'm always trying new things. But really, what makes me happiest is when I can have a little breakthrough. And I noticed as we were speaking, a couple of people commented, and they said, "Wow, I really appreciate that understanding." And if I can help, if I can help one person change their mindset and get out of the box that we put ourselves in. Because expression, think out of the box. What box? It's a box we put ourselves in. And it's all based in fear, and it's all based in perception and all that stuff. So if I can just help people, I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know already, but if I can get them to stop and think, and then that's my reward. When people come up to me, they'll come up to me in an airplane or a restaurant and say, "Hey, I saw a podcast. I saw your message. I read your book, and Jim, thanks. It just gave me a different way of looking at things, and it's helped me with my career." I
Yeah,
love that.
I love it. Thank you so much. This has been great for you to spend the time. It's really funny what you don't know, unless you could see it too. That one horse behind you has turned his back to us a couple times. I'm thinking, is this going to be one of those great shots that we're going to use for the next 20 years? I was just seeing if anything was going to happen.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh no, no. You know what? That reminds me.
Yeah.
One time I told you I was a painter, so I painted this picture for a charity, and a bunch of my team members were there. And sure enough, I painted these horses from behind, and my guys walk up, and they didn't know I was there, but I hear them. "Oh yeah, figures Keys would paint a picture of a horse's ass."
Oh God, you gotta love what you do, right? Gotta love what you do every day.
You gotta love it. Yeah.
So, thank you so much for those of you listening and watching, and we go out to 23 countries on these broadcasts. You're going to see a lot more of Jim. This was great knowledge. I'm going to get him to fly into a Barnes and Noble so he can hang out with us live. We're going to make that work one time. I'm telling you right now.
I'll
But
do it.
yeah, I know you will. I know you will. That's the thing. Any last words of wisdom before we let you go?
No, I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and I hope people will, if you're interested in learning more, Keys, jameswkeys.com, or at jkeysauthor is I've gone from 0 to 100 miles an hour in social media, so I now actually trying to harness the power of social media. So if you want to chuckle, you'll see this novice out there being a social media guy.
Hey, we all got to start somewhere. That's what I say, right? And you know what? It changes every day too. So it's just it's a mission. I say, it's a
All about
mission.
learning.
All
Yep,
about learning.
exactly.
That's it. It's the best. Well, thank you so much, audience. Give Mr. Keys a big thunderous round of applause. We've actually had comments running the whole time. We just popped some up because we don't want to blank too much, but it's been incredibly interactive. I appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jim Keys and Jamie Fogel, right? She makes things happen when we ask, and we work together as a team. We'll see you back on. We have other big events I would love you to be on, and I'm planning for that. So we'll be in contact, and thank you so much.
Okay, Michael, thanks for the opportunity. We'll talk soon.
All right.
Thank you.
That was great. That was, I loved it. Not only for him to do it from the ranch, right? What a great perspective, because you're living your life, you're with family, he's doing the things that are necessary, and he's still willing to come and say, I'm here. And I think that's a huge piece. Alicia and Prisa, you want to come up with us for a little bit? All right, here they come. There we go. I got you. Prisa, you're on. We can see you. See, we're seeing. Oh, there we go. Karen, you're on. Oh, you're here too. Okay, fantastic. So everybody, talk a little bit about, and then again, when I see the next person, I'll let you guys know. But talk a little bit about the show today. What'd you learn? What's something you're taking away so far, and your excitement?
I'll start. I love the way Jim delivered his wisdom, because you can tell that it's embodied. You can tell that he really was present with all of the experiences he's had. And I'd like to say that, I'm grateful that I'm around a lot of successful people, a lot of successful founders and CEOs, and a lot of really tremendously amazing people. And I can say honestly, though, that not everyone is very present with what they're doing, with what the lessons that are coming up, with the learnings, and being present enough to be able to reflect on those and then share those learnings. I've never heard anyone distill, I put it in the comment, distill the experiential wisdom the way he just did. I'm blown away. I will continue to watch that one segment with you, Julianne, and him for many times for time to come, because that was so profound. And the way, yes, he's on the ranch. It's so lived. It's so embodied. And that itself, if people are not realizing what a special moment that was, to see that the person isn't just speaking, they live what they're saying. They live it, they do it, they are it. There's no difference from the person that they are, from the person speaking, or that you see on a social media, platform. He's the same person through and through. I thought that was so profound, so special. That was amazing.
It was great there, and then I'll let you all pass it off. Ava, do you want to come up? It was. All right, just keep passing it on.
I'll go. I just wanted to just acknowledge the generosity of every speaker that has been here today. I mean, Jim was literally on a vacation with his family, and he goes out in over 100-degree weather in a horse stall and is distilling this wisdom. And everyone that has shown up today has been that generous with their, not just today, but all 3 days, has been that generous with their time, their energy, their knowledge, and their wisdom, and everything that they have to give. Alicia, what about you?
Yes, I have to say, I just really loved and really enjoyed that segment with Jim right now, and just the continuous learning and learning from others. I mean, when you talked about the example of 7-Eleven and going to Japan and just observing what they were doing, and then figuring out how to be creative and innovate, or what does painting have to do with business, but the ability to innovate. We've been hearing from innovators the entire last 3 days, and it's truly special to hear about where people are along their journeys and how we're all learning together. Education is freedom is also a Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller by Jim Keys. But education is freedom. And I love what he said, is that our phones right here, they're our best way to learn. We can learn through AI, we can learn through observation, we can learn through asking questions, we can learn by showing up. There are so many opportunities to learn and soak up the wisdom from the people around us. We've been learning the last 3 days during LA Tech. So it's just, I think the theme, the word that I've been hearing the last 3 days is we all get to evolve. We all get to continuously learn And as the world is changing, we get to change with it from a mindset perspective, from how we evolve in our business. So it's been truly phenomenal. What about you, Karen?
Yeah, I was noticing, how he said when he was talking about learning and how, our knowledge and our relationships are the only thing that we can take with us after this life. And so it's so important, and the things that we learn help us to be better in our relationships. We talked a lot in our last panel about, the human connection, and many of the speakers have talked about remembering the human element, remembering the importance of relationships, and about authenticity and the generosity, like you said, Juliana. I was thinking about Bill Walsh. I mean, how many times would we get to hear all of this wisdom distilled, these nuggets, just one after another after another. I'm going to have to go back and, like you said, Alicia, and watch it again and again. I think you said it true, Parisa. And I just felt like there was so much wisdom and the unselfishness. I just thought of all these speakers giving of their time, and some of these speakers, at 2 a.m, out on their vacations, all the different sacrifices that people have made to share their message from across the world so that we can have others listen and learn across the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all of the comments. One of the things that I'm so delighted with, and I'm going to go put up Jim Keyes' book on the screen. This is a Los Angeles Tribune bestseller based on the content. And, one thing about education, we forget how powerful the phone is on our hand, and the choices that we make on what we spend our time on, is really crucial. Growing up in a third world country, my mom is someone who's very, very invested in education, and we would take public transportation for like 2-3 hours to go to somewhere where I can learn, public speaking, or I could learn how to do creative writing, or even go to the library. And now everything is in the palm of our hands. Everything is in the tip of our fingers, and the power of that is something that often we forget about. And I love that Jim Keyes' book, freedom, education is freedom, really points that. So thank you so much, Jim, for writing that book and being that inspiration. Michael.
Yeah, it's great because it is the education and the information that we learn and we take. And we had a call that we are going to have a tremendous call in a couple weeks or a month from now. I don't know, but it is about the learning, and it's the learning from the perspective of how do I take this learning every single day? How do I, and okay, so I'm learning something, but now how do I teach it? And then once I teach it, I take it to that next perspective. And then every time I teach it, I take it out to the next learning, because it's like, we used to do a lot of work, and the Richard Branson and Oprah Winfrey, their school in South Africa for girls. And the tuition was brilliant. The tuition was on the weekends, they went back to their villages and taught them everything they learned. And to do it from that perspective of right, see one, do one, and continue, and continue to learn and continue to teach, that's where we really move the power forward. And the greatest thing about our speakers, I was looking, we started out with Omar, right? And we ended up with Jim Keyes, and we've had Joseph McClendon. I could just go on. And we've had AI thought leaders, and we've had tremendous panels from around the world, and it's all been those who are teaching or training or educating or helping their own audience. And here at the Tribune, that's all we're about, right? We blasted this out on all our social media, and we just want you all to get the tidbits of whatever it takes to help you move your business forward. There's no barrier to entry. There's no reason that you can't listen to part of it. And we just said, here we are. Here's the information. Let us gather the greats in the world, which is look at what you guys have done way before I've even been around, right? Somebody just mentioned Michael Beckwith today, and Think and Grow Rich, and the shows that you guys have done, but it's continuing that education moving forward. And I think that's the big piece. And, it's really exciting to be part, because it's a team. It's a family. It's what I talked about. I love when Misty always parrots back, but Misty and I she's been doing mine like 12 years. But it's the kind of thing where we always we want more for ourselves. We want more for our children, our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews. We've been family members. We're doing this together. Us introverts, we'll go away tonight and be quieter and do things like that. But I already heard I'm on grandpa duty, actually. So we're going to the lake. That's what I heard. And that's okay, because that is the next generation's coming. It's the generations, and those who teach and train, you're teaching other generations. And I think that's the greatest piece. So why don't we just, all of you, think about it for a second, and then we'll go around the horn again, because I want to leave the audience with something they can do immediately. So why don't we go around the horn again, and just, what is one thing, and it's going to be different because I love it. You all have different perspectives, but what is one thing the audience can take away and do immediately? So what is, though, for me, I think right away, and I don't want to go first. It doesn't even need to be me, but I'm always like 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind, right? Just if you put one of those things in place, you're rocking and rolling and going from there. So we'll go around the horn. What is that one thing they could do today, take away from this amazing event, knowing, by the way, we are all going to go play with Jane Goodall on September 21st. So we have a day of peace on the 20th, and then we are going to be with Jane Goodall. And it's not just being with Jane Goodall, who's, she was at my children's school in 95. These things I remember, she used to just tour everywhere, and she's saving the planet, but it's for her Roots and Shoots, which is her children's international organization. It's about that next level and that next. And we're so excited at the Tribune to be part of something like that. But I'm going to go around the horn here, and just, what is one thing this audience could do right now and take away and just maybe even change their life? Who knows? Ready? Julianne.
Thank you, Michael. So there were so many things that were mentioned today, yesterday, and the day before, but I really, really loved what Joseph McClendon was talking about being grateful and thankful and putting our head down and then looking up and smiling, and then that will change and disrupt our thoughts and our feelings so that we can make different actions in the future. But the thing that I really, really want to suggest to everybody that is watching today is to at least do something. Pick one thing and do it, because you can read a book about meditation, but it's not the same as meditating. So make sure that you actually follow through with at least one thing. If you do one thing, then you've won. Alicia, what about you?
I love that, Julianne. Do something. A takeaway is there's so much change that's going on, and there's so many wishes that we may have for what we could do or want to do, but is to think about, what is a fear that is holding you back, and how can you disrupt that fear, and how can you shift that mindset so that you create the space to do everything else that can be on the other side of it, and to be able to execute, like you said, Julianne. We've learned so many tools, but if there's any apprehensions around using them, is it showing up? Is it starting? Is it putting your voice out there? Whatever it may be, just thinking about that fear and then figuring out, how can I overcome it? Or how can I journal about it if I'm not there yet in overcoming it? But what is one step that I can do to face that fear so I can access everything I want to access on the other side of it? What about you, Parisa?
So this is something that Amy shared at the end of the day, the other day. She said that, I have it written down. It says, if you dumb down your energy and uniqueness, you're in a race to the bottom. I let that land with myself all night, and I've looked at it since many times, because there's so many times that I've realized that I'm very aware of how much I will dim down my uniqueness or my energy for various reasons. And they can be as justified as humanly possible as I want them to be. And they can be as convincing as I want them to be. And is it serving me now? Is it serving me in the future? Is it helping others around me? No, no, and no. So I'd like to leave everyone with that, is that allow yourself to be aware of where you are dimming down your energy and your uniqueness. I like to say maybe your weirdness, do you like your weird? And allow that to just be free and felt and as bold or as subdued as it's naturally. And the very last thing is something that Min shared with us, is that all of this tech, all of these new applications within AI in particular, they are really just the seasoning to what is already there. So with the overwhelm, with the fear, with the skepticism, with all of the all of the inputs that are coming in. Realize all of it, oh, maybe a lot, and it's the seasoning of what the intelligence, the intellect, the magnificence that is already placed within us. So think about it like that and utilize it as, I don't want to say as you see fit, but utilize it with that mindset. And I think that a lot of beauty and magic can come from it. Ava, over to you.
You teed me up perfectly, Parisa, with that message. Talk about synchronicity, right? Like this is the LA Tech 2024. And what I would leave you with is something that ideally would ground you with all that's going on in tech innovations and all of the advancements. I mean, think about how the speed of innovations is coming in front of us. By the time you've learned to use something so well, it's obsolete, right? Like even as you've learned a skill in Canva, the next time that you log in, they've changed it. The dashboard is different. Like, I didn't know where this come from. Like the constant innovation requires for such constant learning, and it's so easy to feel like you're falling behind. It's so easy to feel like you're missing out, to feel like you're not enough. And as an entrepreneur, that feeling does not serve. Whenever you feel like you're not enough, or you're running behind, or you're late already, or what you have is not enough, it chips away from your, according to Parisa, your brightness, right? It chips away from your greatness. There's this one thing that I learned from Darren Hardy, that I think is the perfect thing to say right now. But I've been wanting to say this in social media. Darren Hardy is the CEO and founder of the Success Magazine, and name every successful Fortune 100 CEO out there. He's interviewed them. And there's this one thing that he said: everyone that he's interviewed is good at 10% in their life and is trash at 90%. Right? And it's okay. They focus on their genius and they outsource everything else. They assign the 90% to either a maid in their house, a nanny in their home, a gardener, or an assistant. They assign the 90% of that, and they focus on the 10% of their brilliance, and they capitalize on the 10% of their brilliance. For the longest time, I haven't been showing up because I felt like 90% of my life doesn't align with the 10% that I'm good at. But that's like throwing the baby with the bathwater, right? Like really shining your 10% brilliance and let the 90% be messy. It's okay. And own that brilliance that you have, that you get to shine in the world. I'm complete. Karen.
Yeah, I was thinking about how, like Jim said, we are born with this light within us. And so many people talked about this inner wisdom. Olivia Young was just talking about that on our last international panel. And yet things happen in our life, and things have happened in my life where the fears and the limiting beliefs come up. And like Cheryl Mizell said, remember that our brain is our first technology, and use our brain and remove those limiting beliefs. Turn the light on and gain perspective, like Jim just taught us. And I thought about how we can use AI to teach AI. We can use AI to teach us about other technology. And then the goal is to use the AI so that we can have more time and have more freedom to build those relationships. I thought about what Craig Bruce said about how so many times as entrepreneurs, we are so busy and we're so involved and we are so driven that we sacrifice relationships. And that's all we can take with us. And so our goal is to return to love, and AI and technology can help us to do that.
Yes, it can. Give yourselves a round of applause. It's been, Dan, don't go anywhere, by the way. It's been a tremendous show. We're going to do a sign off and then have a short bonus session with Dan Fleyshman, and Julianne's going to run that section. So it's great that Dan we could get him on. Thank you all for this amazing show. Thank you all for the time you spent. Thank you, audience, for listening and participating and comments and sharing. And it's been tremendous. And it doesn't end here, because we never stop, right? If you look at we've got Jane Goodall. I know I'm going to say that, but she's awesome. She was so much part of my growing up and everything I did. And we have the live Barnes and Noble show October 24th, and we look so forward to seeing you all there. We have so many events coming up. I could just go on and on and on and on, but not going to happen. And we'll eventually, we will have a calendar. We'll make it easy for everybody. But for myself and Mr. Mo Rock and Ava Manuel and Alicia and Parisa and Karen and Julianne and all the hosts and everybody who's on, I want to thank you all for being on. You guys are amazing. We're going to keep the stream running for a little bit here. So I'm going to turn it over to Julianne and Dan. But I just, from my heart, from everybody out there, thank you so much. This is a bonus session. You don't want to go anywhere. You want to be part of it. Hosts, you've been awesome. Julianne, you ready to go? Awesome. Fantastic.
Unmute, sorry.
All right. On mute is great. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm going to pop Dan on. I'm going to pop off, and you guys have fun. Dan, by the way, thank you for making it. I don't even know what part of the world you're in today. You know what I mean? I never know. So
I'm at the ranch. I'm at our animal sanctuary in Temecula, California.
Oh, I love it. Oh, we all know that area very well. Have you ever done anything, and then I'll let Julianne take this away. Have you ever done anything with, I think it's Hearts and Hands, the zebra rescue out in Ramona?
There's literally a zebra like 12 yards from me right now. I have not met Hearts and Hands, but I'd love to talk to them because we have 3 zebras here.
Oh, you do? You do. Well, that's fantastic. We need to talk one day because we used to do a lot of work with her, and she's a little bit on her own, but she's been a zebra rescue for 15 years.
Oh wow,
So,
that's less than an hour away from here.
Okay, awesome. I'll make that happen. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you two. Have a great talk, and I'll see you all soon.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Hi, Dan. Welcome. I'm so glad to meet you.
Pleasure.
We're so excited to have you here today. For those that are not familiar with who you are, I would, because I can go on and say your bio. And if you're on Instagram at all, I'm sure people have seen you. However, not everybody is familiar with who you are. And I think one of the best ways to sort of give people the essence of who you are is to tell some sort of story that explains you.
All right, I'll give you the fast forward version. 17 years old, I trademarked the catchphrase like a slogan. I sold a bunch of t-shirts in high school, made $1,500. I felt like a millionaire. But 18 years old, we actually did $1 million in sales. 19 years old, $9.5 million in sales. And then 23 years old, took the company public to become the youngest owner of a publicly traded company in history. So that's when everything changed. For the next 4 years, got into 55,000 retail stores with my energy drinks under the same name as the clothing brand. Did that for 10 years. One other feather in my cap, started an online poker site. Within 10 weeks, we were live. Within 10 months, the 5th biggest site in the world, doing over $1 million a week in revenue. And then boom, oh no, online poker got shut down in America. Lost $65 million overnight. All of a sudden, the poker market went away. So that's when everything changed and actually became the best thing that ever happened to me. I started my charity. We make backpacks for the homeless with 150 items inside. Been doing that for 14 years. I started my social media agency. We've done over 110,000 paid posts on Instagram. We spent around $60 million with influencers. And I started throwing live events, which are free for entrepreneurs to attend. I've thrown that 55 times now. So everything that came from the bad stuff and the craziness stemmed into where my whole life is now, angel investing in companies, throwing events, etc.
I love that because it's just, you found the gem in something that would be considered negative. Now, for those that are watching, they're looking at you going, how in the heck did he do that? And how is he so successful constantly? Like, what you've done is remarkable, setting standards and raising the bar and just ultimately so successful. And you've turned it into even something bigger and better as you keep on growing and going. But what would you say is the one thing that maybe sets you apart in the way that you think that other people can take home and maybe start changing the way they think?
Yep. The number one word is relentless. It's that I'm just going to keep working morning, noon, and night. And if I do that and my competitors are taking weekends off and they're done at 5 o'clock, or they're not willing to go through the battles and struggles or do as many sales calls as I'll do, or try to do as many events or go to, like, I'm just relentless every single day. And that's to say, like, I'm not trying to pitch hustle culture. It's just when I'm in the thick of things, I'm in it, right? When I'm in work mode, I'm all the way. When I'm in a startup company or I'm really deep into a business. And so the word is relentless. That's what's made me stand out, is that every day I'm texting with people, every day I'm calling people, every day I'm doing sales calls, every day I'm networking, every day I'm introducing people, every day I'm trying to, like, I'm just in action all the time. And if you do 20, 30, 40 action items a day, times that by 365, times that by 25 years, obviously that's where, you've got hundreds of thousands of interactions that will get you to success.
That's amazing. I just saw something. Is it true that it's your birthday today?
Tonight at midnight. Yeah.
Well, happy birthday a little early.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I digress. I wanted to go back to this conversation with relentless. And I love this idea though, but is it safe to assume that it's okay that you're relentless because you love what you do?
Yes. So tying in, by the way, there's a lot of businesses that you may not love the business. Like, no one's excited about doing accounting, right? But you can tie in things that make it fun. Networking events, charity events, like tying in things that you love. You love pickleball, get all the accountants in your local town to play pickleball. You love basketball, poker, like tie in fun things to boring stuff, and it'll make your life much happier.
I love that. And since you were so successful at a young age, and I like how you thought you were so rich, and at that age you probably were, comparatively so. But was there an influence in your life that made you realize that you can just go and try and do?
Yeah, I always say, if you throw someone in the water, sorry, that's the gardening for our animal sanctuary here. Hold on 1 second. Make it quieter for you guys. Boom. Okay. So I would say that, sorry, say the question one more time.
I was asking about your influences at a young age.
Yeah, so that's right. If you throw someone in the pool, they have to swim or die, is the way I put it. And so we just didn't have any money growing up, right? My dad was driving a taxi. My mom was trying to support a family of 4. In Los Angeles with $2,000 is not going to cut it. And so I just had to work, and I wanted to work, and I didn't have another option. And I think that's been instilled with me, where 25 years later, I still feel like I have to work, and I don't want to ever lose that feeling. And so I guess the answer is necessity forced me into it, and then I kept that inside of me.
I love that. And you, once again, using something that would be considered negative and using it for a positive. That's truly remarkable. So considering that you like to give back, and that is something that's important to you, how important do you think that is for somebody that's starting out to have that aspect in their business?
So tying charity into your life, even if you can't financially donate to something, it'll still change the way your employees think, your customers think, your clients think, your vendors think, your friends think. Everyone around you will enjoy the fact that you're doing something charity related if you're passionate about it. If you're doing it just to check a box, people can tell, right? But if you're doing it because you care about something, because someone in your life was impacted by breast cancer, homelessness, something to do with children, or a grant, or something to do with mental health, people will know because you have a story tied into it and you feel compelled to do it. And so charity is not always about money and financial parts of it. It's just the fact that you put time and energy into it. And by doing that, your customers, clients, vendors, employees, coworkers, everyone will attach on to what you're doing and your mission.
I love that. Exactly. It doesn't always have to be about the Benjamins. It can be time and energy and everything else. So I'm curious too, because you were so successful so young, that doesn't mean that you haven't had mentors and people that you've looked up to throughout your life. Is there somebody or some book or something that has really helped you move forward?
Yeah, my mentor was the founder of Marvel Studios, and he took a huge leap to create Marvel Studios because Marvel turned him down at first. And he went through this mission, took him over a year and a half to basically put together the funding to go create Iron Man when they had said no. And he went and made a $150 million movie when no one had ever done that before, right? And so watching him go through that and then exiting and selling the company to Disney, for $4 billion, et cetera, he went through a lot of ups and downs and a lot of headaches and dealing with a lot of employees and a lot of situations. And anyways, and so for the last decade plus, I've been asking him for advice. And then vice versa, he asked me about life advice when it comes to more personal things. And so I ask him business stuff, he asked me personal things, and that's been my dearest mentor.
I love that symbiotic relationship. It makes life so much more fun.
Yeah.
So I'm curious as well, not everything you've done probably has been as successful. So there's what I'm getting at is there's always something that isn't really what we think it is. Is there something that you've been so grateful that it didn't work out?
Yeah, I mean, the poker side's always been interesting to me because I always wonder, what if it didn't get shut down in America? Like, would I still be the poker guy? Would I have some huge gambling site? Would I be doing sports betting or a casino? Like, would that be my whole life? Would I have stopped it? Would I have grown it? Would I have exited? Like, I wonder about the, like the butterfly effect of what would have happened if I went that way, right? If the government didn't shut down poker in America. They didn't shut me down, by the way. I could have kept going. I just saw what happened with my competitors and decided I don't want to stay in the market if my competitors are, And so I think about that a lot, is what would have happened, or the what if of it. I can't change it, so I don't dwell on it from the sense of like, I wish that would have happened. But I think about the different, would I still do that now? Like, even with this call, I throw my birthday party tomorrow. I got to go do this, do this, do this. What if I said no to this call, right? If I would have gone the freeway earlier, if I would have done, like things, my whole life would change just from this Zoom call with you guys, right? And so I think about the butterfly effect in every decision that I make.
I love that. I think that's, but not dwelling on it. Right. So you're talking a little bit about choices, and I'm curious where you see business headed with technology in the future. Is there something that you think is on the horizon that maybe isn't popular yet?
So what's interesting about AI technology, what people are talking about, AI technology, ChatGPT, right now is in its infancy compared to what's going to happen. This is like Friendster and MySpace compared to social media platforms, in the future. And so AI is inevitable. It is here, it is happening, and it's getting smarter every single minute, not every day, every minute it's getting smarter because there's billions of pieces of information coming in. Now, ChatGPT and all these companies getting billions and billions of dollars of funding probably won't even be the company we talk about in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, et cetera. Just like you haven't heard someone say the word Friendster, right, in 15 years. And so that's what is coming, is that artificial intelligence, by definition, is getting smarter from the data that's coming in. And I believe that we are nowhere even near what's going to happen in the future for technology from AI. AI, people are nervous about it, but here's something important. People think that AI is going to just wipe out all the jobs. Let's just be clear. Most companies don't know how to open a Facebook account. Like, they don't know how to run Google ads. Most people are not jumping in Ubers, or they were scared to put in their credit card information on Amazon just a few years ago. So don't worry about AI all of a sudden taking over. Companies are very slow. Corporate culture is very slow. They would have to hire managers that know AI to go manage the AI, to watch over the AI. Like, there's a lot of factors to it. So I don't want people to get nervous that AI is just going to take over the world. It's not going to work like that.
No, exactly. It won't. But there is a lot of fear out there and it goes back to that whole education piece. If you don't understand something, then it's a lot more scary. So what is one of the things that you've learned that was scary to you in the beginning that now it's just like, okay, I got this. And then of course it changes, but what's something for you?
The biggest thing that I started off in fear of was my competitors, right? My very first clothing booth, I actually just posted the photo a few weeks ago. My very first booth was right next to Fubu and Sean John. These are billion-dollar companies right next to me, and I'm like 20 feet. They're like, $1 million booths. My booth was $4,000, right? Competition, one, it helps you. Two, there are hundreds of millions of people that can buy my clothing. And then when I started an energy drink, there was 900 drinks, but there are billions of people that can buy my drinks. And so there's enough market share out there, no matter what you're doing. Competition does not scare me anymore. It excites me because I can study what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and then put that into my products.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I always thought too, it's kind of like an Italian restaurant. If you don't start one because there's another one out there, I mean, that doesn't even make any sense whatsoever. Right. So as you're growing as a person and as a businessman, what do you think your next steps are moving forward? Is there something that you have a big project on the horizon, something that you're excited about?
My biggest excitement is Wild Jungle, WILD. That's this animal sanctuary. That's where we're sitting right now. We have 209 animals that we rescued, but I also have a brand for it. So we're not open to the public, right? So that's not meant for like guests to come. We rescue the animals to help preserve them. But we made like brand around them. We have like drinks for children that have 0 sugar, 0 calories. So bringing me back to my beverage days. We have merch. We have dog products, pet toys, children toys, etc. So Wild Jungle to me is like one of my funnest projects because of what it is. It's for animals. We get around 200 million views a month on social media on this project on Wild Jungle. So I'm really excited about it.
So I guess that my question about that too is all of this brand that you're building, is that what's taking care of the animals, because they cost money?
Yeah, so it's 140,000 a month to keep this place going, and we're not a 501c3, and we don't sell tours or anything. So it has been expensive for me to keep the place going, but it's a passion project of mine that leads to the ultimate mission, which is make Wild Jungle into a global brand, and that will then obviously later help fund the place, and I can build it, hopefully by my neighbors and expand on it too, and make this into much more animals. But yeah, it is expensive to feed animals. They're very hungry all the time, no matter what you do, no matter how much you feed them. But I love it. It's great content. It's fun for everyone, and I love seeing people react to zebras and camels and everything.
Exactly. You obviously don't know this about me, but I grew up in a house where we did animal rescue, so that is near and dear to
Cool.
my heart as well. Completely
awesome.
find that inspiring.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this day and age, and you have grown and changed business a little bit. I mean, it's still the same sort of through line, but how do you keep from having the squirrel mentality and going after a million different things?
So the shiny object syndrome, or the squirrel mentality that she's talking about, it is very difficult because as entrepreneurs, you're like, oh, I could fix that. Oh, I could do that. Oh yeah, we should do that joint venture. Or you're at dinner with your friends, like, we should start that company. Or you're at the bar, or you're at the party, like everyone just kind of always like, yeah, I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. The answer is you can. You actually could, because if you're a good entrepreneur, you could figure it out. The problem is, let's say you have a core business doing $2 million in sales, and you're like, okay, I sell clothing, but I couldn't do makeup. Well, you could make a makeup line. You're going to spend 6 figures to produce it. Your staff is going to have to go focus on it. You're going to need a whole new team, whole new learning curve, have to hire, like, there's so much that has to go into that. And what if you crush it and go do $1 million your first year? Well, your clothing brand that was doing 2 million, you probably could have taken it to 4 or 5 or 6 if you just focus that same energy here. And so even if you go crush it with makeup, which is probably something you could do, it takes away from your core business financially, mentally, emotionally, and especially time-wise.
I love that. What you focus on expands, right? I mean, this goes right back to that. So I just want to say thank you so much for being with us and coming on. Is there something that you would love to share with the young entrepreneur, the new entrepreneur, or even somebody who is older that thinks, oh, I can't do this, I'm too old?
So there's a famous quote, the best time to buy real estate was 10 years ago, and the second best time was today. The same thing applies in social media. Same thing applies in business. The best time to start a business or start your personal brand was 10 years ago. Second best time is today. You start building your personal brand. You start working on your business. You just go out there and do the things that you have been holding back on, can literally change your life forever. If you start posting on social media now and build your personal brand, it will lead to partnerships, deals, sales, investors, charity, fun, friends, etc. Just by you being active and building your personal brand, because you have one whether you like it or not. You just have a decision to make if you want them to tell your story or you're going to showcase it yourself.
This is Dan. Thank you so much for jumping on. Thank you for being where you are. Thank you for helping the planet. We actually, in 3 weeks, we're doing, I'm sorry, Jane Goodall's Day of Peace.
Nice.
And so that's in San Pedro on the 21st, and she's coming in to speak, and it's for her Roots and Shoots program, which is her international children's program.
Very
But
cool.
it is about making a difference, and that's what you're doing. And I would love, one day, if you ever want us to get out there with just one camera and take a look at what you're doing and
Come
broadcast
on
and
over.
show. Okay, we'd be happy to. We'd be happy to set that up, because part of for the Tribune for us, it's making a difference in the world, changing the planet. We do these broadcasts. We just beam them out to the world. Who wants to get on gets on. We go to 23 countries, and it's about because for me, it's for my grandchildren, making the world a better place, making sure that we're always making a difference. And that's all you've done in your career. If you take a look at everything you've done, and I appreciate that so much. Julianne, that was great. Dan, thank you so much for your time. And by the way, I've been getting texts from all over the place. Is it your birthday today?
At midnight tonight. Midnight tonight.
Okay, there you go. So at midnight tonight, we're going to all wish Dan a huge, thunderous happy birthday. So thank you so much for being on with us. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Here's the rest of the team, and we'll let you go. And just have a beautiful day and a beautiful birthday.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Happy birthday.
Isn't that great? I know you guys are texting. It's his birthday. I see the birthday, and they're doing birthday messages. So, well, there we go again. What an amazing show. Just any last comments before we let them all go?
I have one phrase. It was from Bill Walsh. She said, "Focus on where you're going, not where you've been." You know, Dan said the first best time to start something was 10 years ago. The second best time is today. But focus on where you're going, not where you've been. I think it's just like there's so much that the moments that are lie before us can bring us. Just put the energy into that. So that was my closing remark. What about you, Ava?
I love that you got us started there, because now I'm looking for my my quote from Abhishek on day one, and it is entrepreneurship is a gift. You know, it gets to improve our lives, our economy, your family. So treat it as a gift, and treasure and reach out, be part of the community. Make sure that you register for LA Tech 2024 if you're catching us live, because we're going to continue to have, you know, little Zoom exclusive meetings with some of the speakers who came on stage, and we're going to continue to be emailing. You know that you can always reply to our emails, because we are there on the other side of that. So thanks for that. And also, we've got Les Brown in LA. Join us in LA. October 11, 12, 13, the Los Angeles Tribune is the major media sponsor for Les Brown's Power Tour event. So join us and look at the lesbrownpowertour.com and nominate a book, because we've got LA Tribune bestseller as powered by our audience, powered by you. You get to nominate. And this weekend, we're waiving the cost that it takes for us to review the books. So nominate a book that has impacted you, and just use LAT Family, all caps, for this weekend. Thank you. Parisa.
You know, I was just going to jump in. Thank you, Ava. This is something that that Abhishek said on day one. I'm glad that you brought up something that he had said, because it's just really, it's really landed with me in the sense of being such an actionable conviction, rather. And it's that validate your own ideas and then pressure test it. Like, to intake all of the information over the last few days is great. To have taken notes is even better. But to allow yourself to validate what comes forward in your imagination and what is in your genius, to allow yourself to validate it, to then pressure test it, that requires action. And the belief in that idea, and the clarity in the idea, and all of the things that were mentioned the last 3 days. And so that statement alone, that's going to be another one that I've written down next to my Bill Walsh notes as well here on my desk, is you know, validate your own ideas and then pressure test it. People are around, people want to help, people want to dive into what you're passionate about or what you're curious about putting out there. And that one resonated with me, and I definitely wanted to bring that forward and presence it. And the last one is that believe that it's doable. As said by Omer, day one, opening up the 3 days for us, believe that it's doable. It's such a simple statement, but how often are we going into anything with that hesitation or with that doubt? I can say that I do often enough. So just believe that it's doable and move forward in that. This has been awesome. Thanks, everyone.
I love that, Parissa. You know, for me, I'm going to quote Sandy Scarlatta, no excuses. No excuses. You know, there have been so many remarkable speakers on this event for the last 3 days. And every single one of them is spectacular and wonderful in their own ways, but they do not have anything inside of them that you do not have inside of yourself. So there is no excuses for you. You just have to move forward and pressure test, as Parissa was just mentioning. And what resonates with you, be your most brilliant, be your biggest you, and don't be afraid to fail forward. And of course, the generosity of everyone. being generous will actually help you in the long run as well, but you get to feel better in the meantime. And that's my biggest takeaway. Michael, back to you.
There you go. It's always about failing forward. It's doing it as many times as you can. It's never about perfection. It's just getting it done. This has been a great show. I want to thank everybody, and we'll see all of you. Our next one is September 20th for our Day of Peace, and it's the next day. Then we're live with Jane Goodall, and that's just amazing. So I want to thank everybody for being on. What a great team, a great family. We're there for you. You're there for us. Julianne, Alicia, Parisa, Ava, Karen, Donna, we had pop on once or twice, right? So, right. I want to thank you all for being on. Thank you to all the speakers, trainers, authors, mindset, AI, everybody that's been on. This has been a great day for myself and Mr. Morock and everybody else worldwide on the team. Blessings, love. You guys are awesome. We'll go out with a song. Chris going to sing. No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, she's like, what? Right.
I'm not validating that idea. I am not validating
Well, honoring the vision of the Los Angeles Tribune, the steward of Los Angeles Tribune, who actually have the vision for media that redefines what it means, to be a global news brand and to change the status quo. News that inspires, empowers, and educates. We'd like to put in the TEDx talk show of our CEO, Morock. And with that, we'll end this 3-day event.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. Bye, everybody. That's fantastic.
Michael, thanks for all of the leadership that you have demonstrated for this event. And thank you to Mary Glorfield.
I will. Thank you.
Thank
Let's
you,
see
everyone.
some.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Morock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.